Sudhir, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Hi. This is really early for Indians. It's not early generally, but for Indians it is early. You are an Indian, but uh, we have now the hall which is getting filled with students, and there are a couple of students who are online and startups. Actually, they're not students, but they're student startups and other startups who've come today. Um, we have with us Sudhir Kadam, who is an innovation and growth strategist who is based out of the dream come true city, which is the Bay Area. And we've been speaking about Silicon Valley, and we've been speaking about how the startup ecosystem has emerged, and the leader in the world is the Bay Area, the Silicon Valley. And we have Sudhir Kadam, who is an expert in the area of investment, and he's going to be speaking about the early stage investments, myths and realities, for especially for people like you who are getting into the startup ecosystem, where the basic expectation is that you need funds. And I'm sure yesterday there were a lot of speakers who spoke about, and to startups who have got some rounds of fundings, very specifically mentioned to you where you can look for funding and what is the right time for you to look out in the market. And I'm sure people spoke about the fact that the first funding is bootstrapping, which is the funding that comes from your beloved, your parents, your friends and family. But I'm sure Sudhir is going to throw more light on how this ecosystem works and what is the expectations of the startups and what are the investors' expectations in this process. Over to you, Sudhir.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Palkar. It's a pleasure to be here. I remember I was here last year also, trying to speak on a similar subject. So honored to be here. Yeah. So, I will go through a presentation that I have lined up for today. But, if people want to do more of discussion and Q&A, they are most welcome to do that, because I think, a lot of startups have this, have a lot of queries in their mind. I'm embarking on this journey. How is this journey going to be? Why is it so important for me? How should I survive and move ahead? So all those questions are most welcome. I conduct a lot of acceleration programs. In fact, I'm going to be doing one acceleration program for hospitality vertical very soon in Silicon Valley, where we will have global participation from people in Europe, from people in Latin America, people from India also, actually. Okay, so I keep doing this a lot. Okay, and I meet. And the reason I do it is because I meet a lot of young minds with whom I can exchange ideas. Okay, and I'm also an adjunct professor at San Jose State University for entrepreneurship and innovation. And I'm also the advisor for California State University in Chico for digital marketing. And, I'll be speaking next week again on future of work, okay, for an EMBA consortium, which has people from all over the world. Okay, so that's briefly about me. I have been fairly successful in taking startups to an exit, which is the ultimate goal of a startup. And for the last 4 years, I have been taking one startup to exit every year. Okay, so and that has been absolutely satisfying for me. Yeah. So with that, I'm going to share my screen now. Okay, and we'll get started. It's not a very long presentation. Maybe half the time we will do the presentation and then we will come to Q&A. Okay, so all of you are here with a dream of a great idea. Okay, you have the will to work a startup life. You have the intent to build a large team, a high performance team. And you have the desire to hit a sixer, as they say in cricket. You want to hit a sixer, and you have the hope to leave a legacy behind. Okay, So having said that, a great idea, will to work for a startup, building great teams, desire to make it big, and also leaving a legacy behind, okay, that people will remember you for the kind of startup that you have built, okay. What is the missing piece over here? And the missing piece is obviously the funding part of the startup, okay. A great idea backed by great passion is not enough to survive in a startup world, okay. If you are an entrepreneur who's looking to grow and scale, obviously you need funding, and we are going to precisely talk about that in today's session. So, before I get started, I want to throw this slide up over here, which talks about the 4 reasons why startups fail. Okay. And most of the startup lessons will come from failures rather than successes. Okay. And it is a cognitive bias to look at success and say, okay, this startup was successful because they did the following is incorrect. Okay. What you should be doing is understanding the startups that have failed and find out why they failed and why you should not do what they did, in order to be successful. Okay. So here are the 4 top reasons, and you will obviously see, running out of cash or failing to raise capital is the most important reason why startups fail. So why do startups really need to raise money? Okay, that's the question that comes to our mind. So there might be several reasons why a startup needs to raise money. Okay. Let's say you have a minimum viable product, okay, which you want to turn into a solid product, which can offer which can address wider needs of your users. Or, you have a product which is showing so slow success, and you want to go into what we call as a land grab situation. That means you want to grow as fast as you can before somebody else comes in, your competitor or your likely competitor, and tries to grab the same land. Okay, so that's the second reason. The third reason could be, you want to be connected into the investor network, because investors will really help you connect with their portfolio companies, okay, using which you can use their distribution channels, their connections. And once you are in the investor network, the other investors start noticing you, which means your chances of raising funds later on, are very high. The fourth reason could be increased visibility. So until a startup is really funded, the startup does not get visibility. Once you're funded, you will have your LinkedIn post, your Facebook post saying that I got funded 2 million, I got funded 500,000. Okay. And that really what it means to your customers and to the other investors is this startup is worth looking at. Okay, this startup has some substance. Okay, so that kind of visibility really becomes important for you. And finally, bigger the better, right? When you're big, you can play the game which others cannot. Okay, when you have deep pockets, you can attract better talent, you can attract better partners, and so some of the startups are willing to give away a lot of their equity because they want to play the bigger game. Okay, the math is very simple. Whether you want 5 million, 100% of a 5 million company, or you want 20% of a 100 million company. Okay, so it's the math is very clear here. Okay, so bigger means dilution. Okay, and I'm not going to talk about dilution today, but it's a subject by itself. But it also means that you have better valuation, which means your chances of carrying home money are much better. So when should you go and start raising money? Okay, so when should a startup start raising money? In order to understand this, I have to walk you through the journey of an early stage startup. Okay, so what an early stage startups go through, and how does a startup position itself for funding? Okay, so first part is the customer problem fit. Okay, do you have a problem that the customer is really interested in getting solved? Okay, so that is the customer discovery process, and it's what we call as the desirability. Does somebody desire to have this product? Okay, we call it customer problem fit. So what happens is when you know that, yes, there are people who will benefit from this solution. I've spoken to them. They are interested. If I can build a product, your next step is obviously to build either a prototype, a mock, or an MVP, okay, a minimum viable product. What do you do with that? there are many ways to solve a problem. Okay, and you obviously want to find out what is the right way to solve the problem. So you have certain solutions in mind, maybe one, maybe multiple solutions. So you got to check them out and find out which is the right solution. Okay, which is the right solution that provides the right experience to the customer. So that's where we come to the problem solution fit. Okay, does your solution address the problem, solve the problem properly? Okay, this is the solution discovery process. Okay, so with this, you come to the next step, that is the feasibility. Okay, yes, I thought of this idea, I'm able to build it. Okay, it is feasible, it is not just a fig of my imagination. Okay, next you go to building a marketable product. Okay, and you might start with a smaller version of your product called a minimum marketable product, a beta. Okay, or you can call version 1.x of the product. This kind of a product will have very narrow functionality, but it will be complete in all respects. Okay, so that's what we call as version 1.x. What are you trying to do over here? You're trying to now take the product to the market and see if people are going to buy that product really. Okay, so here is where you will look at your viability. Okay, so am I going to make enough money by selling this product? Will I be able to sustain my company? Okay, will I be able to, not today but tomorrow, not tomorrow but day after, be profitable with this kind of a solution that I'm taking to the market? So that is what we typically call as product market fit. And the product market fit is the holy grail of all early stage startups. So when you are in an early stage, all that you're trying to do is, how do I get to my product market fit? Okay, once you get to your product market fit, you are all set to go into what we call as the growth stage. Okay, so this will be your biggest struggle, and most of the startups go through an iterative process over here until they reach their product market fit. So what is a product market fit? Okay, so if you look at this, the desirability is addressing the market. Okay, does the market want it? The feasibility is about your product, right? So a lot of people stop here. They say that, okay, I have a product market fit, I have a product that meets the market. No, that's not enough, because you have to also look at the monetization angle. Okay, so can I monetize based on this product and this market that I have? So that's the product market fit, okay, that we talk about. So when we talk of monetization, a lot of people offer free services, right? So it is not always monetization in terms of money. It could be monetization in terms of money. It could be in data. Google is a great example, right? They collect a lot of data and try to monetize that data. Okay, so it's not the primary objective is to have a lot of people collect a lot of data, and then they figure out how to monetize that. So it could be money, it could be time that you spend, the engagement as we call, or it could be your social currency. So what is social currency? Take an example of WhatsApp. Okay, so in WhatsApp, what's happening is, you are forwarding your messages, there is an engagement, and the users are creating the content and users are sharing the content. But in turn, you have had access to a lot of data. Okay, you have an engaged customer base that you can monetize in some way. Okay, so there is no silver bullet to product market fit. Okay, and that's why this is a very important topic for every early stage startup. Only 7% of the companies are able to find it in the first go. Okay, others have to keep going through a cycle of pivots and iterations until they come to a good product market fit. So how do you know that you have reached a product market fit? Okay, so sometimes people get very false signals of product market fit. They see that few of the people have started buying their product. Okay, or they pump in a lot of money in Facebook or Google ads and so on, or they pump in a lot of money in trying to outreach to the customers via email to talk about their product, like a SaaS product and so on. And then suddenly they experience that, yes, some people are coming to them and few of them are buying that. Okay, but moment they stop advertising, the inflow stops. Okay, the flow of the leads that is coming in stops. Okay, so that is not a product market fit. Okay, so in a product market fit, what happens is the product demonstrates the capability of organically growing. Okay, so that's a product market fit. So once the product shows the ability to grow organically, what it means is there is a word of mouth happening, there is a referral happening, people are talking about your product, people are liking your product. That's how more and more people are using your product, and your current customers are more engaged in your product. Okay, and this is where you can now step on the gas, okay, and scale your company. And there are various ways to scale the company. So this is the holy grail of product market fit that every early stage startup should think about. Okay. So the next question is, when should you start fundraising? Okay, what is the right time to raise the funds? Okay, so I'll take a few scenarios also to show you how this whole thing works. But by and large, once you have validated the problem, you have demonstrated the demand, that there is a demand for my product. Okay, it's not a product that I have built out of my passion and fancy and nobody is wanting to use it, right? When you see these two things, you have a sound reason to speak to an investor and convince them to fund you, not before that. When to wait for funding? Okay, it's is this the right time to fund, or should I wait for funding? The more you delay your funding, sometimes the better it could be, because you are building the company and your company is going to increase its valuation over a period of time. So you are going to give away less equity for the same amount of funding which you would have otherwise given. Okay, so suppose I raise funding now, okay, and I raise funding after I have generated more customer interest, my valuation is going to be more. Okay, so I'm going to give maybe 10% of my equity for $1 million rather than giving 20% of my equity for $1 million. Okay, and obviously when you have resources to bootstrap, you have your own resources which you have invested in the company, and there is only a marginal increase that is required, which your current adoption can fund. You might want to wait for funding, but there is a risk also. Okay, so the next question is, when not to wait for fundraising. Okay, so the math is very simple, what we call as the runway. The runway is the amount of money that you have left, and how long can you survive with that funding, okay, given your projections, given your growth rates and so on. So if you have a very short runway, okay, obviously you cannot base on fundraising, you have to go out and raise the funds. Okay, or you think that you now need investors with the right portfolios to engage with you, so that you can get introduced to these other portfolios and you can grow into that ecosystem. Okay, so that's when you do not want to wait for fundraising. So usually, fundraising is not an exercise where you can talk to 3 or 5 people and one of them will put money in your company. It's absolutely not like that. Okay, you have to talk to a lot of investors, okay, before you can find one who really aligns with your thought process, who really sees value in what you're offering, and then gives you funding. Okay, so let's look at some of the key inflection points of an early stage startup. Okay, so do we know what problem we are solving? Like we said, customer problem fit, right? Does it actually work? Is your solution really working? Is there a problem solution fit? Okay, will someone pay for your product? Okay, so as you go through these inflection points, your valuation keeps on increasing, because you are reducing the risk of your startup survival. Okay, so if you don't know what problem you are solving, you're still struggling to find out the problem, you have tried multiple things, your fundability is very, very poor. Okay, as against you have a solution that works, and still more if people like your solution, still more if not just one person or 2 people, but many people are wanting to buy your solution. Okay, so 2 kinds of funding will happen over here. This is where you will be able to raise money from friends and families and angel investors. Okay, so they are the ones who are willing to bet on you at a very early stage. Okay, that they have seen, okay, this solution really works. All that he has got to do is find out a monetization angle. A lot of angels will be interested in funding a company at this stage. Particularly, you are showing that promise that yes, this is monetizable. Okay, the second stage obviously is when you have demonstrated that yes, more and more people are willing to pay and buy my product. Okay, so that's when you go into a round which we call as the seed round. Okay, so Earlier the seed round used to be the first round because it was seeding a company. No longer, the whole terminology has changed over the last 10, 12 years since 2008. Okay. So seed round is what used to be the Series A round in the early days. Now it's called the seed round. It's anywhere from 750K or 1 million to about 3 million. Okay. So that's your seed round. And once you are gone past that, then you come into growth stage. You found a product market fit, more and more people are buying, you have the money to grow, and that's where you will go into a growth stage. Okay. And that's a completely different management of the startup. You are in an exploratory stage. Now you will go into what we call as an execution stage. Okay. We'll not talk about growth in today's session. So how do you plan to fund your startup? Okay, so all of you must be wondering. People say go to VCs. People say you have heard things like seed. You have heard things like angels and all that. So how do you plan to fund your startup? So I'm going to walk you through the different avenues available to you to fund your startup. Okay, so we will start right from the first one, that is the founder's capital. Okay. So what does the founders capital tell me? If some startup comes to me and says, I want some money, I have this very nice idea and some people are buying it, see a great potential for this. Okay, so I said that how much money have you put in the company? Okay, so this will be my first question. So if you are very sure, you have a strong conviction about your idea and that it is going to work, and you have tested it out, if you have put some capital in it, then investors see this as your skin in the game. Okay, it demonstrates your practicality and the passion. It's not just that I have this passion to build something like this. They said, okay, he's putting your money where his mouth is. Okay, so he's a guy that I should really look at. The second source is your friends and family. Okay, and this is a very important milestone in my opinion when you are raising your money. What happens is a lot of founders are not very confident of asking somebody for money. Okay, they feel very shy. How can I go and ask him for money? Okay, so asking your friends and family is very easy, right? Because they are friends, they are your family. So uh, but what happens in the process is, you have demonstrated your ability to ask for money. You have demonstrated your ability to make others believe in your vision. Okay, so these are the two very critical factors when it comes to friends and family. So if founder has put some of his money, if friends and family have seen value in it and put money, obviously the startup is improving its fundability in the eyes of the investors. The third option obviously is to go to incubators or accelerators. What accelerators will do is they will take some percentage of your equity and they will give you a small funding. Okay, something like, I'm going to talk in US terms, $50,000 or $100,000. But in India also I've seen companies raise a significant amount of money through acceleration programs. What acceleration programs will do for you is they will run through a standard process of preparing your company for funding. Okay, so they will improve your fundability. So they will run you through things like how to create your value propositions, how to create your business models, how to build your go-to-market strategy. They will go through variety of things, competitive landscape, and so on. And in the process, they will try to de-risk your business. Okay, so that's where there are great advantages in going to incubators and startups, where you're also going to meet like-minded founders. Okay, you're going to meet a group of mentors. You're able to talk to them. The more you socialize your idea, the more you socialize your challenges, the more you'll be able to discover solutions to them. Okay. And obviously there are grants and government schemes that you should try to tap into. Okay, and I see a lot of founders ignore this completely. Okay, so there are a lot of grants and government schemes. Keep your eyes open. Okay, there's a lot of money sitting out there. Okay, that you can tap into. And why these grants and schemes are important? Because they are non-dilutive funding. Okay, they do not dilute your equity in the company. Okay, so these are just grants given to you. So who are the likely candidates who can raise this money from government schemes and grants? Okay, one is the impact companies. They have some social impact, social entrepreneurship. Okay, so they have some philanthropic objective. Those are the companies that can go for some of these grants. Some of the grants are also granted to companies that are doing some kind of research, okay, and feasibility into a new technology or new application of the technology, like space and so on. So there are a lot of grants available. Okay, in fact, SpaceX of Elon Musk, started with a very large grant. Okay, and he knew where to tap into that grant. Okay, then there are also government schemes to promote high impact R&D, okay, or to take certain technology which is at a very raw level and try to commercialize it. Okay, so there are a lot of uh, there's a lot of funding available for that also. I think in India also there are a lot of funding available to commercialize in technology. Okay, there are funding schemes in agri-tech. Okay, there are funding schemes available for IoT kind of startups and so on. Okay, where you can show commercialization which is of use to the country, its population. So there's some thought behind that, and the government is always trying to promote a few technologies. Okay, so those are the ones that you will tap into. Then comes your crowdfunding. Typically, if you're a hardware startup trying to make a device, like let's say you are making a device, which I can put at my back, and it will tell me about my posture. Okay, absolutely a great candidate for you is to go for crowdfunding. Okay, where you can even raise the money even before building the entire product. Okay, just on the promise of the product, showing the prototype, saying that yes, I have done all this, it is working, this is my proof. All I need is the money to to do the industrial design and manufacture it. Okay, and people will try to give you advanced orders in what we call as the crowdfunding. Then there is a source of funding called as equity crowdfunding. So nowadays there are a lot of sites, where a lot of people want to invest in startups, right? Because there's so much of magic happening out there in the world, and people don't want to be left behind. So a lot of people, instead of going to the stock market and investing, also want to make smaller investment in startups. Okay, but they have no idea which startup to invest in and so on. So they are like, if somebody is leading, I will go and follow that. So this is what we call as the process of syndication. Okay, where lot of small investors come together, form a big sum of money, and that gets invested into a startup. Okay, the same syndicate paradigm has been moved online, which is called as equity crowdfunding. Okay, or virtual small investment syndicates. Then this becomes your really important funding milestone, the angel funding. Okay, so now you have a validated idea, you have built MVP, you are also showing an early adoption. Okay, you are showing signs of people really buying, but it is hard. You have to convince people, but people buy. When they buy, they love your product. Okay, angels are going to help you through that process. Okay, and this can be business angels. So there are people who have had great exits, like Bansals. They invested a lot of money. Even the the other companies, like I forget the name of the company, mobile advertising company. Their founders have invested in a lot of startups. So those are the business angels, who will invest. And there are other angels, who are basic investors. Okay, and willing to make the small investments. Okay, so there are those angels that you can really look at. And finally, for an early stage startup comes the seed funding. Okay, so here you have seen early customer success. Okay, and you are driving towards the product market fit, and you need some impetus. Okay, some cash infusion to get to that product market fit and show that this is for real. Okay, so that's your seed fund. Okay, so in short, as Dr. Palkar said at the beginning of the session, there are basically these four modes of funding. And one is bootstrapping, of course. So that is your own investment, family and friends, crowdfunding. You're not going to some real serious investors until then. Then you can go to the startup platforms like incubators, accelerators. You can look at grants. These are startup platforms, okay, that can give you funding. Then you go to the equity sources, okay, which are real investors, okay. So in your case, you'll be only looking at angel investors and seed investors. You will not talk to venture capitalists or private equity firms, okay. So they will come when your ticket size is high. You're talking about raising 5 million, 7 million, 10 million, okay. That's the time that they will come in. And obviously, there are also other sources of funding, which are non-equity, non-startup platform funding, which come from debt sources. People are willing to give you loans. Okay, so let's say your startup has a lot of manufacturing to be done. Okay, so in which case, you might require a working capital, to procure your materials and so on. So there are sources that are that are good at funding your working capital. Okay, there are sources that are good at doing what we call as revenue based funding. Okay, so here I have to give you an example of a company that I exited last year. Okay, this is a company in document signature space. So we raised zero capital in this company. Okay, so this company grew from 100K in revenue. It's a SaaS product, just like DocuSign, okay, or Panda Docs and so on. Okay, went to 500,000. Okay, and then I told them you have to triple your revenue now, go to 1.5 million. They went straight to 2 million, and then the pandemic hit, and the opportunities opened up, okay, because everybody was going digital. Okay, so this is the company. When they had 100K, they wanted to go and raise money, okay, and 100K of ARR, okay, annual recurring revenue. They wanted to go and raise money, but no investor would really invest in this company, primarily because it was a husband-wife company. Okay, so it is not a company of 3-4 founders who know each other. Okay, this is what we call in US as a mom and pop shop. Okay, so mom and pop shops don't get easily funded. Okay, so they could not raise funding. They came to me. They said that what do we do? So I said, there is revenue-based funding. You have 100K revenue. You should be able to get some funding. So they got 50K funding based on that revenue, based on that projection, and so on. Okay. When the revenue, with that funding, when the revenue hit 500K, okay, the revenue-based financing company came to them and said, okay, now we want to fund you more. Okay, do you have the appetite? So they said, oh yeah, let's take the money. So they took another 300K and built the company. So this is how they built the company. And finally, when they exited the company, since they did not have any investors, okay, they had only advisors like me and maybe a couple other, who had taken some equity. They went laughing to their bank with 95% equity. With 95% equity, they didn't have to share that with anybody else. So they were laughing their way to the bank. Okay, so this is a good example of companies that can be run very intelligently, very creatively, without even raising any dime. So let's, we have spoken all about the startup and, the avenues to funding and all that, but, we have to get ourselves in the shoes of the investor. Okay. So how do investors look at funding? So let me ask you this question. How do you invest $10 million? Okay. If you had $10 million and you wanted to invest that, how would you invest? Okay. You have two options. Okay. The first option is to make $1 million investment. So you're spreading the risk. Okay. That can give you, each investment can give you 2x return. Okay. So that's what you're going for. Okay. Maybe some may not work, most of them will work, but that's the kind of return that you will get. The option 2 is you want to invest in 10 companies, but you don't care losing money on 7 of them, but you want to make 10x on the remaining companies. So when you pick your portfolio of companies, you're always going to look for those companies that can give me a 10x return on my investment. So if I'm investing $1 million now, I should exit with a $10 million. If I'm investing 100K, I should exit with 1 million. Okay. So, but these companies are very aggressive. Okay. So they are high risk takers. Okay. And their math is very simple. Okay. When I pick this company, I don't care if 7 of them I don't make money on. Okay. But the 3 of them I make money on will cover my entire portfolio. So that's the logic that they go with. So usually what happens is 1/3 of their companies fail. 1/3 of their companies just return the principal, and the remaining 1/3 give them the 10x return, and it beats all the math of these bankers. Okay, so that's the venture capital, very adventurous investment, risk-taking mentality, and that's why it is called the venture capital. Okay, so this is how the bankers will think, and this is how the VCs will think. So you, as an investor, when you go to an investor, he's always, or she is always thinking of a home run, or what we call a sixer in India, right? So she's always looking for that golden nugget that can give her 10x return. And once she has that fair amount of confidence that this looks like a 10x return company, okay, I'm willing to look at investing into this company. So now the question is, how do you make investor buy into your vision? You have shown this 10x opportunity, but how do you make the investor buy into your vision? So there are three things which are vitally important when you pitch your company to an investor. The first one is the opportunity. Okay, you have to show that you have discovered a real opportunity. You just cannot be blowing smoke. Okay, you have to show that yes, this opportunity is for real. I validated with the company, and the timing is real. So there are two things that you look for over here: the technology or the idea, and the timing. The timing has to be perfect. Okay, so let me give you an example of Airbnb. Okay, so Airbnb started in 2008. Okay, so when they went around, most of the investors turned them down. Okay, they said, okay, who is going to allow a stranger to sleep in your house? Okay, so none of the major investors really funded them. Okay, but there are some investors which really took fancy to the idea, because the country was going through a downturn. Okay, people didn't have money to pay rents. Okay, and people didn't have money to pay rents. They were willing to accommodate a stranger, okay, who was a source of income for them to pay their rents and continue to stay there. Okay, so that's where Airbnb took off. Okay, so timing is really important. Okay, there are several examples of this timing. Okay, so there was a startup for uh, uh, grocery delivery, okay, called Webvan, that started somewhere around 2002 2003 time frame, and it took about hundreds of millions of investors' money and went flat. Okay, but a similar startup called Instacart, okay, has become a unicorn, right? It's $1 billion company. Okay, why is that? Because the Instacart timing was right. Okay, you had the smartphones, ability of people to operate smartphones, the digital chain, okay, and supply chain, and people willing to do an online purchases. The e-commerce had taken off, and that's where the timing is really important. So when you talk about this opportunity, what the investor is going to look at is this idea for real, and is the timing right for this idea? The next is the growth potential. You have to show that your idea, your sapling can grow into a nice tree that will bear fruits. Okay, so it can grow significantly in a period of about 5 years, because 5 years is the time frame that the investors will look at in terms of measuring your company, because usually the funds are about 10-year cycle, so they want to do a 2 times turn. So they want to look at 5 years. If your company is doing extremely well, okay, they will further do a follow-on investment with you and stay with you for a few more years. Okay, but you have to show that you have growth potential. What does that mean? That means you have a very large market size. Okay, you have heard of TAM, SAM, SOM. Okay, so the total available market or addressable market has to be very large. Okay, it has to be in excess of, let's say, $1 billion or so. Okay, so then it makes sense to them that yes, they can build a company which is $100 million company, of which I take a percentage and I can make that good money. The other thing that they're going to look in your growth potential are the market threats. Okay, because your growth can be threatened by a variety of things. There could be economic reasons why your growth is stinted. There could be social reasons. There could be regulatory reasons. There could be technological reasons. New technology comes in, disrupts you completely. Okay, a new regulation comes in and says, okay, no more of that money transfer. You have to use UPI. Okay, you could get disrupted, or your growth potential could get stinted. Or, there are factors beyond your control like COVID, right? COVID hit. What happened? Most of this domestic money transfer companies where you would go to a store and do the transfer, came into serious trouble because people were not able to go to the stores. The stores were not open and they could not do the domestic money transfer. Okay. So look at the threats, and because the investor is going to look at the threats and be able to have a mitigation plan, okay, that you can present to the investor in if there is a question of threat scenarios with you. Okay. So when you talk of growth, it is not a product talk. Okay. It is about how you build a business. Okay. So a lot of founders get mired into the technology and the product and things like that. Okay. The investors are least interested in that part of the business. They're more interested in, can you build a big business out of that product? Okay. So not just a business, can you build a big business out of that product? That's what they are looking at. Okay. And only when you show that there is a potential to build big business, then they are interested in lending their ears to you. And finally, the investors are going to look at your execution capability. Okay. So here we talk in terms of team. Okay. Why is your team the best team to do this startup? Okay. So that's where you will come in terms of your team experiences, your team chemistry, and that is capable of seizing this opportunity. And so execution means two things. One is team, obviously, that can take that sapling to the tree, which bears fruits, but also the team is capable of getting traction. So two T's again here, team and traction. Okay. So in these three scenarios, you saw the first one was tech and timing. The second one was TAM and threats, and the third one is team and traction. Okay. So that's how you will talk to the investors. Okay. So now with all this, you are ready to pitch to an investor. Okay. So when you go to pitch to an investor, there are very standard typical questions that the investor is going to ask you, right? Do you have evidence that customers want it? How big is your market? Is that market large enough? He's going to look at your team backgrounds, your team chemistry, where did you guys meet, and so on. Very important. And also how the founders are sharing their equity amongst themselves. Okay. Is there one founder who's taking 90% of the equity and giving only 5% to the other two founders? Okay. So the other two founders may not have enough motivation to stay when the game becomes bigger, right? What is the product differentiation? Obviously, what's your business model? How do you make money? And the risks. Okay, so all the things that I've covered over here, okay, earlier, are the kind of questions that the investor is going to ask you. So when you go to an investor, you must think like an investor. Okay, and that's how you should prepare your pitch to the investor. Put yourself in the investor's shoe and say that, okay, if somebody comes to me with this proposal to raise money, what am I going to look at? Will I really fund this? Why would I fund this? And if I'm funding this, will I multiply by my money 10 times or not? Okay, in a period of 5 years. So always think like an investor. And what do investors think like? Okay, they have to make this decision, right? Whether to invest or not to invest. Okay, so how do they make that decision? Market attractiveness, your product differentiation. Okay. That tells them what is the expected return you can get. So market attractiveness is the size of the product, the segment that you're addressing, accessibility to that market, that how easy it is to reach that market, what are the barriers to reach that market, and have these people overcome those barriers. Then product differentiation. How are you different from others? Are you marginally different? Are you 10x different? Or are you completely disrupting a space? Okay. So all these things will lead them to look at what could be an expected return from this company. Then they are going to look at the negative aspects of the company, right? What if the team does not get along with each other? What if the founders start dropping out? Okay, what if the founders are not capable of executing? Okay, are these founders mature enough to understand that, yes, if I'm not able to do the job, let me move aside and let the investors bring a professional management to run the company, because ultimately I have the equity. I am interested in growing my equity as the company runs, right? So they will look at the founders maturity in these areas. But more important is if the same team can really move from an early into growth stage. That means from the process of being in an exploratory mode to going into a process of a missionary execution mode. Okay. And finally, what have you done to address the threats? Okay. How well can the founders think creatively to resist threats that might come along their way? And the threats will always be there. Okay. There will be threats, there is never a smooth ride. It's a roller coaster. But your ability to deal with them is what is really important. And that's their perceived risk. And they will put these two together, the expected returns versus the perceived risk. And that's where they will make the decision to invest. So when you embark on this path, okay, get ready to hear many no's. Okay, it's not easy for a lot of people to accept rejections. Okay, so you have to learn how to understand and embrace rejections. Okay, you have to learn from the rejection. This is the hallmark of a good entrepreneur. Okay, and from an investor's perspective, they have to kiss 1,000 frogs to find a prince. Okay, so out of the 100 companies I see as an investor, I may decide to invest in one company. Okay, so that's how many companies one has to see. Okay, so typically every week I run through at least about 15 to 20 companies. Okay, so I scan them, I talk to a few. That's the thing that we keep doing all the time. Okay, but don't be worried of the no's, because it takes only one yes to have a successful funding round. Okay, and your first successful funding round is something that you can build upon as you grow. Okay, thank you. So I will leave this open to questions now, if you have any.
Great. I think it was very insightful and eye opener for a lot of people here. So, questions from the audience?
I have one question.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Probably good evening for you.
Yeah.
So my question is very simple one. For the crowdfunding, we have a lot of crowdfunding thoughts going on, but practically in India, it's very difficult to get crowdfunding. Friends, family is very much okay because we as a society are very much connected to each other. People trust each other. But while going towards crowdfunding, we see a lot of difficulties. Can you guide on that part, please?
So what is the difficulty you are facing in crowdfunding? Because I have a few companies, we have done crowdfunding very successfully. What is the difficulty you are facing?
Basically to reach out them and pitch it out. We see Western world doing that very often, but not in India that often.
Okay.
I'm trying to do that, but no guidance out of that.
Yeah. So
quickly,
let me be clear. What is?
He can also tell you in one line what he does, maybe, if that's helpful.
Okay. Right now, I am into business of renting travel bag. That is my business, and this is e-commerce based platform where we give rental assets to travelers.
Okay. So so there are a lot of crowdfunding companies. Okay, so crowdfunding happens online, but your company, which is renting the bags, right? So you rent the bag and take it back, correct?
Yes, they do that. Yeah.
So that may not be a good candidate for crowdfunding. Let me tell you why. Okay, because if you are making a very special travel bag, okay, very unique kind of travel bag, and that's a good candidate for crowdfunding. Okay, so if you are making a good travel bag that you're selling to somebody, okay, then what you do is you actually show that product, build a product that you can showcase that yes, I am capable of building that product. And there are crowdfunding sites that are available. Okay, so there are sites in India and there are sites in the US also. So you go and upload your about your company there, show your product video. Okay, show your your selling pitch of that product. Okay, and then you what you do in that is you say that okay, I'm raising about $15,000. Okay, and in that $15,000 I'm going to build about 1,500 or 150 bags. Okay, and these bags are going to be made available to people who put money in this company. Okay, So for that $15,000, you say that the people who put about $10, okay, will get a badge from me saying that yes, I funded this company and I'm proud of this company. Okay, so there are some people who will just support. They don't want anything back from you, but they like the idea. They want to put that money on that idea. Okay, then you will say, okay, somebody puts $100 in my company. Okay, when my product comes out in the market, I will give them a 50% discount coupon. Okay, then if somebody puts, let's say, $300 in my company, I'm going to give him 3 bags or 2 bags. Okay, so that is how the crowdfunding really happens. Okay, so it is basically meant for products that you are selling. Okay, they're basically meant for your product is a use product. Okay, you're using it and you're reusing it and you're reusing it. Okay, so that may not be a good candidate for crowdfunding as such. What might be you might be a good candidate for what we call as crowd equity funding. Crowd equity funding. Okay, so you go to a company called republic.co. Okay, republic.co. So if you go to I've seen a lot of Indian companies have raised big money over there. Okay, people have raised as much as $1 million on republic.co, or maybe even more. Okay, and I have seen people raise that money in less than a month. Okay, because their product is so compelling. Okay, they have attained some traction, and so these people really don't want to go to VCs and all that, because VCs don't understand what they're talking about. Okay, it's a great idea, but it's beyond that VC pitch. Okay, so they reach out to smaller investors. So republic.co, you make your pitch there, and people will look at funding. So first thing that I would recommend you to do is study similar companies that have raised money. Look at what presentations they did, okay, who are successful in that. Look at the companies like you that did not raise money. Okay, find out what mistakes they did. Okay, so you don't want to do those mistakes, right? And then you come up, and there are certain experts available who will actually help you design your entire page there, a funding page. You will get your funding page where the entire pitch deck which we talk about actually gets there, and a lot of product selling is done over there. Showing your product is done over there. So that is typically what we call as equity crowdfunding. Okay, so two types, right? One is a product, physical product that people want to buy. Like let's say you prepare lenses, okay, different kinds of lenses that people can buy. Okay, then you can go there. Okay, or you are making a virtual reality gear, okay, which is completely unique and different. You can go to those sites. So two sites very clearly: conventional crowdfunding site and equity crowdfunding site. Equity crowdfunding side is where anybody can go and raise money. Okay, conventional crowdfunding sites is where you have a product that is under development. Okay, you are making a future promise. So basically it is like taking pre-orders on a product yet to be delivered. Any other questions?
There is one more question there. Yeah. So please go ahead.
Sudhir, good morning. We are very happy to have your thoughts given today, and I really thank you for that. Now, my only question is the last sentence you used on the slide. Yes, about that last sentence. Could you tell me if the yes is there, then definitely you're going to be successful. And if there is no yes, then how can you make it yes?
Yeah.
Last sentence of the slide.
Yeah. So here is what you have to do. Okay. So you have to make your startup fundable. Moment you make your startup fundable, you will get an yes. Okay. Or the chances of getting a yes are improved significantly. Okay. So I today I'm not covering that, but I do a session actually where I show how to improve the fundability of your startup. Okay, so how can you go from being a non-fundable startup, to go through a fundable startup? And if you look at typically what acceleration programs are supposed to do is to improve your fundability. Okay, so there are many things that get ignored, if you're not making a startup fundable. Like, there are very simple things like, are you able to articulate a value proposition properly? A lot of people fail to explain what their product is. Okay, if you're not able to do that, there's no way you'll get that, right? The second thing is, for example, I'm just throw a couple of examples at you. Okay, the second thing is the segmentation. Okay, are you targeting the right segment? Okay, your product may be useful, but it is useful for another segment or another use case which you have not thought of. Okay, so if you look at the stories of Instagram and all these companies, they were not designed like Slack. Okay, Slack as a company was never started as a communication tool. Okay, Slack as a company was started as a gaming service, right? And that game failed miserably. Okay, and since their team was distributed all over the world, they had built a homegrown tool to communicate with each other. Okay, and when they went to return their money to Axel partners, saying that you're 5 million, I'm going to return to you. Okay, I spent the remaining money, but this is what is left. So the VC told him, don't return, you are a good founder, I know you'll figure things out. Okay, so he says, I have this communication tool and I think it could be a great value. He says, go for it. And that turned into Slack, right? So lot of startups need what you start with is not really what you're going to end with. Okay, you are going through a series of pivots, and that is what are you doing in the process? You are going to improve your fundability. Okay, and how do you improve your fundability? You are able to articulate the product well to your customers, to your investors. You are able to do a right go-to-market strategy. Okay, you are able to do a right market penetration expansion. So there are so many things that are associated, which a good acceleration program should actually cover, and at the end of the day, make you a shiny object, which the investors will really love talking to. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Fantastic.
Ma'am, I have got a question.
Yeah, please go ahead, Shubham.
Yeah, feel free, huh? Any question, no issues. Okay, don't hold yourself back. Okay, whatever is in your mind, just come out with it.
I've got 3 questions for you now. And first is for many startups, like you said, earning money is an ongoing process. If they stop spending on Google ads, Instagram ads, like many of the online platforms, they'll be out of business. For example, edtech business. Companies, how do you suggest them a go-to-market strategy or a survival strategy? This is the first question.
So, yeah.
Okay, one by one, or if you want me to.
No, good. So just elaborate your first question. You're talking about a mobile advertising company.
Right. So let's say a tech company, and in the tech company, if you're not spending money on Google ads or Instagram ads to reach out to the customers, you're not getting a repeat business.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
So how do you suggest go-to-market strategy or a survival for those companies?
Correct. So you said ed tech, right? Educational technology, right? Okay, clear. Okay, so let me tell you over here. Okay, so and this is really a good question, in the sense why it is a good question is, when you go to the investor, he's going to ask you, okay, how are you going to get people to use your platform? And your answer is, oh, I will go through Google ads. Okay, moment you say that, he will shut you down. He is not going to invest in you. Let me tell you that. Okay, because that's not what I want to hear. I want to hear how creative is this guy in terms of reaching out to his market and convincing them. Okay, so you have to find what we call as a reach out strategy. How am I going to reach out to the market? And then you have to find a strategy of viral loops. Okay, how am I going to make my service viral, or how am I going to leverage word of mouth, WOM as we call it, right? Okay, how am I going to leverage? Now this will depend on a specific startup. Okay, how it is. So I'll again give you an example of Airbnb. Okay, so let's come to that same example. So we have a classified list over here in the US called as Craigslist, CRAIGS, Craigslist. So Craig is the man who built that list. Okay, that company is unicorn by itself. So what everybody used to go and do classified on that. Okay, and there are various types of classifieds that would appear on Craigslist, like I want to rent a room. I want to rent a room for 3 days. Okay. I want to give out my room on rent. All those kind of ads. So what they did was they wrote a crawler which could go through and look at people who wanted to rent and people who wanted to take things on rent. Okay, for short term STR, as we call it, short term rental. Okay. So they went and scraped that whole damn thing, and they blasted them. That was their reach strategy, to reach out to people. Okay. And moment they reached that, they started seeing the adoption. Okay. And moment they started seeing the adoption, they started the word of mouth. Oh, there is this service like this, which works very well. Okay. I stayed there. It was very great, and, but, the host says, oh, last time somebody came, he broke my glasses, how do I cater for that? So Airbnb says, okay, now I'll give insurance. Okay, so they started giving insurance, and that's how the company grew. Okay, so you have to find that uniqueness in your strategy, okay, in your go-to-market strategy. So that is important, and means one really has to sit through and go through or do a deep dive on the startup to understand what could be that unique strategy. And it is not that there is one size fits all. Okay, you will have to go through a lot of iterative process. Okay, oh, I think this will work, so you try that out, it did not work. Okay, try something else, and suddenly you'll find something that works. Okay, and that's your creative strategy, and you go and tell them, the best thing in case of your edtech that the investors want to listen is, oh, I already have this 1,000 students coming to me. Okay, and now this will build to 10,000, and I have got this 1,000 students spending $0. This is what he wants to hear. And if you've shown that I could get this 1,000 without spending a dime, just with organic keywords, okay, I could get that, and doing my SEO properly, okay, and not doing Google ads. Okay, that's what he wants to learn. And he says, okay, now that I have 1,000, I have found this network that I can use to multiply and spread my reach to reach out to these other prospects.
Got it. Thank you. So it answered my third question. The second one, which remains, is in the early stage, whether CCPS or the CCDS, whether investors, they prefer in the early stage or they go for it in a later stage of the funding.
Which investors?
Be it angel investors or venture funds.
Yeah. So
crowdfunding.
So yeah. So you saw my presentation today. Okay. Up to seed is early stage. Okay. After seed, that is the venture capitalist, private equity, that those are all later stage. What we call as institutional investors. Okay, so institutional investors come later on. Okay, at an early stage, when you have only 1,000 customers, okay, and you are still not finding a product market fit, you don't have a go-to-market strategy, you go to Sequoia, they're not even going to entertain you, right? You'll not even get the first meeting there. But if you have built something and you are saying that, okay, I'm already doing a $3 million business, I need $10 million to take this 3 million to 10 million, okay, so people will wake up and listen to you. The most important thing for any investor is traction. Traction beats everything. Traction beats everything, okay? Once you get traction, nobody is going to ask you, what does your product do, what it looks like, nothing, okay? And then the other thing that you can do is you define a product category yourself. Okay, because see, investors will try to slot you into a product category, right? Like just now you said, I'm EdTech. You slotted yourself in the EdTech product category. Differentiate yourself. Don't say I'm EdTech, right? I don't know your startup. Otherwise, we would have discussed, okay? I'm not EdTech. I'm that small sliver in EdTech, which is very, very vertically focused, which is very specialized, which nobody else is doing. That's where I'm going. Okay. So you create your own category, you give it a category name. Okay. And so in my presentation, I would say, okay, you have seen a lot of edtech companies. Okay, here is a company in that space, but it is not in the same category. Okay. I'm defining my own category. Okay. So this is again how you articulate your value proposition, right? How you create your marketing category.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Great, fantastic. I think the circle is complete today with whatever we learned yesterday, where we had the first discussion, which was around value proposition, where we had business model canvas, where we had inputs on that yesterday. We had some successful startups who came and spoke to you yesterday evening, who have gone in for Series A, and now again we with Sudhir, who has again brought us to the aspect that it is all about the business, the traction that leads to the investment. So great, fantastic. And I must take this opportunity to thank Sudhir for also being a part of integral system in the university and helping few of my startups. And I'm sure in days to come, we'll have a great announcement to speak to everyone in this room and also to the city of Pune on a great um, journey that we have embarked into jointly with one of these startups. Thank you, Sudhir, so much. I know it is really late for you in the night, and we
No,
stay
thank you, thank you,
connected. Thank you.
thank you so much for the opportunity. And I have to tell these people that last presentation I did, over here for this Pune University, there was a very interesting startup that I took fancy to. Okay, and I am advising that startup right now. So that's why I was eagerly looking forward to this presentation again. Maybe I will find a golden nugget right here amongst all these people who are sitting over here. Thank
I
you.
know I will get you connected to them because this is a very open forum where we have a lot of people, but definitely will connect you to a few good nuggets very shortly. I guess I will connect with you in the month of April on that. So thank you so much. And
Bye.
you're all going to that startup today afternoon, Cogni Element. You're going to be meeting him, and I'm sure we will have a lot to learn from them. Thank you so much, Sudhir.
All right.
And we
Bye.
break. We have Alankar after this at 10:15 India time. We break for a small breakfast and then we come back here at 10:10 to meet Alankar.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye. Hi, Alankar.
Hi, how are you? Good to be here.
Good. We had a nice session at 8:30 a.m. India Standard Time from Sudhir Kadam.
Oh, great.
And now I think we're trying to get the world here in this room. So we have Alankar Joshi. He is going to be speaking to us from Singapore. So he's again one of the veterans who understands the startup ecosystem. He's been a growth specialist, a strategist, an investor, and investor mentor, if I'm not mistaken. Both that you met in the morning today, Sudhir Kadam, as well as Alankar, both you can see that they are Indians by origin and now live outside India and are working very, very closely with the startup ecosystem. I'll welcome Alankar to this session. And I'll request Alankar to start his session. Alankar, for your understanding, the audience comprises of the startups, the wannabe startups, and few faculty members who lead the startup innovation cells in colleges. So that's the group that you have here. And there are roughly around 250 people who've joined online as well. This time we decided to do a face-to-face program. So in the hall, I have roughly around 110 people sitting in the hall. So that's the composition of the audience. Over to you, Alankar.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome and also the opportunity to speak with such a diverse audience. And I think with startups, the more interesting part is always sharing and learning from experiences, and that's what I hope to do in today's session. We'll obviously leave some time at the end for questions. So I'll let me know if we are running out of time. But before I start the topic, so the topic that I want to talk about today, I'm not going to use any slides, but the topic I want to talk about today is what do investors, and especially early stage investors, and these can be angels, these can be micro venture capital funds, or maybe even slightly bigger VCs. What do they actually look for? Right? How do they assess or make a quick assessment? What are the basic or critical pieces that need to be there for the startup to be interesting from an investment perspective? So that's the topic that I'm going to talk about today. And what I'm going to do actually is more than just telling you what makes a startup interesting to a venture capital fund. I'm going to share some experiences and and give some examples, because what I've found is that in the past, experiential learning is probably the highest form, and what you don't find in textbooks or on Google or even in classrooms. And I have actually learned from so many practitioners, so many founders, so many investors, and that I have found that kind of learning is always invaluable, right? So before I get into the topic, very quick intro about myself, adding to what we just heard. I'm based in Singapore. I'm a bit of a jack of all trades. So I've wear many different hats actually, over my professional experience. I have been a consultant, I've done operations, I've done strategy. Then I kind of moved more into the financial side of the world, and then as an investor. So as an investor, in previous roles, I looked at hundreds of pitches, pitch documents, or even pitch events. And then most recently, I wear the hat of a startup founder as well. So I find myself on the other side of the table, right? I mean, earlier I was actually deciding who to invest in, and now I'm actually on the other side. So I'm actually trying to convince investors to invest in me and in my company. So today's what I'm going to share obviously is informed by these experiences of being on both sides of the table, right? And what I found is what's been interesting is especially over the last few years as a startup founder myself, what I found is that and learned, and at my cost, is that investors will give you feedback. Good investors will give you feedback. So even if they don't decide to invest in you, they will give you feedback on certain things, right? If you ask nicely, and that helps you craft a better message, a better story, even look at some of the basic ingredients themselves. But there are certain things that the investors will not tell you, and that's what I've learned, and hopefully I'm going to share some of those things as well, right? That hopefully towards the end of today's session. So broadly, what I found is, when an investor, so whether they are an angel investor or a venture capital fund, the basic things that they look for are actually very similar. And there are about 10 things that I'm going to talk about today. The perspective of a venture capital fund versus an angel investor who's an individual, or even a strategic investor at an early stage, the perspective is obviously different. So there'll be some nuances which will change, depending on what kind of investor it is. But broadly, these cover, the important parts of your story that you need to tell as a founder, right? Regardless of who you're pitching to. So let's go through these one by one. So there are about 10 that I thought, and we have about 30-40 minutes, I guess. So didn't want to do too many, but I kind of made a list, right? So those 10 really are market size, the opportunity, then the founder team, the founding team. Thirdly, the product which is actually being offered by the startup. Then the business model of how do you actually turn that product into a business. Next comes traction. I heard Sudhir speak earlier about how important traction is, and I'll talk about my experience in this as well. The next is actually financial discipline. So being having at least some basic financial training and being able to articulate that discipline to your investor. And then the last few things, which sometimes valuation is something that people talk about a lot, but I'm going to cover it at the end, because I don't actually think you should actually start with that, given the importance of the other topics, other points first. So, and then lastly, the money raised and how it will actually be used. And then a few other things which I'll talk about at the end, about the cap table and the investment thesis and the fit. So these are broadly 10 things that I want to talk about today, right? So let's talk about the opportunity size or the market size. Now, why is it so important? You must understand that for a venture capital fund or even an angel investor or strategic investor at an early stage, what they're actually looking for is to multiply their money, right? So they are not looking for 15% or 20% investment return. You could get that on the on the stock market, right? You could buy shares of Apple, of Reliance, whatever, right? And you could probably get that return. And very liquid, you could buy and sell whenever you want. So for that kind of return, you wouldn't typically want to invest in a startup, right? So investors expect a 10x, 20x, 50x kind of return on the bet that they're making. It's almost like trying to buy a lottery ticket while making an assessment on how likely is it that the lottery will actually pay off? So that's the mindset. That's the hat that they're wearing, right? And therefore, it becomes very important to be in a market that is very big, right? So imagine, right? I mean, it's like if you were trying to catch fish, and the idea is to catch a whale. The chances of you finding a whale in an ocean are actually much higher than in a small lake or a well, right? So as a founder, when you're talking to you're pitching to your investor, what you need to communicate through numbers, right? Through market sizing. There are many different metrics, many methods that are used, right? But the point that you want to get across is that, hey, we are in a market that is we are actually trying to catch that big whale, right? And the market that we are in is the ocean, is the Atlantic Ocean or the Pacific Ocean or wherever this whale is, right? And again, the idea here is to show how big the market is, right? And rather than say that if the market that you're operating in is actually quite small, then immediate assessment on that would be, in a well, I'm only going to catch maybe small fish or a few crabs, right? So it's not worth my time. So you want to tell the investor, no, we are in a big market, and there are different ways of actually articulating what that size is. There are established metrics, for addressable market, obtainable market, and so on. I'll not go into details of how that is done, but some cautionary, points. A lot of founders actually, the tendency is to be for most founders, and I say this in a good way, right? The tendency is to be very optimistic, right? So the market size is typically overestimated because it sounds very big, and it sounds, and then the typical approach I've seen with a lot of founders is, talk about a very big market and then say that, oh, hey, even if you get 0.01% of that market, we will be a very big company. And that's a mistake, right? I mean, that's a huge red flag. It's lazy thinking, because this kind of top-down, estimation it never works, right? So what the investor is actually looking for is to understand, firstly, that big size market that you're talking about. Is it really that big? How sure, or what is the basis for that estimation? Have you read that number in some report? And then are you quoting it like that? Have you understood what that number means? Have you or have you plucked it from somewhere and then you're just quoting it because it sounds impressive, right? Also, is that number relevant to you and your business? Or you might and an example here might be useful, right? One of the companies that I help is in the real estate sector, right? So real estate in India, I mean, if you read reports, the figures that are quoted are massive, right? $1 trillion by 2030 just in India, right? And it's very tempting, because as a market, as an industry, the value is very high, and therefore, even if I get 0.001% of that, it's a very big amount, right? But what is it that you actually do, right? So if you were, let's say, in the business of actually offering software to builders or to property managers and these kind of companies, that $1 trillion is not your market. The market actually is, the size of the market is the amount of money that is spent on that kind of a product or a service that you're offering, right? And that could be, you easily divide that $1 trillion figure by 1,000 or more, right? So you have to be careful about how you estimate the market. There has to be a certain rigor that goes into it. try not to quote reports or figures. They sound impressive, but always get them validated, because that shows some rigor in your thinking and approach. Customer conversations are always useful, because you typically get insights that you will not get from any report or from Google searches, right? Talking to customers and being out there is a great way of validating what the market size is. What we're going to do is leave time at the end for questions. So I'm just going to move to the next topic, which is next thing that's important that an investor looks at, right? So that's basically the founder and his team, right? The team that is behind. Typically, single founder startups, are less preferred, and simply because there are just too many things to do, and having a team with complementary skill sets and experiences is a great way of covering all those bases, right? And you need founders with founder mentality. You can't have employees right at the beginning, right? So what are the things that are important for a founder and the founding team? Things like likability. So do people like you? Because ultimately, only if you're likable will people want to invest in you, will people want to work with you in your team, and so on, right? Investors want to also invest in somebody who is reliable, who can be trusted in the long run. So character becomes very important. Some of the things that we've seen recently with founders in India and elsewhere, the kind of things that they get up to is just unbelievable, right? Another important aspect is coachability, right? So how coachable is the founder and the key team? Because what happens is, as the startup grows, you need to expand your knowledge and expertise about different areas, right? Because the focus changes, and you need to learn, go beyond your area of expertise and learn other areas as well. So you don't need to know everything, obviously, but you need to know enough to be able to direct people or hire people with the right skill sets, even if it might not be your area of expertise. So these are critical, for the founder and their team. Another key aspect is having skin in the game, right? Which is, how much has the founder and or the co-founders, that team, how much have they invested in terms of time, in terms of money? Because that shows their conviction, their belief in the business, before anyone else actually decides to put in any money, right? If you go to an investor and tell them that, hey, I have this great idea and it can be a great business, but I haven't put anything in it, right, in terms of time or money, then no one will take you seriously, right? Track record, obviously, past track record counts, and especially if it's business related, even better, because that demonstrates that you have actually gone through that journey of being, a startup founder. Obviously, for the younger members in the audience, this might not be applicable. And in that case, what you need to articulate is your experiences. So whether they are in the academic area or even in corporate jobs, those experiences that are actually entrepreneurial in nature, right? So the times when you did something new, built a new product, or did sales, did business development, created new customers. So those are the things that they want to hear as far as the founder and their team is concerned. The next one actually is the product itself, right? So here, a lot of the big mistake that a lot of people make is, I find many times there are actually products or solutions looking for problems, whereas most of the fundable businesses are actually pre-existing problems, and you're trying to solve that problem, right? So there is a pain point that is there, which exists, and you're trying to actually address that, right? So it needs to be very, at the very early stage, you need to be very clear, and you need to articulate that very clearly to your investor. What is the problem that you're solving? What is the value that is being delivered to to the key stakeholders, and how do you actually monetize that, right? Because that goes into pricing your product. So are you doing something faster, or are you helping? Is it a product that let's say it's simplifying a very complicated, cumbersome process today? So there can be many examples depending on what what sector you might actually be in. Another aspect is that of innovation, right? I mean, is there some intellectual property that's part of your that drives your product? Because that is actually difficult to copy, right? So usually if there is something innovative that you're doing, and that innovation doesn't need to be a patent or technology. It can actually be the way that you're actually doing business, or it could be the way that you're actually capturing customers. So as long as you're able to demonstrate that there is something innovative in your product or the way that you're doing your business, that adds to making it more compelling. One big red flag that I see with many founders presenting, and when you ask them, so who are your competitors, right? So many times I hear the response to that question is that we don't have any competitors, right? Because what we're doing is so unique that there's no one out there who's like us. And when I hear that, I mean, that's a big red flag. I just say pass, right? I don't even want to hear the rest of the story. Simply because, if you're truly trying to solve a problem, which is there, let's say in an industry or a sector, there are other people trying to solve that problem. You're not the first, and you will not be the last, right? So have that humility to actually go out, talk to customers, do your market research, figure out who your competitors are, what are they doing, and then what is it that you are doing that is different from them, right? And why do you have a more compelling product or a proposition, and that's the reason why the customer will actually buy from you compared to your competitors. So it could be based on innovation, it could be based on product features, it could be based on a market or a geography, it could be or a combination of these, right? But there has to be something unique, there has to be something different, otherwise you'll never be able to compete. So these are elements that are important to articulate when you talk about your product, right? Next one is business model. What I find many times is there is a basic misunderstanding of whether, so for a business to be interesting for a venture investor, it has to be and like I said earlier, they want to multiply their money, not 2 or 3 times over. They want to multiply it 10, 50, 100 times over, maybe even more, right? So that typically is possible only when you have you have leverage. And what do I mean by leverage? So technology actually allows you leverage. So it's very important to understand the difference between a product and a service, right? Because something that you might be having lots of customers, and you might be and they're very happy with what you're giving them. But if it's a service, which means you have to depend on people to sell, make, and then deliver your and you might call it product, but if there is a lot of dependence on people, then it's actually no longer a product. It almost becomes like a service, and those are always more difficult to scale, and because managing people is not easy, right? So what you actually want is, for that hockey stick kind of growth, you want to have a product. You want to have something that is based on either a technology or an innovation where there is a lot of work and investment needed at the early stage to make people understand the value. But once people understand, customers understand the value, then they actually pull the product. And that's how you get the hockey stick growth, right? So and that's why, the innovation aspect, whether there's a technology that nobody else has or there's IP, all these become important in having a business model that is more amenable to scaling significantly and very quickly as well, right? So pay attention to the business model that you're presenting to your investor. The next one is actually traction. So and traction actually takes care of everything else. It doesn't actually matter beyond a point. Doesn't even matter what your product is, right? So if you are able to demonstrate that there are customers out there who want my product, and the product is literally being pulled out of from the shelves, or I am, as a company or as a team, we are actually struggling to meet demand because so many customers want my product. That actually shows that you are close to, or you have actually already achieved product market fit. And this is the key feature, right? Where no matter what you do, you run out of server capacity. Or if you're manufacturing something, your capacity is fully booked, and you have outstanding orders. There's a waiting list from customers who want to buy your product, and you can't make it fast enough, right? So these are all indications of actually having reached product market fit. But even before you reach there, there is the early traction, which is incredibly important as well, right? Because not every startup will be at the product market fit stage, but at the early stage, if you're able to demonstrate that I have we are delivering something unique, and over the past 3 months or the recent past, we have seen week over week more and more people actually interested in my product. So they might not be paying customers yet, but they are actually using my product, or they've become members, and there are metrics that can be presented, evidence that can be presented to support this. And that's what an investor actually wants to see, because typically at the very early stage, and this goes for every startup out there, right? Literally every startup out there. The first plan that you have of making a product and selling that to your customer base never works, right? There is a trial and error involved. So you might launch something and then it might not work, but use that launch, get customer feedback, and then maybe tweak your product or maybe change your product completely, right? And there are at least a few cycles like this, iterations that are needed before it reaches a point where you're getting good feedback, and that is represented in more and more customers actually signing up, right? So that becomes that actually shows that your product, actually the features, are valued by your customer base, and that's the biggest measure. Week on week or month on month growth in the number of customers who are either buying your product or using it, right? So so that's as far as the traction is concerned. So any startup that has, when they're talking to an investor, when they can demonstrate that they have traction, they're taken a lot more seriously than teams who basically talk about, we will do this in the future, or this is what we think, right? Because all that is a forecast or a prediction, which is never true, right? You can never predict the future. So and making mistakes is part of this whole process, this iterative process of refining your product to what the market actually needs. The next one I want to talk about is financial discipline, right? So many of you, in the audience, especially students in engineering or other sciences, other fields, might not have too much financial training. But I would strongly recommend, there is a lot of material available out there to in terms of training, to equip yourself with the basics of startup financing, right? So because your investor also wants to understand that you might be a technologist or you might be a great software engineer, but when they give you money, they want to have that confidence that what to do with that money, or how to actually plan the use of that money, right? So you don't need to be a financial expert, but you need to understand the language in which investors speak, and investors speak the language of finance, right? So as a founder, you absolutely need to understand that language. Like I said, you don't need to be an expert in that. As a founder, you can always hire people to advise you and to help you. As far as bookkeeping is concerned, or accounting, all that can be managed by someone else to help you. But you need to have enough understanding to be able to make sure that what you're hearing, actually that's actually true, right? When it comes to financing, there are certain metrics that investors want to see when it comes to financial performance of the business, as well as growth, right? In the early stage, more than reporting financial statements like balance sheets and these kind of things, the growth metrics actually become quite important, right? So how much does it cost to actually acquire a customer, right? What is the value of a customer? Is that lifetime value of a customer, is that more than what you're spending to acquire a customer? To give you an example, if you are, let's say you need to spend a lot of money on things like digital marketing and other advertising and these kind of initiatives, and let's say you need to spend 100 rupees to get one customer who might be a paying customer, right? But the average value or the revenue that you might get from that one customer is 100 rupees or less than 100 rupees. Then what that means is you're actually paying out 100 rupees and you're getting less than that, right? So, and you'll never ever make money in the long run, right? So your unit economics are incredibly important. So and here, I mean, I could go into a lot of detail, but that's actually not really needed. But please do not ignore having some basic level of financial training, right? I mean, it's incredibly important. The next one is valuation. So valuation, valuation, topic of valuation receives a lot of attention because that's the headline that actually catches everyone's attention, right? It gets reported in the news, it's on TV. For founders, it's a big ego boost as well, right? So to be able to say that, oh, my last valuation was so many $1 million, or for your name to appear in the newspapers, I mean, it makes founders feel great, right? And sometimes what happens is, founders and get seduced by that, right? By having a high value number. But fact of the matter is that before you decide to take money from someone, you make an assessment also as to so you might have a case where there might be two investors, one giving you a higher valuation versus another giving you a smaller valuation, but there might be other positives there, right? In terms of the other help that they can give you in your growth journey, right? And it might actually be a better decision to go with the investor that's actually giving you a lower valuation, right? So it is the overall picture. It's not just driven by number, because by the valuation number, because at the early stage, valuation is notional. I mean, real money obviously is going in, but as far as the founder is concerned, it is all notional. You as a founder make money only when you exit. And that exit could be 5 years down the line or 10 years down the line, right? Through an IPO or an acquisition or whatever. So obviously valuation in terms of real money, I mean, the investor is actually putting in real money, but for the founder who typically has sweat equity, it is notional. And you might be better served to actually go with the investor who is bringing a lot more to your to your journey of growth than just money. Also, another thing that's related to valuation is actually dilution, right? So founders who are very concerned about dilution should not actually talk to venture capital type investors at all, because dilution is something that is going to happen. Without that you can't actually grow, because especially when you need large amounts of financing to grow your business. So I find some founders being extremely concerned about, when I started, I owned or the founding team owned 90% of the company or 95% of the company, but now with external investors coming in, I'm going to actually have much lower, and my stake is actually going to reduce over time, right? So that just shows lack of experience in understanding how this journey actually pans out, right? I read one of the in the US version of Shark Tanks, I think Mark Cuban actually put it very nicely, valuation versus dilution, right? So he asked this question to one of the founders who was pitching to him: would you rather want to have 100% of a grape or 5% of a watermelon, right? Because if you as a startup founder are incredibly successful in building your business, you'll end up with a watermelon, and 5%, one slice of that watermelon is actually much bigger than can feed you a lot more. It has a lot more value than 100% of a grape. Nobody's interested in a grape, right? Because the one slice that you're getting of that watermelon, there are 9 other slices which investors, employees, other stakeholders are actually getting as well. So there is a lot of positive feedback loops that actually are behind it, right? So and that's the decision that that you need to think about, right, when you think of dilution. Another thing that's related to dilution that's important is how do you actually plan to use your funds, right? The funds that you raise. So you could raise, whether you raise 50 lakhs or $5 million doesn't matter, right? Whoever is writing the check wants to know, where are you going to spend that money? So are you going to spend that money in growing the business? And when I say growing the business, what I mean is either building your product or getting customers or helping basically to go to the next level, right? Or are you going to use that money to pay big salaries to the founding team, right? So that's a big signal that that things are not okay, right? And especially a venture capital investor who has invested in let's say the early round and decides not to invest in the second round, that's a big negative vote for all the other investors who are looking at you, right? Because this one investor who invested in your earlier round obviously is an insider. They know a lot more about your business, about the people, about the founders than anybody else does. And they know enough to sit by the sidelines and say, we are not interested, is actually a negative signal for everyone else. So it's incredibly important that the money that you raise is used for the right reasons, and you're able to actually demonstrate that to your investor. And who knows, you might not reach your growth targets, but you need to be able to demonstrate that you did the right thing, right? But you might not, but you still didn't achieve the results that that you were supposed to. But that journey of actually of finding out what went wrong and then learning from that, fixing your path, and then coming back to growing, that is what an investor actually wants to see. But if you are caught, paying yourself high salaries or doing related party transactions or paying off, your family, that's the end. I mean, no investor will ever look at you. I mean, you can never go and ask for money to anyone. Investors will forgive you for losing their money if you genuinely tried and then it didn't work out. But if you steal or if you don't use that money the way you said you would, there is no excuse for that, right? And they'll go after you. So not only will they not give you more money, but they might even go after you, right? In terms of getting sued or whatever. So make sure that you demonstrate that you're using the money for the right reasons, and which take the company to the next level. The last couple of things, we are almost out of time. So last couple of things, one thing that I learned in my fundraising journey recently was the importance of having a clean cap table, right? So for many of you, this might not be relevant, but because a lot of you might be startup founders starting small, or friends or building a business, and there are no you don't have a long list of investors or minority shareholders who are actually present, because that creates complications. The fewer the investors, the cleaner the cap table, the better for an incoming investor, because it means that for their due diligence, they have lesser things to check. They have lesser people to actually go to. Even from a compliance, governance, etc. point of view, there are lesser signatures that are needed, for resolutions. So any shareholder typically has rights, and it becomes a case of a long tail actually wagging the dog, right? So the fewer shareholders you have at the early stage, and the cleaner structure in terms of ownership that you have, the better, right? And like I said, I mean, it might not be relevant for many of you, but I mean, I learned to my cost, and our fundraising got delayed significantly because of this reason. The last one, which is relevant for venture capital funds, is more about their investment thesis or their theme, right? Because some funds are focused on certain sectors, because that's where the founders, the managing partners of those funds actually come from, right? They have experience, they have networks, they have understanding of that, and they feel that they are best equipped to help those companies grow, right? So they're coming with more than money. So look for those companies that those funds that actually invest in your sector, right? We are seeing, I mean, gaming has come up in a big way over the last couple of years. Somebody I know runs a fund that is focused just on gaming, right, in India, which 5 years ago, I mean, I never thought this would happen, right? But you see more and more specialization with the investor base as well, right? Because they understand those sectors a lot more, and so you need to do your homework. You can't spray and pray. You can't just send your pitch deck to 100 investors or 100 funds and then hope to get something in return, right? Be focused, do your homework, and instead of sending cold emails, try to actually get warm introductions to people you know. And the whole startup world is actually everyone wants to help, right? So because everyone in a way has gone through that journey, which is incredibly difficult in the beginning. Everyone struggles in the beginning, right? And therefore startup founders are typically willing to help other startup founders, right? So use your network, so that network could be for the students out there, could be your classmates, could be your teachers, professors, attend industry events, do your networking, right? And build your network, and then ask for help. Don't be ashamed, don't be shy about asking for help, because that's the only way to really kind of go to the top of the pile. Because typically a venture capital fund might receive dozens of pitches every day, right? But if they which might be cold emails, but if they get an email or a WhatsApp message from somebody they know, that, hey, talk to this founder. I mean, they're doing something very interesting, and it's very, it might be a very good investment for you guys. Why don't you take a look? So they would be much more inclined to look at your proposal, and then maybe even get you, give you some time to pitch, right? So use these levers to actually maximize your chances of getting your foot in the door, right? And then after that, obviously, you pitch. So with that, I'm gonna actually stop, because I've actually taken more time than I was planning to. But we do have some time for questions from the audience. So happy to take them.
Questions? Audience? I think you've really greatly covered a lot of aspects today. In fact, you were all the time saying that we need, the startups need to have great acumen of finance, but at the same time, you touched upon a lot of aspects of marketing as well. I'm really pleased and happy that you brought out some of the very, very significant concepts. I don't know how much the startups have an understanding of customer acquisition costs, etc., lifetime value of a customer, etc. But I think some who are already into the sea are able to understand what you are saying. I think a lot of learning that we've had from the session, and few questions you have. Yes, please go ahead, Sriram. Sriram has a question for you.
So typically, what would be the time frame that you should plan the fund for the future, and as well as should fundraising be an ongoing process?
Okay, so this two questions really, right? So time frame for fundraising, and whether it's continuous or whether you stop, right? So again, quoting from personal experience, as far as the timing is concerned, there are factors that are not in your, certain factors that are not in your control, right? So what you actually try and do is the factors that you can control, you fully kind of take charge of those, so that you can finish the fundraising as quickly as possible, right? I mean, I can tell you for sure, last couple of years that COVID, has taught us many things, right? There are many companies out there that benefited because of COVID, right? I mean, and in many different sectors. Anything that is a platform, anything that, the bigger companies, obviously Zoom and so on, we know already, there is Doctor Anywhere. There are many companies that became, in the span of those 2 years, became 10 times of what they were, right? So, and their fundraising cycles were very quick, and there was a lot of demand, right? So other companies, I mean, certainly, the sector that I'm in is, related to creating employment. Last 2 years, a lot of people lost their jobs. A lot of companies were not hiring because of uncertainty in the sector. Our fundraising got delayed because of that, right? So, so there are certain factors which you can't control, but the ones that you can, be on top of those, right? And do your homework. And obviously, so rather than setting a very hard and fast kind of a timeline that you need to finish it in that, you need to be a bit more flexible because of all these other factors, right? Typically, I mean, if you have a good story and it's at a good, and the timing is great, you might be able to actually close your fundraising in a few months, from up to 3 months maybe, right? From the time that you have the first conversation to actually signing, doing all the paperwork and so on, and then getting the money after that, right? Other cases, it can get actually extended, right? So that's as far as how much time it should take or can take. When it comes to whether it is a continuous process or not, I think it is so if you were to, in mathematical terms, right, it is not a function that, it is not a straight line. It's more like a step function, right? So I mean, I'm getting off a big fundraising cycle for my company, and we've just a couple of weeks ago actually closed our round. and which was, the 3 months before that was like a marathon, right? And now I am actually kind of a little bit more relaxed than I was in the last 3 months. But I know that in the, this relaxed phase is probably going to be for the next few months, where, we'll get the money, we will put in some, checks and balances that the new investors have asked for, because they've asked for information rights, they've asked for, so we need to put in all these things in place, right? And while growing the business at the same time, right? So the next few months will be focused on that. My role actually is more on the financial side. So as soon as all these measures are in place, and if our growth actually goes the way it's expected to, I need to hit the ground running again in the next few months. So literally in maybe the next 2 or 3 months, I have to start conversations again with investors for a Series A, right? So there will be periods where it might get a bit relaxed, but in venture funded businesses, I mean, you need financing, and you need to have a pipeline. You need to think ahead, right? So it is in that sense, it is continuous.
Thank you.
Sriram, you could also mention what you do.
So we have an e-commerce platform for local products.
Okay. Yeah.
He's
So
developing.
so for something like that, as you scale, and let's say you want to enter, let's say, a new territory or a market, or let's say you want to you might have started, let's say, with one category of products, let's say, and while doing that, you realize, oh, there are 5 other categories that are kind of similar, which are addressing the same customer base that I have, and it makes sense to actually get those, because these customers are actually asking for those products. But to include those 5 other categories, I need to invest a lot more in the platform, in the team, and so on, and for which I need a lot more money, right? So yes, I mean, it is in that sense a continuous kind of journey, as far as fundraising is concerned.
Thank you.
So if there are no questions, I have a question for you.
Sure.
So wanted to share with you, we did a small study, and that's the reason why we kept this topic, emerging startup cities and building Pune as a startup destination. One very typical thing that has emerged out in the last year's study of the investment, which we're releasing today, I'll share it with you. Typically, the social sector startups, the startups in the social sectors that are doing well, there is a large amount of grants that are coming by, but in terms of investments, the investment patterns are really very low, especially if you look at India as well. I don't know, I'm not so sure, because we have a lot of startups emerging in that area. There is a lot of focus from the government side in terms of giving solutions to problems like maybe the garbage, the plastics, and problems of that nature. But in terms of the investments coming in those areas and scaling of those businesses, looks like a very big challenge. All said and done, today Pune is looking at finance and fintech as the leader in terms of investment that has come by. So this year we've seen close to around, I guess, 42 deals have come by in last 1 year in the city of Pune. $567 million investment that came in India, in Pune city alone. But most of the deals have been again in these, areas which were evergreen areas. But sunrise sectors, there is a challenge. What is your take on it? How do you see these emerging and spanning in future?
So, the kinds of areas that you're talking about, where there is initially, let's say, support from government, and for the typical venture capital investor, if they had a preference, I mean, anything that involves interaction or dependence on a government body, or it is always there's always a bit of a concern there, right? Because that is the risk that that most venture capital funds find difficult to understand and mitigate, right? So because you already have all the other risks of growth and, whether the product is going to work, whether the pricing is right. So there are many things that need to be considered. But on top of that, government related decision making, and especially when, politics, right? I mean, governments change, policies change. So anything that has a big component, related to governmental policy, there is always a bit of a hesitation, right? So it's not surprising that it is more difficult to attract investors there. But if you look at the success stories, right, in the last, maybe 5, 10, 20 years even, right, the ones that who actually got it right was, they maybe got initially those grants or the government funding, but they were able to kind of break through to the other side and demonstrate that that's a real business that is beyond just depending on the government or a certain policy for that matter, right? There is a real commercial intent and motive, and it can work as a business, right? I mean, we've seen, the example I can think of is, Fab India started as, Khadi Gramodyog, right? And or which was very small, very small scale industry, and they started with nothing, right? And they depended on government at the local level even. But because they, were doing the right thing and they were able to, scale that, eventually, I mean, they caught the attention of the bigger investors, right? And then you have, in fact, there are a lot of investors out there who want to actually put money in these kind of companies, but there are not enough companies that reach that threshold of being able to demonstrate that they are doing good and they're doing well, right? So having a social kind of a return and not just a investor financial return, right? So there are investors out there who want to invest in such opportunities. There are not enough opportunities like this. That's the fact, right? So if we have the newer sort of generation of startups and founders, if they are able to actually build those kind of companies, build those kind of stories, right, where they are, there's a strong commercial motive and model there, but they are solving, they could even be solving a social problem, right? And there are many examples, right? I mean, you see in, I've seen these in, waste recovery. I've seen, multiple sectors, right? And obviously the initial journey is a lot tougher for these companies, but once they reach that threshold, then it gets, I think, then there is actually more people chasing you than the other way around.
Sure. Vivek, Hindi Green is there sitting in the audience. It was on behalf of him and a lot of other people in the room who have, and especially I found this with the college ecosystem. I found a lot of ideators who came this time. They have spoken about a lot of social problems, and that is what is a great concern for me. Where that is the reason why I asked this question on behalf of them. They should have asked this question, but I thought I will ask you this question. Yeah, you can go ahead. There's one question.
Sure.
We can take this as the last question.
Hello. Hi, good morning. My name is Dr. Aniruddha, and I'm working on basically social entrepreneurial journey, which just now Dr. Palkar mentioned. We are working on replacement for the single-use plastic products, and which is we are developing from the agricultural waste. My question is, whatever the journey we are passing through, this is very personal question to you, is how you keep inspiring yourself, to proceed further and keep motivate yourself, to come out of these ups and downs of the journey. That is what my question is. Thank you.
That's a tough one. So that it is, I mean, short answer is that it's incredibly difficult. Okay. So, and especially as a founder, I mean, I can share, I've been now on this journey for the last 4 years plus. And I actually quit my job, a corporate job. I was working in a bank. I was very well paid, and no income for since then, right? Only now that we have some funding that I can actually make a case for, getting paid, third of my salary that I was getting earlier, right? So, but that's the nature of the beast, right? I mean, and you got to look it in the eye, and so it's not easy, right? But there are certain things that. So one part is the motivation aspect, right? I mean, but before I come to that, there are, again, on the other side, there are factors that you can actually control, right? So when it comes to your spending habits, or when it comes to lifestyle, I mean, those are changes that you need to make, right? I mean, in the last 3 years, I've changed my residence 3 times, right? My house is 1/3 of what it was like 4 years ago, right? Because I want to save money, right? Because the more I save, the longer path I have, right, to survive, right? Because it is about survival, and so you definitely need to make those changes. But and on the motivation side, I think, and I can certainly again quote from my experience, after having been on this startup journey as a founder, and despite all the financial difficulty and all the you, like Sudhir said earlier, you have to hear 100 no's before you hear one yes. I mean, in the last year and a half, I must have made hundreds of investor pitches, hundreds, okay, and most of them said no, right? But I closed my seed round last week, right? So that perseverance, that having that grit, having that determination, right, and that is what will actually help you, in the long run. And that's something that you need to, keep sharpening and keep building, right? And obviously it goes down to the core of who you are as a person, right? What kind of character you are, in terms of having that strength and that resilience, but also build your ecosystem around you as well, yeah, in terms of getting the support, so whether it's family, friends, so have that network as well, because they might not be able to help you scale your company, or they might not be able to pay you a salary till your company becomes big. They won't be able to do all of those things, right? But having that support makes a big difference, right? Because there are other things that you need support in. So build those networks, ask for help. Don't think that you can do this alone and you're in this alone. But it needs a certain I think a certain strength, a certain resilience to hear no again and again, and then still want to continue on that journey. And not just you, but also convince other people, motivate other people to do that with you, right? And it's incredibly difficult, but it's incredibly rewarding as well, right? Because for me, I mean, I can certainly say that 5 years ago, or maybe even 10 years ago, when I points in my professional career, where I was transitioning from maybe one role to another, or one company to another, right? And sometimes I felt, hey, I really enjoy doing this, or I want this kind of a job, right? And I did lots of interviews. I did, I tried looking for that kind of a job, but I realized that nobody wanted to offer me that kind of a job, right? Just because I wanted it didn't mean that nobody wanted that to me, right? But what the last 4 years have taught me is that I created that job for myself, right? And that's the cost I've paid for it. But now, I'm in a position where I'm hiring people, right? And no one can take that away from me. And having done this, however difficult it has been, I never ever want to go back in a corporate job ever, right? So it's about breaking through that, that whole that cycle, right, of or that treadmill of corporate professional career that a lot of us are actually in, right, in large part of the working population. So again, no simple answer, unfortunately, no magic pill, unfortunately, but yeah, so but we are all here, and you being part of this whole network, the fact that you're here in this event today, and you have people around you, you have a ecosystem, build on that and leverage it to benefit you, and keep going. Don't give up, right? So
No, certainly. And for that, I'm really thankful to Palkar ma'am. She's supporting us like anything. Thank you very much for your great
pillar of support.
inspiring
Absolutely.
words. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alankar, for your time. And I know you're a very busy person and you're running and you have a very busy schedule, and also helping and supporting some of our startups as well here in India in SPPU. So thank you so much for all your kind advice to the startup that he will be able to make it to the last line, finishing line. So thank you so much. I thought this was an opportunity. I could thank you for that as well.
Ma'am.
So there is a question. One question can you take?
Sure.
Last
sure.
one.
I have no problem.
Onkar is there. So Onkar, just tell what you do quickly. In a
Hello,
minute.
sir. I'm working in a waste management sector. Currently, I'm working in a manufacturing industries, educational institutes and hospitals. I'm trying to collect the paper waste from them and providing them the stationaries or their requirements. For example, sir, I'm working in the paper cup industries. They are manufacturing paper cups, and there are lots of paper waste they generate. And I'm collecting the paper scrap, and providing them the packaging material for their paper cup storage. And similarly, in educational institute, I am providing them photocopy papers and box files and
Sure, you can go ahead with your question.
And I'm trying to find the way to how can I get the more traction in this. मतलब मैं
मराठीत बोल, त्यांना मराठी कळतं.
मराठी आहे, सो मराठी समजतं.
की म्हणजे मी प्रयत्न करतोय की मला आता अजून पुढे काय करायचं ह्याच्याबद्दल बरेच आयडिया येतात, पण ह्याच्यामध्ये मला जितकं ग्रोथ पाहिजे किंवा जितकं ट्रॅक्शन पाहिजे ते जास्त जनरेट करू शकत नाहीये. तर ह्याच्यामध्ये ट्रॅक्शन अजून जनरेट करण्यासाठी मी अजून काय करू शकतो? आणि तुम्ही जसं आता म्हणत होतात की एक थ्रेशोल्ड पर्यंत जायला गेल्यानंतर मग ह्याच्यामध्ये अजून बरेचसे एक इन्व्हेस्टिंगचे पण ऑपॉर्च्युनिटी आहेत, तर ते थ्रेशोल्ड कधीपर्यंत म्हणजे किती पर्यंत मी ते पुश करू अजून?
Okay, so there are a few things. So first thing is that काय होतं की when what you need to understand very quickly, right, is that have you reached the maximum that you can do in the sector or the area that you're in, right? And be able to, and that's actually not that difficult by actually doing lots of, म्हणजे आपण टेक्नॉलॉजी साइडला जे A/B टेस्टिंग म्हणतो, राईट, टू हॅव स्मॉल एक्सपेरिमेंट्स टू फिगर आउट what will work, what will not work, and keep that trial and error iteration on, right? So maybe atta what you are doing, right, maybe you need to make certain changes to maybe the way that you are doing it, or maybe the way that you are articulating, म्हणजे value तुम्ही काय provide करताय तुमच्या customerना, right? So it might so happen ki you have a certain thinking ki माझा हा product आहे आणि मी ही value provide करत आहे, right? पण keep talking to your customers, because what they'll tell you is more important, and what they might value might be different from what you're thinking, right? And by changing that focus, you might actually be able to grow much more than you are today, right? So karan he je this iterative kind of process, right, figuring out what that right fit is incredibly important, because unless that happens, you will not get to that stage where demand is more than what you can supply, because that's where you actually want to reach. So you either haven't reached that point of product market fit. I mean, that could be a reason, and maybe you need to do a little bit more work there, or fundamentally you need to look at ki kai value what you're providing, and what else do you need to do, right, to actually to grow, because there might be something else that the customer values more than what you're actually giving. So you need to go back and think about these things, and then you'll find out. It is not an easy quick fix, but you need to keep learning from the experience you have with customers.
Great. I think that gives him direction to take up things further. Thank you so much, Alankar. I appreciate your time. And we'll go ahead with our program. Now we have all these startups who will be presenting for a minute about what their startup idea is all about. There are a lot of ideators in the room. So we have now 38 ideators. So I will call upon Shubham to invite them one by one. And thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Pleasure being here. Thanks, everyone. I'm here if anyone needs help as well. So don't hesitate to reach out.
Sure. We always reach out to you whenever we want to, without any hesitation. That goes without saying. Thank you, Alankar.
Thank you very much. Namaste.
So one round of applause to the 40 people who were there in the morning by 100 people who came late. So 100 people who came late, please give clap to 40 people who were here. I'm excited to see the 40 people because I see a lot of spark in those 40 people who came in the morning. And I'm really excited to be associated with those people who really have spark in them. I'm really not interested in anyone who has come to make that 1 minute pitch here. So that's not the idea. If you knew how to do things well, I would not have organized this 2-day program for you. The whole idea of doing this whole initiative of 2 days every year, we do this without fail, especially because we also feel this is equally important, not only to the startups coming from the college ecosystem. My misery is that 3 years consistently, I'm trying to spot startups from college ecosystem. And this has been a major challenge that from the college ecosystem, we're hardly able to spot 1 or 2% of the startups. I'm always excited to speak about Omkar, the reason he's come from the college ecosystem. There are very few who have come from the college ecosystem. The rest, as you are seeing, they are all from the industry and they have come to me and they are now flourishing and doing well. But it is very difficult to spot college startups because colleges don't have an acumen and understanding of what is this all about. For everyone, this is new. For the country, this is a new phenomenon. And we're also trying to see how we can help and support faculties by helping them know this whole space. Unfortunately, there again, from the faculty side, also I see hardly out of the 340 colleges who have set up startup innovation cells under us, I hardly see set of 20 faculties who have come here. It's a misery for me also. I don't know how much can university support. So from our side, we are trying to do this. We're trying to do it without any cost. We don't charge you for doing anything. We invite you here at our cost, at our expense. Of course, we get a grant for doing so, but that's our role. That is why we are here. But the whole idea is to educate you and to make you understand in a capsule what is this whole world all about. And we really want people to get into it with clear understanding of where you could succeed and where you could fail. For example, he was talking about TAM. So everyone talks about a TAM, total available market, and 0.001%. Everyone writes that in your slide. But in reality, getting that, and if we question, a lot of times people like us will be questioning. So when we question, there is no concrete answer to it. And he was actually giving an instance of one of the startup of this university, the prop tech startup that he was mentioning about. So there are many reality checks, and I think it's a loss of people who don't come. It's a gain for people who come. But sometimes it so happens that people with brilliant ideas, brilliant initiative, brilliance in their brains don't take benefit of it, and they are lost. But there are a set of people who are really honest, sincere. They want to make an attempt, but sometimes they don't have the right kind of product with them. So for us, we are in a vicious circle where we are trying to reach out to people. And that's where this initiative, I don't know whether you've heard about Professor Anil Gupta from Ahmedabad. So he's been doing this consistently for 30 years. He's a Padma Shri, and he's doing this consistently with startups, going to villages, spotting startups, and trying to get them to scale them. Maybe we are also in the same boat right now to help you, support you, to bring you on a platform. And anyone who is trying to look at a paper to make a presentation today is not having the conviction about his idea. Today, we want people to come and speak your heart. Speak in English, speak in Hindi, speak in Marathi. Any language is okay. Speak in 1 minute about your product idea, what you want to do without a paper in hand, without a presentation. That's it. Don't be scared. It is your idea. It's not my idea. It's not the audience's idea. It is your idea. And you have to tell the whole world what your idea is. Right? So let's hand it over to Shubham to invite you quickly, and maybe they can also stand here one after the other.
Yes.
Or you can do it from there.
So, good morning, all. Ready? So, Team PN6. Team PN6. Come first. The next team is PN27. Be ready with, be ready. Be ready next. Come forward. On the dash? Okay. So, PN6, PN27, then PN10, PN13. Come on the stage. There is a mic for you.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So we are from Team Hydrophilic from AISSM COE. She is Pradnya and she is Kalyani. So our topic is about automatic equal quantity and quality water distribution. We are distributing water equally to each and every house with equal pressure, and also we are going to check the water quality there. And also it is total automation. It is IoT based. Also, all the data will be transferred to the cloud so that each and every administrator can check that, where we are giving local host server, where there will be login security with OTP, and also if there is any leakage, we can find in the pipeline. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. PN6. PN27.
Good morning, everyone. I am Swanan Kulkarni and he is Harshad Pisar. We are making emulsions for the extraction of drugs. So the major problem with the carotenoid is a drug, is they are less bioavailable and they go rapid degradation with the help of sunlight and oxygenation. So we are providing the solution of nano encapsulation. Nano systems are made for improving the drug properties and drug functional abilities. We performed this nano emulsion based extraction for marigold petals for extraction of drug named lutein, and we are successful in this. We made DLS size particle analysis for nano emulsions, and the confirmation of lutein is done by IR spectroscopy. So thank you so much.
Next, PN10.
Hello. Hello, everyone. We are Team Tech Agrinics. Tech Agrinics technology into agriculture. Tech Agrinics is a startup which focuses on analyzing the problems related to the agricultural problems and providing the best solutions with the help of advanced technology and robotics. Currently, we are working on our first project, Dhara, which deal with the problems of exposure of farmers to the harmful pesticides and drudgery faced by them while manual spraying. So our solution is to provide a automatic pesticide sprayer robot, and which will help in the growth of agricultural industry. Would you like to be the building block of the bridge we are making between the agricultural sector and automation industry? If yes, let's unite and work together. Thank you.
Good. PN8. PN8. NS2. PN13. Come on, good. Switch on.
Hello. Hello, everyone. So this is Team Unanimous 4 from Jayantrao Savan College of Engineering, Pune. We are proposing a multi-purpose electrical vehicle for farmers, which have many features like seed sowing mechanism, grass cutting mechanism, pesticide sprinkling mechanism using automated sprinkler, which will avoid the direct contact of pesticide with the farmers. Also, we are providing a soil testing box, weather monitoring system using advanced technologies like IoT. We are providing a image process crop disease detection system using image processing, which will help detect the disease on the crops at early stage only. We are also providing a weather forecast system which will help plan the further activities for the farmers. And we are also providing an Android application which will assess the system, and it will be easy for the farmers to fetch all the data at the earliest. Thank you.
Next 4 teams I'm calling: PCMC 6, PCMC 18, PN 39, NS 6. PCMC 6, PCMC 18, PN 39, and NS 6. Six.
Good morning to the panelists and all the esteemed guests. My name is Prerna with my teammate Animesh and Himanshu. We are from Indira College of Pharmacy. So we know that medicine has always been a magical element in the society, but it comes with its own set of problems. Every year, lakhs of people contract with drug-drug interaction and drug-food interaction due to unregulated drug dispensing system. So regulation in the drug dispensing is a need of an hour. Now I want my teammate Animesh to take over.
So DispSafe, what is DispSafe? It is a regulated drug dispensing system. It works by as an add-on with the pharmaceutical billing system, where all the drug-drug interaction in the prescription is traced and alternatives to the drugs are provided by consulting with the doctors. So it adds another layer of safety to the patients when they go from OPD to a hospital-attached pharmacies, and they can be assured of their regime. And as a free patient counseling, we will also provide them with a food-drug interaction chart so that what all food should be avoided in their regime. Thank you so much.
PCMC 18.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I am Nebulina Sharkar from DY Patil Institute of MC and Management, and I am representing our team, Data Power Rangers. So we can say that currently the environmental is changing a lot due to the huge humidity, like changing in atmospheres and climate changes. So the climate change leads to various sort of problems. The main problem is in economic environmental problems. So in India, we faced the main economical challenge in agriculture. So in agriculture, in point of view of agriculture, we can see that heavy rainfall leads to the nutrients of the soils in less like washed away, and the moisture of the soils will get less due to heavy heat. So what in this certain situation, the farmers are the least literate about all the situations. So how our device Krishi Dut will help the farmers is to they will detect all those soil nutrients, soil moisture availability, and the temperature of that particular soil and the fertility of the soil, and display to the farmer in a very farmer user friendly and eco-friendly device. So, and alongside with the suggestions which crop to build and which crop to cultivate, so the farmer can go in a without any tension of losing any economical loss, and furthermore like damage of crops. So, and because last year we have seen, and last couple of years we've seen, the farmers has lost economically due to damage of the crops in certain situations. So our device will help the farmers to take decisions without any worry, without any tension, so they can go ahead and be literate themselves with our devices reports. Thank you.
PN 39. 9939. Yes.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Today, we are here to present our solution, Adunik Scarecrow. Our group number is PN39. We are from RMD Siagat School of Engineering, Pune. So what Scarecrow does is it exactly helps. Scarecrow would be used by farmers to protect their farms from locust attacks, birds, and animals, which have caused a huge amount of economical and production loss in recent years. Additionally, our system, that is Scarecrow, would also help them in unpredictable incidents like accidental fires, then theft of their produce, and soil maturity and unpredictable weather conditions too. So this way we'll be helping them reduce their losses and help them increase their profits. Lastly, I would like to conclude introducing my team. My name is Pratik Zadhav. Alongside me, I have Harsh, Abhijit, and Ruchira. Thank you.
NS6.
Hello everyone, we are from Krushakting.
Take the mic closer.
Hello everyone, we are Krushakting from Nasik. Teachers, doctors and engineers want to job. They provide what they do. They do put their profile in LinkedIn, Naukri.com, Twitter, etc. But what laborers do? Laborers, there is no platform for laborers to getting job. At the same time, farmers and labor. At the same time, farmers. At the same time, farmers don't get the laborers.
At the same time, farmers don't get labor. So we are here with a unique solution to develop an online platform where farmers can get laborers and laborers can get job opportunity. This app will be the easy to use and convenient. So let us connect farmers and laborers together with Krushakting. Thank you.
Next 4 teams, PN12, AN8, AN9, NS4. PN12, AN8, AN9, and NS4.
So hello everyone, I am Ganesh Kashnath Sarke. So the problem that we have identified is we waste a lot of water on a hand washing process, and also from start of COVID pandemic, the doctors had suggested us to wash our hands on a multiple times, but we waste a huge amount of water on such a basic process. So here we provide a solution. What we are doing, we are replacing a traditional tap water system with an fog-based system. So we have made a prototype which cost us up to 7,000 rupees, but selling it as a product, we will definitely reduce its cost, and it is a social problem. So our first target segment will be government itself. That will help us to scale our product on a large scale. Thank you.
AN8.
Good morning, one and all. Myself, Dr. Kishore Dhanwate. I'm mentor of this team. Dr. Kali from my college and Dr. Ahir with me now. My college is Sri Naneshwar Mahavidyalaya, Nevasha from Ahmednagar. We have chosen a problem. Number of electric vehicles which are coming in the market, they are requiring the charging centers. But at present, batteries are charged through this electricity, but we are providing the electricity through the biogas. So this opportunity we want to give to the farmers, because some farmers, they are already having the biogas, some are not having. If they are installing this biogas and they are producing the electricity, and they are having the farms on roadside or on highways, they can install these charging centers and they can earn with the help of these charging centers, and people will get these facilities on the highways. At present, this facility is not available at required frequency. Secondly, the unemployment is there, the farmer will get the employment. Thirdly, they are not receiving the electricity regularly. If they are preparing the electricity with the help of biogas, they can use for their home, for their electric pumps, and like these opportunities are there. Thank you very much.
AN9.
Hello, good morning to one and all present over here. So actually I'll start with my problem statement. तो actually हम लोग ने ये realize किया कि Indian market में ना अगर हम लोग ऐसा ड्रोन ढूंढने की कोशिश करते हैं जो कि पानी और हवा दोनों जगह पे चलता है, तो ऐसा कुछ अवेलेबल नहीं है. तो first of all, we realized the fact that the drone which can travel in air was not able to travel in water and vice versa. So taking this problem into consideration and considering the customer segment of the defense services, we came with an idea that we can design a drone in such a way that we can design our landing gear of the drone in such a way which would allow our drone to go deep in the water. और इसकी मदद से ना हम सेम ड्रोन को हवा में भी और पानी में भी दोनों जगह पे यूज कर सकते हैं. तो हम लोग ने सॉल्यूशन हमने इस प्रकार से इसका सॉल्यूशन फाइंड आउट किया कि हम लोग जो हम लोग का फ्रेम होगा ना ड्रोन का, तो वो प्रॉपर्ली डिजाइन करेंगे जिससे कि पानी में जितना हम डीप जाते हैं ना, तो उससे प्रेशर बढ़ता जाता है. सो वी आर गोइंग टू डिजाइन द ड्रोन फ्रेम इन सच अ वे दैट द रेजिस्टेंस दैट द प्रेशर ड्यू टू वाटर वो कम होता जाएगा. थैंक यू.
NS4. Next 4 teams are PCMC 25, PCMC 19, PCMC 28, and PN 45.
Hello. Okay. Hello everyone. We are Team Triumph from Nasik, from KBT College of Engineering.
So hi guys, this is Chinmay here. So मी तुम्हाला सांगतो, मार्केटमध्ये इलेक्ट्रिक व्हेकल्स किती जणांनी पाहिलेले असतील? भरपूर आहे मार्केटमध्ये आतापर्यंत. 2 व्हीलर्स आहे, 4 व्हीलर्स आहे, बाईक्स आहे. मला एक सांगा, तुम्ही गाडी चालवताना मार्केटचा कधी तुम्ही मार्केटमध्ये जेवढे पण इलेक्ट्रिक व्हेकल्स बघितलेले त्यांचे एकतर 2-3 इश्यूज असतात. एक तर बॅटरी संपून जाते, नाहीतर पॉवर नसते. काही 40 किलोमीटरवर चालतं, 50 किलोमीटरच्या स्पीडने चालतं. नाही तर बॅटरी मॅम हार्डली त्यांची ना 70 किलोमीटरची रेंज राहते, 100 पेक्षा सगळे कमी राहतात. आम्ही अशा पद्धतीने एक गाडी तुमच्या समोर प्रेझेंट करणार आहे की जी तुम्ही चालवाल ना, तुम्ही खालती पडणार नाही गाडीवरून, तुमचा ऍक्सिडेंट होणार नाही. मला एक सांगा, पावसाळ्यात किती जण सटकलेले गाडीवरून? हे बघा, खालती 2 दिसले, मागे अजून आहे भरपूर. सो मग अशा केसमध्ये आम्ही अशी गाडी तुमच्या समोर दाखवणार आहे जिला 3 चाक आहे. बरोबर ऐकलं? पुढे 2, मागे 1. The first ever, we would say the first ever electric trike in the market, which is gonna boom the market someday in the future. आम्ही त्याच्या प्रोटोटाईप वरती कामाला चालू केलेले. आमचे USPs अशा सुंदर आहे की तुम्हाला एक सांगतो, 3 चाकं मेन म्हणजे पुढे 2 मागे 1, बॅलन्सिंगला इश्यू नाही, खालती पडणार नाही. आणि मेन म्हणजे ज्यांचे हाईट छोटे, ज्यांना गाडी चालवायला प्रॉब्लेम होतो, ते पण गाडी चालवू शकता. दुसरी गोष्ट, स्वॅपेबल बॅटरीज. जे पण सोसायटीमध्ये राहता बॅटरी काढून वरती घेऊन जाऊन मस्तपैकी चार्ज करू शकता. खालती आणा, परत गाडीला निघा. नाही तर तुमची बॅटरी कुठे ड्रेन आउट झाली, एक्स्ट्रा बॅटरी पॅक असेल, लावा, निघा. थांबायची गरज नाही. मेन म्हणजे आमची ही जी गाडी असेल ती आम्ही सांगतोय की 100 किलोमीटरपेक्षा जास्त जाईल. आणि आम्ही जी मोटर वापरणार आहे ती मोटर असणार आहे PMSM मोटर, जी 5 किलोवॅटची असणार आहे, जी तुम्हाला स्पीड देईल 90 किलोमीटर पर आवरचा. सो फॉरगेट द लाईक स्लो स्पीड इलेक्ट्रिक व्हेकल्स इन द मार्केट. द रिव्होल्युशन इज कमिंग हिअर अँड वी आर हिअर टू ब्रिंग दॅट रिव्होल्युशन. मेन म्हणजे ही एक स्पोर्टी लुकची बाईक आहे. तुम्ही 2-3 गाड्या बघितल्या असेल, रिव्होल्ट नाव ऐकून असेल तुम्हाला, रिव्होल्ट RV400. तर त्याचा लुक एक चांगला आहे. बाकीचे अजून भरपूर आहे, पण ते स्कूटी सेगमेंटमध्ये. आम्ही जो ग्रे एरिया टार्गेट करतोय तो 2 व्हीलर आणि 4 व्हीलरच्या मधला आहे, जो आहे ट्राईक. दर 2 व्हीलर मध्ये नाही, 4 व्हीलर मध्ये, पण दोघांचे फीचर्स एका गाडीमध्ये. तुम्ही कुठेही घाला, कशीही घाला. आणि आम्ही जे तुम्हाला USP सांगितले ते तुम्हाला अजून मार्केटमध्ये लवकर दिसणार नाही. ते आम्ही पहिलं असू जे तुम्हाला ह्या गोष्टी देऊ. त्याच्यामध्ये आम्ही 7 इंचीचा टचस्क्रीन डिस्प्ले देणार आहे, ज्याच्यामध्ये तुमचे सगळे फीचर्स लोडेड आहे. ते आता रिव्हील नाही करणार, लवकरच तुम्हाला त्या गोष्टी कळतील. आणि आम्ही हा प्रोटोटाईप चालू केलेला आहे बनवायला आता. आम्ही वर्किंग स्टेजमध्येच आहे याच्या. आमचे 2 3D प्रिंटेड मॉडेल्स रेडी आहे. अनफॉर्च्युनेटली आम्हाला आणता नाही आले यावा ट्रॅव्हलिंगमुळे. सो या, दॅट्स इट. सो जस्ट द टॅगलाईन, आर यू रेडी फॉर द न्यू सेट पेअर ऑफ द व्हील्स हिअर? That's great. We will come to the market soon here.
PCMC 25.
गुड मॉर्निंग एव्हरीबडी. मी मेघना आणि माझा टीम मेंबर प्रियांका. आम्ही बाबुरावजी घोलप कॉलेज सांगवी इथून आहोत. फर्स्ट, आपल्याला ज्यावेळेस एखादा प्रॉब्लेम येतो, तो एक प्रॉब्लेम नसून ते एक अपॉर्च्युनिटी असते आपल्याला काहीतरी नवीन करण्याची. असाच एक प्रॉब्लेम आपल्या सगळ्यांपुढे आहे, तो म्हणजे कचरा, जो की आपण घरातून काढतो. अन्नपदार्थ असो, आपण बघतो की घरामध्ये खूप सारा अन्नपदार्थ आहे जे की वेस्ट जात आहे. आपल्याला ते वाया पण घालू वाटत नाही, पण आपला नाविलाज असतो की ते वाया जातच म्हणून. आम्ही त्याच्यामध्येच एक इनोव्हेशन केलंय की एक कंपोस्टिंग मशीन तयार केली, ज्या कंपोस्टिंग मशीन मध्ये घरामधील अन्नपदार्थ, कचरा, जे की बॉक्सेस, सगळे असे ऑर्गॅनिक मटेरियल ज्याच्यापासून आपण कचरा तयार करू शकतो, ज्याच्यापासून आपण कंपोस्ट तयार करू शकतो. याच्यामध्ये आपले घरातील चपाती, भाजी, भात जे की वाया जातं ते आपण क्रश करायचं आणि ते क्रश केल्यानंतर एक मिक्सर असणार आहे त्याच्यामध्येच, त्याच मशीनमध्ये. त्यामध्ये एक लेअर सॉइलचं टाकायचं आहे, देन सेकंड लेअर क्रश केलेल्या मटेरियलचं टाकायचं आहे आणि त्याच्यापासून एक कॉन्सन्ट्रेटेड असं कंपोस्ट तयार होतं, जे की कंपोस्ट आपण झाडातील कुंड्याला, शेतामध्ये वापरू शकतो आणि ज्याच्यापासून आपल्या घरातील जे वेस्ट मटेरियल आहे ते पण उपयोगी येईल आणि आपल्याला जे कंपोस्ट बाहेरून खरेदी करायचंय त्याची पण गरज नाही पडणार. आणि याचा फ्युचर स्कोप असा आहे की आपण हे हॉटेलमध्ये किंवा मोठ्या मोठ्या ज्या बिल्डिंग आहेत त्याच्यामध्ये, आपण घरामध्ये पण ती मशीन वापरू शकतो. याच्यामध्ये 2 मॉडेल आहेत, एक म्हणजे छोटं मॉडेल.
एक मिनिट, इंटरप्ट करेल, आपल्याला खूप जण आहेत अजून पुढे. सो बेसिक आयडिया तुम्ही सांगितली आहे आणि तुमचं सोल्युशन सांगितलंय ना. दॅट्स इट.
थँक्यू.
थँक्यू. PCMC 19. PCMC 19. जास्त वेळ नाहीये.
Hello. Yeah. So, hello everyone. Myself Sanket Phule, co-founder of NextAir, and I'd like to introduce my founder member. Okay, where is he? Okay, as he is, you can see he's busy always into his technologies. The founder of the NextAir, Balakrishna More. We are from Dr. D.Y. Patil Institute of Management and Computer Application. So on the 2 years before, on 25th March 2020, lockdown started, and thus the each and every sector moved online very easily. But the most sector was harmed, was suffered mostly was the education industry, because delivering contents online is very much difficult. Because this online delivery, content delivering online is mostly based on PPTs and ebooks and etc. But we as a humans understand more easily through visuals. So this is our 3D models. We have created a system where you can see like we have access this 3D model currently in this auditorium. So this mostly we are focusing on the primary education sector from 1st to the 10th standard, so that we can provide the visual way of learning, which we can understand more easily. Bakushna, can you show this next model, please? Okay. So this you can say this you can see over here. This is the space station which we have again access through online, which is being levitated in the air. So that was all from our side. Thank you.
PCMC 28.
Hello everyone, I'm Sara Pirzade. We are from Jain College of Engineering. These are my teammates. So our team name is Bitbot. Our actual strategy is automated algorithmic trading for cryptocurrency. आप सभी को क्रिप्टो करेंसी तो पता ही है, बट हर किसी को ये भी पता है कि एक ट्रेडिशनल वे है मैनुअल ट्रेडिंग करने का, जो हर किसी को नहीं आता है, हर किसी को टेक्निकल एनालिसिस करने नहीं आता है, हर कोई सक्सेसफुल ट्रेडिंग नहीं कर सकता. In order to rectify that thing, we have built a solution जहाँ पे आप automatically trading करोगे, nonetheless of that manual tradings, जहाँ पे आप एक integrated strategy हम आपको provide करें, जहाँ पे आप जितना हो सकता है उतना अपने losses को control कर सकते हो और successful trading कर सकते हो at a extended limit. So our actual ideal is Zerodha. Before Zerodha, the trading was done on personal basis. जब जीरोधा अगर इंडिया का यूनिकॉर्न बन सकता है स्टॉक मार्केट में, then we believe that we will be the future of India in terms of crypto market. Thank you.
PN45. Next team is PN41.
So hello everyone, I'm Aniket Chopra. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Surgeon IT Solution LLP. So we actually are building like a smart solution for supermarket. Yeah, we have registered startup at CIIE Pune, and actually building a smart solution for supermarkets and shopping malls. So आता नॉर्मल म्हणजे कसं असतं, आपण सुपरमार्केट्स मध्ये गेल्यावर एक कॉमन प्रॉब्लेम सगळे फेस करतात, म्हणजे लॉंग बिलिंग लाईन्स. म्हणजे आपण एवढे त्याला वैतागलेलो आहोत आधीपासूनच, पण त्यासाठी कोणी असं सोल्युशन काढलं नाही, किंवा ऑफलाईन स्पेस मध्ये एवढं असं डिजिटायझेशन झालेलं नाही. कारण ह्या सगळे सुपर मार्केट्स वगैरे त्यांचे कम्पेटर्स आहेत ई कॉमर्स, आणि ते ई कॉमर्स सगळ्यांचा कस्टमर बेस घेत आहेत. पण आता आमचा प्लॅन कसा आहे की आमच्या ह्या टेक्नॉलॉजी थ्रू आम्ही ऑफलाईन शॉपिंगला काहीतरी एक टेक्नॉलॉजिकल जो प्रोपोजिशन आहे तो प्रोव्हाइड करा. म्हणून आम्ही लॉंग बिलिंग लाईनला पूर्णपणे ऑब्सोलीट करण्यासाठी एक स्मार्ट शॉपिंग ट्रॉली बनवली, की तुम्ही फक्त ट्रॉलीमध्ये प्रोडक्ट टाका, ते रेकग्नाइज होईल, आणि तुमच्या मोबाईल ॲप, आम्ही मोबाईल ॲप पण एक कनेक्टेड केलं रिअल टाइम मध्ये, तुमच्या ऍपमध्ये बिलमध्ये जनरेट होऊन जाईल, आणि तुम्ही जस्ट म्हणजे स्टोअरमध्ये आला, स्कॅन केलं, तुमच्या पे मध्ये झालं, अँड दॅट्स इट. तो एक प्रोसेस झाला. आणि अजून एक म्हणजे आपलं नॉर्मली प्रॉब्लेम फेस करतो शॉपिंग मॉल्स किंवा कोणत्याही कॉम्प्लेक्स इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर मध्ये गेल्यावर आपल्याला रस्ता सापडत नाही, आपण कन्फ्युज होऊन जातो, अरे कुठं आहे आता कॉम्प्लेक्स, नाही का, कॅम्पसेस मध्ये गेलो म्हणा, हॉस्पिटल्स मध्ये गेलो, खूप कन्फ्युज होऊन जातो. मग त्यासाठी आम्ही इंडोर नेव्हिगेशनचं ऍप बनवले. आता आपले गुगल मॅप्स कसं काम करतं, ते आउटडोर नेव्हिगेशन मध्ये पॉईंट ए टू पॉईंट बी आपल्याला शॉर्टेस्ट रूट शोधून देतं. आम्ही एक AR इंडोर नेव्हिगेशन ऍप बनवलंय, की तुम्ही फक्त डेस्टिनेशनचं नाव टाका, तुम्हाला AR मोड मध्ये पण नेव्हिगेशन करतील, आणि 2D मॅपचा प्रोसेस असेल. आणि आमचा ओव्हरऑल कंपनीचा गोल असा आहे की आम्हाला हे जे हँडहेल्ड डिव्हाइसेस असतात आपले स्मार्टफोन्स, त्यांना पूर्णपणे रिप्लेस करायचंय, आणि AR स्मार्ट ग्लासेस जे असतात, जे पुढे जाऊन एक काय जो होणारच आहे, आणि त्याला आम्ही त्या काइंड ऑफ त्या सेक्टरमध्ये पायनियर व्हायचंय. सो तो गोल आहे आमचा. आणि बाकी तर आता सध्या आम्ही ऑपरेट करतोय ग्राहक पेठ, अर्बन बाजार आणि ह्याच्यात डीमार्ट वगैरे आमचं बोलणं चालू आहे. सो लाईक दॅट्स आमचा करंट स्टेटस आहे. आणि या दॅट्स इट. थँक्यू.
Good. PN41. Next is AN7, NS5, AN5, PCMC2.
Good noon. I'm an ENTC student from Army Institute of Technology. My name is Khushi. The tiring and unsafe process of taking attendance in schools, colleges, and other institutes is an everyday process. We propose an attendance-based face recognition system, wherein the group of people wearing masks can simply walk in through doors seamlessly. We have an easy setup and registration process through a single click away, which we can do by Raspberry Pi registration device as well as in website. And our another main device is the Raspberry Pi recognition device, which recognizes people with 97% accuracy, and then the data of their attendance is sent to the cloud. We have the visualization as well as the data storage takes place in our customized data cloud platform as well as SaaS. We have our first pilot company called Copper Cloud IoT, and we request for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. AN7.
So firstly, a very cheerful morning to one and all present over here. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to present myself over here. I am Mr. Yash Pawar. This is my team Nakul, and this is Nikhil. So we are here to present our business idea on prosthetic hand for amputees. So basically, we have prepared a prosthetic hand, and we plan to prepare prosthesis for amputees. So let me tell you about the market. Basically, there are.
Don't get into the market. Get to the solution. What you are providing.
Yeah. So we aim to design and develop a electronically operated prosthetic hand, which will be easily viable, feasible, and comfortable for user. So this is our first prototype. We have already worked on it, and we also aim to develop. This product has got actually 2 reviews from users. We gave it for 2 amputees, and they have reviewed it. We also faced some problems, but they have been solved. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
NS5. Stick to your problem, you're identifying and solution.
So good morning, everyone. So me and my team have basically formulated this spray for bed sores. Now you see, bed sores is a very serious and painful condition through which bedridden patients suffer. In India alone, around 65 lakh people suffer through bed sores annually. And this problem is so huge that it requires professional medical assistance. So our aim was to formulate an easy to use, economical and herbal spray, which can be used and so to to eradicate the disadvantages of the formulations which are available in the market right now. So right now we are aiming, our prototype is ready. So right now we are aiming that out of these 65 lakh people, even if 25% of those 65 lakh use our formula in hospitals, nursing homes, old age homes, I believe that our business will be profitable and sustainable in this country. Thank you.
AN5. PCMC 5, PN37, PN15, be ready.
हॅलो गुड मॉर्निंग एव्हरीवन. आवाज येतोय ना? माझे नाव कदम शुभम दत्तात्रय, दादा पाटील महाविद्यालय कर्जत अहमदनगर. आम्ही हा असा एक विषय आपल्या समोर हे करतोय की आपल्या खेडे भागामध्ये किंवा शहरी भागामध्ये की महिला सबलीकरण त्याच्याविषयी आपल्या जे पिरियड्स मध्ये यूज करते सॅनिटरी पॅड त्याच्याबद्दल आहे की प्रॉब्लेम असा आहे की आपल्या जे आता यूज करतात प्लॅस्टिक बेस्ड सॅनिटरी पॅड त्याच्यामध्ये प्लॅस्टिक असते. तर प्लॅस्टिकमुळे काही महिलांना विविध प्रकारचे आजार होऊ लागलेत. कॅन्सर झाले, स्किन डिसीज झाले, रिप्रोडक्टिव्ह सिस्टीम डॅमेज ह्यासारखे आजार होऊ लागले. त्याच्या तुलनेत आम्ही एक प्रोडक्ट तयार केलंय की आपण यूज ऑफ इंडस्ट्रियल हेम्प फायबर्स अँड क्लॉथ फॉर द प्रोडक्शन ऑफ अँटीबॅक्टेरियल रियुजेबल अँड बायोडिग्रेडेबल सॅनिटरी पॅड्स. दिस टॉपिक रिलेटेड टू द वुमन एम्पॉवरमेंट, की आमचा असा एक हेतू आहे की वुमन एम्पॉवरमेंट करायचं, महिला सबलीकरण करायचं. आम्ही तो प्रोडक्ट तयार केलेला आहे. तो प्रोडक्ट आमच्या ग्रुपमध्ये मुलींनी यूज पण केलेला आहे. त्याच्याबद्दल आम्ही सर्वे घेतले गावामध्ये जाऊन, कर्जत तालुक्यामध्ये जाऊन. त्या लोकांचा प्रतिसाद चांगला आहे की आम्हाला रियुजेबल करण्यासाठी पॅड पाहिजे, ते तुमचं चांगलं आहे. हे असे आम्ही प्रॅक्टिकली सर्वे घेऊन लोकांपर्यंत पोहोचलो आहोत. आता हीच म्हणजे इथून पुढची म्हणजे इथून पुढे आम्ही आमच्या ह्याच्यामध्ये हे करू, मॉडिफाय करून लोकांसमोर मांडू. थँक्यू ऑल ऑफ यू.
व्हेरी गुड. PCMC 2. Mic on.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Meghna Krishnan, along with my teammate Vishlesha Ghate. We are from Indira College of Engineering and Management, Pune. So the problem we are trying to solve is that usually when we go to pharmacy, the pharmacists give us the medicine into the pieces, due to which the name of the medicine, expiry date, manufacturing date gets cut off. So we have come up with a solution with an app which will help us to get the information by using QR code, which will be printed behind every tablet, which will help us to get all the important information of the medicine with the warning signs. And this this app will also help us to identify whether the medicine is it will help also it will also help us to verify the authentication of the medicine. And as you all know, during the pandemic, there was a huge supply of fake medicine. So this can also help to eradicate that problem. Thank you.
PCMC 5. PN 37, you ready? PN 37. Yeah.
Hello everyone. We are team TB detectors. I am Madhvi. This is Annie, and this is Shanil. We are from Indira College of Pharmacy. We are dealing with the diagnostic kit, which is meant for the detection of MDR TB. So, what is MDR TB?
So, MDR TB occurs due to resistance to at least 2 drugs which are given to treat TB patients. However, their detection is costly and time consuming, and they are only available at district regions. So, we propose a diagnostic kit which is used to detect this resistant TB, and it has similar structure to pregnancy kit.
So our value proposition includes device to be cost effective, rapid and accurate, and also provide a better and appropriate treatment at the point of care facility. Thank you.
Thank you.
PN 37.
Hello, everyone. Myself Khalid Arshad, and I'm actually mentor. My students are busy in their examination. So the problem we identified is we are reducing the exposure of chemicals to people, and by this we are trying to reduce the cancer. And this is what we are doing by replacing normal OTC medicine with the pure form of herb, not the herbal products. So pure form of herb, we are also encouraging farmers to grow those herbs which is becoming rare. We have identified 700 plus rare herbs and we are growing it. We are asking farmers to grow it. So we have an e-commerce portal that is azamdeal.com. It is available online. And on that portal, we are selling these herbs as well as we are connecting farmers and herb grower to the wholesalers of the market. So that is the concept and this is the idea. Thank you.
PN 15.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So every year, annual 28 million cases of lower limb disability are diagnosed in India with a spike of 8%. So these cases also include people suffering from diseases like paraplegia. Here comes our team Indus Robotics with the exoskeleton, which is a mobilized exoskeletal system, and it has an integrated FA system. All this technology has been patented by us, and it is being under reviewed by multiple hospitals like Dinanath Mangeshkar. The main SOP is that we have reduced all the price limits to under 3 lakh rupees, which the current competitors have like waived off to 16 lakh rupees. So that is our main SOP, and we have diagnosed all data and cross-verified it with the help of the hospitals. Thank you very much.
PN 14. PN 4. Last one. And PN 33.
Good morning, everyone. We are Team Historia. I am Gaurav. He is Vishwajit. He is Yash, and she is Neha. She is our team leader. We talk to many people, and the problem that we encounter are whenever they do some type of traveling, they go to a place, and when they go and they reach there, what they see the barren land, or they see the a fish stone, or either they see the monument that are destroyed by the invaders. So to tackle this problem, what we came up with a solution to recreate the 3D monument, and not only recreation of 3D monument, we also are providing the old map integration, like the maps that are used by that king, or like in the past, that map will be integrated on the Google Maps. We also we are providing the AR and VR view of the 3D monument, so that the virtual tour and virtual guide options are available to the consumer. And we are also one more. We are also providing the eyewear technology booking. Like some places the booking are not, and all the services are scattered to many websites. So what we are making umbrella of all the services, which will be only which will be they will be only impacting on the tourism sector, not anything else. Thank you.
Good. PN4.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are from Pune Institute of Aviation Technology. I am Tejashri Kulkarni, and this is she's Isha Verma. Basically, our product, we are designing a door lock mechanism, which will be attached on the main door of the aircraft to enhance the safety of the aircraft. Thank you.
Last, PN33.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nirakar, and he is my teammate, Prithviraj. So we are here to explain about our product, that is the Edopla. Edopla is a bioplastic. It is edible in nature. We have developed this product to cut down the harmful means to replace to use it as a substitute of the plastic that exists in our society, because the plastic that exists in our society is harmful for our environment because it is not decomposable, and sometimes the animals also consume it and lose their lives. But the Edopla is easily decomposable, so it will not harm the nature, and it is also edible in nature. So if someone consumes it also, it will not they will not lose their lives. Thank you.
Last one is PN29. Switch on.
Hello everyone, my name is Sumesh Sonavne. I am from Siddhant College of Engineering. My topic name is Greenhouse Automation System by using a deep learning and ML. We are facing some problems to a greenhouses. तिथे आम्हाला हे प्रॉब्लेम्स आले की ह्युमिडिटी अँड टेम्परेचर्स अँड सॉइल मधलं मॉइश्चर्स ते सगळं डिटेक्ट करण्यासाठी त्यांना प्रॉब्लेम्स येत होते. त्यांना एक पीपल ठेवावा लागत होता, एक माणूस ठेवावा लागत होता जो त्यांना मदत करेन त्यासाठी. तर त्यासाठी आम्ही एक ऑटोमेशन सिस्टीम प्रोव्हाइड करतोय की त्यांना ते ऑटोमॅटिकली ते हँडल करू शकतात आणि कंट्रोल करू शकतात. दॅट प्रोडक्ट इज वर्किंग इन 95 accuracy from that is. Thank you.
Well, no problem. So all the I2E competition participants have completed their rounds. I hand over the mic to Dr. Palkar. Thank you.
Good. Excellent job, all of you. I think you're all very, very confident about your product ideas. And I think that was the whole idea of getting you all on the stage to understand your conviction. And I'm very happy to see you have thought through on your ideas. Great. And I'm sure you're all waiting for the results to come by. So we'll definitely give you the results at 4:45 today. So we should be in this room till 4:45 to get the results. No, we actually fortunate to have a very, very great panel today. which will be led by Dr. Dattatreya Navalgundkar sir, who is the director of C4I4, who will be leading this panel on patent and research infrastructure. Along with him, can I invite you on the stage, sir? Along with him, we have Nilesh Pavaskar, who is a founder of Vego Foundation, Parag Khedkarji, who is the patent counselor and patent owner, and Asna Sasdev is her name, and she is also an expert in the patent side. So in the morning, there was a slight mention of the intellectual property rights, etc. You could sit, please. No, I'm not joining you. And there is a lot of questions that all of us as startups have. How do I protect my IP? And is protection of IP really essential? And second part is, when we are at the early stage, second important thing that is very, very significant for all of us is, how do I get the right kind of research infrastructure? So from the research infrastructure side, we will have Dr. Navalgundkar to talk to us. He would also be moderating this panel, but we'll also give you insights on a bit about C4I4 and through his experience, how research infrastructure could really be built. And the rest of the three panelists that you see are on the patent side. They're very, very passionate about patenting. With Nilesh, I had 1.5 hours of discussion as to why patenting is essential. So I think he's on a mission mode to ensure that everyone gets into patenting side. So I will not speak much on this, and I will hand over the proceedings to Dr. Navalgundkar sir to take this forward. Over to you, sir. Please provide 4 mics. Yeah, there. 4 mics are there.
Hello, good morning. Or good afternoon. Okay, just about on the cusp of change. I just want to make a little bit of excitement in this, so that we all focus on this program. So I'm going to request one of our friend, Dr. Nikhil Pathak, to come on the stage. This is a little bit of surprise because we want all of you to focus on us, but prior to that, there is something he's going to present.
Hello all. I'm here for a very serious discussion. I want to just ask you one question. Do you want to be that guy? So what happens, we मराठीत असं म्हणतात की विषय खोल आहे आणि पृथ्वी गोल आहे. So what I'm going to tell you is correct, will be connecting to everyone. Okay, काय होतं, आपल्याला एक आयडिया दिसते, we follow the idea, and what happens, that idea goes away, sits on someone else's bike and goes away. Okay, or you follow the idea and later on you come to know that idea is already engaged. You see the ring in her finger. So what exactly patent is? Patent is patentizing that idea for yourself. Okay, and one more thing. If one person has multiple rings, he is gullible. But if one person has multiple patents, he is genius. Okay, so it's surprise for you. एक लावणी आहे पेटंट या विषयावरती. हृदयावरती राया तुमची मोहर लावून द्याना. हृदयावरती राया तुमची मोहर लावून द्याना. अहोजी मला पेटंट मिळवून द्याना. अहोजी मला पेटंट मिळवून द्याना. शोध लागला प्रीतीचा मज अस्सल बावन कशी. भरात आला तिचा फुलोरा ठेवू लपवून कशी. या नात्याला आरस पाणी कोंदण शोधून द्याना. होजी मला पेटंट मिळवून द्याना. दोन घडीचा कामापुरता जुगाड आता पुरे. चोरावानी असे भेटणे दिसते का हो बरे. See, what we discussed is we don't see a patent in a जुगाड. आपण त्याला हिडवतोय जुगाड केला त्याने. जुगाड इज नॉट अ जस्ट जुगाड. इफ यू कॅन सी, तो पैलू न पडलेला हिरा आहे आणि म्हणून पेटंटचं महत्व इथं वाढतं. तर तुमची माझी प्रीत खुल्याने जगात मिरवू द्याना, तुमची माझी प्रीत खुल्याने जगात मिरवू द्याना, अहोजी मला पेटंट मिळवून द्याना. आणि सगळ्यात महत्वाचं, सगळ्या म्हणजे आयपीचा जो क्रक्स आहे तो हा आहे, टपून बसल्या नजऱ्या साऱ्या करण्यासाठी चोरी, जपू किती मी या प्रीतीला इश्काच्या बाजारी, शृंगाराला एक बिलोरी महाल बांधून द्याना, अहोजी मला पेटंट मिळवून द्याना, इश्काचं मला पेटंट मिळवून द्याना. So enjoy the romance with your research and innovation. Thank you.
So एकदा जोरात टाळ्या वाजवा डॉक्टर पाठक. ऍक्च्युली ना ही इज व्हेरी क्रिएटिव्ह आणि त्यांनी जे काय वर्ड सांगितले, ही कम्पेअर्ड इट आवर पर्सनल लाईफ. दॅट वॉज अमेझिंग. So thank you. This was more to bring some change to. We are going to have some serious discussion. Okay. So what I'm going to do is we are going to share our ideas. Okay. I don't claim me to be an expert. That's why I've been chosen to talk about a few things. But I'm going to share my experience. That is the first thing. But before we start, I would like to start with you, sir. Just give a couple of minutes of your own background, plus your ideas about the whole IP itself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a founder with Vigo Library Foundation. This foundation started with one common objective, that India should have more and multiple patents. And the numbers, what we are expecting to be more than China in next 10 years time. Hence, we are building this ecosystem. Almost 150 individuals with respective field have come together to build this ecosystem. And I think that really builds a story for India to become a developed country.
Actually, he has taken it like a life mission. And the way he and his colleagues are driving it across, it's an amazing journey. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thanks, sir.
To Mr. Khedkar.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Parag Khedkar. I'm basically a mechanical engineer, an inventor, a Six Sigma black belt. I've got several patents to my credit, some personal, some official, some granted, some pending. The total figure as of now is about 23, 24. And I'm still working on about 52 different inventions. And inventing is my passion. Right from, thank you very much. Inventing is my passion right from childhood. I used to have different creative ideas in my mind. This journey was quite painful. Not everything didn't go very smoothly. But it was an enjoyable journey, and I suggest all of you to go ahead and please enjoy this. Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir. Ashna, madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know what to say after I'm sitting next to him, because I have not invented anything. And I feel that, you know how everyone always talks about art is a blessing. I feel invention also is a blessing. You have to be selected and you have to be chosen by a bigger cause to invent something. I have not invented anything, but I'm very passionate about it. I'm an engineer myself. I have thereafter dedicated my life to studying about patent law and helping people like him receive those inventions. I came in contact with Mr. Nilesh sir, and what he started was so close to my heart, because I feel that India really needs this. We talk about make in India. We also need to talk about let's create it in India and let's patent it in India. Thank you so much.
So here is the thing. You all know Honda company, motorcycle cars, everyone uses. Okay. Honda company was started in 1946. And if you recall our old movies, there was a Hindi song, Mera Juta Hai Japani. Okay. You all, maybe some of you may be doing this. So that was the actually quality of Japanese products as perceived in 1945 or 46. Today in the automotive industry, the largest patents, number of patents, only Honda has. Okay, and so that's the mission with which Honda has worked. In fact, the Honda family only owns the R&D center of Honda. So all other car manufacturing is completely independent. So that is the potential, or that is the I mean, crux of the thing is that there is a potential. One is, of course, you can encourage that potential. I mean, I don't know how many patents Honda company has, and the way they are creating models after models, innovations after innovations, and the family only owns that. And that is something which talks about the not just commercial potential. That's a potential of your research work. So with this little bit of background, I'll be requesting all of you to add few things. So, Nilesh sir, I just want to start with you on this whole journey of patents. Where does actually India stand? And that is something which I thought we should start with that.
It's a very pathetic story. If we see globally, the China applies almost 12 lakh patents and gets 4 lakh patents. And India applies, let's say, around 45,000 patents and get 12,000 patents. This was a story 4 years back. This year, we have granted almost 28,000 patents. And what the scope? We are leading in IT. We are really great innovators. I can see a lot of innovation hubs across India, but we don't file the patents. We just shy away. We are hesitated to do it. Why this is happening? There may be the scenarios, there may be problems, but we don't want to go for that examination of getting patented. And getting patented is the scenario, is the pain point which every innovator has shared with me. So what I see globally, US doing great patenting work, Japan doing great patenting work. 1965, the Japan started doing more research and doing more of a patenting. Similar story with your shoes, and their GDP grown with number of patents filed by them. 95, I was arguing with my Chinese colleagues in London that we are a software country. We are doing so much in software, we'll earn dollars. And the guy was trying to tell me, Nilesh, we are doing all basic work. We are more into the product research and product patenting. I see in last 25 years, their GDP has gone like hockey stick, and we are still there. So they choose the right path for manufacturing, and more of manufacturing, patenting the technology. When I was in Africa, I was trying to buy out one patented technology product from US costing around 20 lakh rupees. Similar product with Chinese patented technology was available 4 lakh rupee. And India, I could not find a single company with that patent. I could not afford, being Indian, to buy that product, which was manufactured amply in India. So this is where you can see where the Indians are losing on globally. I think that is a pain point I can share with you.
Yeah, but you are saying it's a very grim situation. But is it because people are not aware of process, or is it because generally people are aware of process, but they don't want to take it?
So the real problem is patent time. The process time takes sometimes 2 years, sometimes 5 years, and the manufacturer wants to sell it tomorrow. So what we need to really plan is a long horizon. I can plan out my products for 3 years down the line. Like if you release the software, you always talk about app 1.0, but you should start patenting your app 3.0. So the 2 years down the line, when your app is ready to go to the market, your app is already in patenting. So you have a patent and you are talking about the patenting technology, or maybe your machine, which is going to be released in 2 years time over the development period. You can start patenting that, because when a couple of years back, when we were talking about 5G, all 5G modems and 5G equipments were developed 7 years back. And that Ericsson was filing all the patents. So we know that what technology will come in next 5 years time or 7 years time if we see the WIPO's website. So I think it is a time planning we need to do more.
Okay, good. I think that is. See, we have a center here. It's called Center for Industry 4. So we developed something called Smart 50, and this is like a proprietary tool. Okay. Now, till recently, we didn't know that all the laws of copyright, patent, and documentation, and all that. I mean, I'm also like all of you. Okay, let me say that. Admit that. So one day on LinkedIn, somebody posted this as his own creation. Okay, and typical Punekar. So he came to our center. He took a picture, and we do allow people to take pictures. So and he posted on LinkedIn. I got a call from our funding agency that there is something, someone is claiming that it's his own. Have you taken any measures on this? So I didn't know that because I'm not as active on LinkedIn as my colleagues are. That's another problem. So then we found out. So we found that this person or entity was just across Chaturshringi. So he had come to our center maybe 3-4 months ago, and then he took a picture, and then he said he created a very nice image of that. Then I started actually, we called him, of course, we took some penalized action, that's a different story. But then we started searching for what are the documentation required, what is the process. Then we sought some guidance on that. So Dr. Khedkar, I just want to ask you purely from a documentation or the process itself, if you could throw some light on this.
Yeah.
I have gone through personally a very big challenge.
Okay. Prior to that, I want to add a little bit what Nilesh sir has said, or you had asked earlier that why we Indians are so bad in doing patenting. So does it mean that we are not good at really doing research? No, we are very good. But then why the figures are not indicating as far as patents are concerned? So there are probably 2-3 things. One is related to our culture. We have hundreds and thousands of years ago, we were in Gurukul Paddhati, where the education was supposed to be given free of cost. So we have still a mentality, if I have invented or if I have created something, why should I own the rights to me individually? Why should I not give it to the world free of cost? This is probably one of the psychological drawback of us. I'll not say drawback, but this is one of the fact which decides whether to go for patent or not. Yeah, upbringing. And the second part is, to some extent, we have got little inferiority complex also. मैंने क्या खास किया यार? When I meet my clients, most of the time my clients, they themselves say, whatever we have done it's not patentable. I ask them, do you understand what is patentable? No, we don't know. But nahi, humne kuch acha khas nahi kiya. I'm sorry to add a little bit of Hindi and Marathi mixture because I can express more fluently that way. So nahi, humne kuch khas kiya nahi hai. Then I said, yaar, why are you paying me for telling me that you have not done anything? You are paying me, so let me decide whether you have really done or not. So to give you a couple of examples, we all have seen safety pins. Normally women's use for their pallu and odni. Do we have any idea how many patents there may be on safety pins? Can anybody guess? No idea. Anyway, it's the simplest product we have ever seen probably. There are close to 200 patents. Some of them are design patents, some of them are utility patents. So my suggestion to you is, if you are working on any product which is a bit more complicated or a bit more bigger than a safety pin, please consider IPR. This is how only our numbers can increase.
Great.
Okay. Now your question was about related to documentation. Yeah. Regarding documentation, I'll talk more on patents, not on other parts of the IPR. Regarding documentation, the first thing you should start do is keep an inventor's logbook. There's a logbook which should be ideally a hardbound logbook. Okay, prior to that, I should explain you one more concept of inventing. In worldwide, it was earlier, patent was given to first to invent. Nowadays, it is being given to first to file. Try to understand, if Nilesh sir has invented in 2010, but he has gone to patent office in 2022, and I have invented in 2018, 8 years later than him, but I have gone in 2020, I'll be given the patent and he will not get the patent. So the first concept is first to file is being given in importance. So for that, whenever you get an idea, you should try to evaluate and first run to the patent office for filing. Now, when it was first to file earlier, that time the importance of inventor's logbook was much more, because it was a legal document earlier, where you were supposed to put your ideas and you were supposed to keep notes as your idea is growing. And those notes, all notes were supposed to be dated. Now it's no more that important, but still documentation will still help even in the first to file era. This inventor's logbook will help you to know and understand how your invention is growing over a period of time. Sometimes the invention may take couple of seconds to grow. Sometimes it may take couple of years also. Sometimes you may have to keep on experimenting for years and years before you really arrive at the idea. But sometimes it may be just an overnight expression also. So please make it a practice of keeping inventor's logbook. Keep notes right from the problem statement to how you arrive at some idea, then what you may do certain experimentation, you may do certain prototyping. Keep on recording those results into that. The best part of all this thing is you will enjoy the journey of inventing. When you look back a couple of years earlier, you'll see, how was I 4 years ago and where am I today? Those notes will help you a lot. And please put the record in terms of date, place, and if you have any witness to witness that work you have done, keep a record of that in a hardbound inventor's logbook, and those pages should be numbered. So that is how you can keep the documentation. I hope I have answered, sir.
Yeah, I think, one thing, we all engineers or science students, we like to experiment quite a lot, but the documentation is something which we are very weak. Even when we were student, I can say that very few people used to make notes, because that shows the mindset that because we are trained that we think that our memory is like ultimate. And that I think we have to be really careful.
We make a common mistake.
We make a common, and but this documentation process, and I think that's a very valid point. If we can create some kind of a logbook.
If you can elaborate more on how to search for a patent when you want to do the prior art kind of thing. Many people have filed the patent, so they may be known the terminology called prior art. But I think you can throw some light on it.
Yeah. When I started my journey of inventions in 90s, I used to search patents through hard copies. I used to go to Mumbai Patent Office and search through their library.
Why do you want to search the patent?
Okay. The intention is that I am not reinventing the wheel. Many a times when I come up with a new idea, or rather I'll say 99.9% of the time, you will find that somebody else has already worked in that idea. See, I'm quoting it again. 99.9% of the time, you will find that somebody has already worked in that idea. Now, what to do as an inventor? See, whatever I think, I find somebody has already worked it. The real challenge to inventors starts here. When you find that somebody has already worked on your idea, you'll find it's not only one person who has worked on that idea. Hundreds of people might have worked on those ideas. The reason of searching those patents is to know where the world is today and start finding the gaps between whatever they have already invented. See, as an inventor, what we do, we find certain problems in society, certain problems in business, certain problems may be faced by the disabled people, maybe faced by the women, maybe faced by the kids, or road driving or anything, road safety. And there are many things we find those problems and we try to find solutions out of those problems. As an inventor, when I'll study the patents, it's one of the richest database of knowledge in the world. I'm telling you, whatever products we see in the world, we find certain problems out of that and we end up finding a solution. But the knowledge base available in patent database, only 1% of that knowledge base is visible to us with my naked eyes. 99% of the knowledge base is still there in those patent libraries. So to get access to that knowledge base, and before I start reinventing the wheel, I should study all those patents. And you give one keyword and you will find hundreds and thousands of patents falling in line with you. Now, your generation is so lucky that you have everything available at your fingertips right here. So please utilize it properly. And you guys are so lucky that this is now available even on paid databases, on free databases. When I started online, it was available only on paid databases. Now it's available on free databases also. You can simply go for Google Patents. You can search on freepatentsonline.com, uspto.gov, then WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, also has got search engines. So don't go for pure Google search. Go for Google patent search. Google search is very, very limited. Google patent search is better. I'll recommend go for freepatentsonline.com or uspto.gov. These are even better search engines. And you all kids are so smart that I don't have to tell you about how to search further. But please search more, please study more, please understand more. You will see a different world which is right now not visible to you with your eyes. Thank you, sir.
That's good. So Ashna, moving to you, some basic fundamental part first. Can you elaborate a little bit on patent, copyright, and trademark? Okay, so just to starting point. Yeah. So what applies where? So
IP is basically consisting of anything that's a property which you can't really touch or see with your naked eye till it's actually manifested into something. A copyright is an idea that you've put on paper. It could be a story, it could be a poetry, it could be a software code, it could be anything that you write, express, sing, or record in any manner. Trademarks are basically used as special markers to indicate the organization or entity from which a particular property is coming. McDonald's, the minute I say that, you think of a burger. I say Wagoner, you know which brand it's coming from. It's coming with a lot of goodwill. It's coming with a lot of assurity of the entity that's backing it. Now, when you come to patents, there is a big question mark in people's minds about what exactly is it. I know it's an invention, but what is it? It could be a part of a car. It could be a different way of making a spoon. It could be a comb. It could be a safety pin. It could be a process. It could be a method. So if you find a way of making something that is unique in terms of a product that you touch, it's a patent. If you find a new way of making a process, it's a patent. There is no end to what you can do with a patent and with an invention. As far as identifying these three are concerned, It is my personal experience that people are very well aware of copyrights, because when we are accessing the internet, a lot of times you see things saying that this has been copyrighted with a C and you see a ban. We are all aware of trademarks because we see them on billboards, we see them on things we eat, we see them on things we touch. But when it comes to a patent, it is very difficult to identify that, oh, even this has been patented. This bottle in front of me has been patented. I don't think anyone waited for a moment to think that even this could be patented. So because it is not so well advertised, there is a lot of, I would say, lack of awareness among the public about what a patent is. And I feel as students, it is our job to take that first step to understanding what all can be patented, what is new. And there are a plethora of opportunities out there as students, because sometimes something very small might come to your mind, which you might think is a silly idea. But that's how a lot of organizations have started enterprises which have made millions today. So I think it's all about reading, understanding, and giving yourself a chance to explore that world.
That's nice. Yeah, thank you. But now when we start applying for a patent, let's come to that. Is there some kind of a checklist you suggest, or some process you would like to?
So most times as researchers and inventors, the biggest problem that comes with pushing it in the direction of patenting your invention is you shy away from documentation. But let me tell you, a patent is not something that you're doing alone. You will have an entire team behind you without knowing. You'll just end up building this little system for yourselves, which will help you in getting there. Some of the people are your mentors. They are going to play a very important role in guiding your invention, and also your lawyer. So whenever you want to start and you've reached a point where you feel you've done your patentability search, you finally narrowed down your invention, you have reached that point where you feel it's new, it's novel, and you want to patent it. The first thing I would recommend is make a patent checklist. So what is this checklist? It has two important parts. You explore yourself as the inventor, and you explore the invention that you have invented. So let's start with your invention. What are some of the points that you need to really write down about your invention? First thing is identifying the field of invention. A lot of times you would think that your invention belongs to a particular field, but you would be surprised that that same invention can also have an application in a completely different field that you did not think of. Speak to your mentors, explore and read about it. Narrow down that invention to a particular field. You might find it is patentable in a different field altogether. Then comes keeping a track of a prior art. That is something only you can do for yourself. Read, read, and read. Like he said, use Google Patents, but also explore technical papers. A lot of it is non-patented literature, which might stop your invention from being patented. Make time to read every day. Read up about your invention. The third thing that you need to do after you found your prior art, after you found your field of invention, is really sit down and make a list of what are your advantages of this particular invention over what you see out there and over your prior arts. And also an important thing is the disadvantages, because sometimes that disadvantage is going to be your next patent. So it's very important to also find the pitfalls in your invention. So once you've covered all of this, the next step is to identify who you are as far as your invention is concerned. Are you an inventor? Are you also the applicant? Are you just the applicant? It's very important to identify your role with your invention. This is particularly important for startups because you could be the inventor and you could sell your invention to an investor who will then be the applicant. There are various laws that are in place which really help you as inventors. There are so many initiations taken by the government to help you with it. So you might have a less cumbersome and a less expensive process if you are a startup, because there are laws in place to help you with that. If you're a student, there are several laws that help you to not just reduce the cost, but also increase the speed at which it will be examined and the rate at which you will get your patent granted. And I think another important aspect of starting your patent filing process after you've narrowed down all these things is to really study where you are as far as your invention is concerned. It is a misconception that you need to have everything figured out before you file the patent. You have something called as a provisional application. That is the main tool that a lot of inventors, unfortunately, are not using. If you feel you have made a prototype and you are currently at the point where you're still tweaking around with your invention, please file that provisional application. Speak to a lawyer, because you don't complete your entire invention there. So it gives you the date on which you file, and then you can take up to 12 months to decide where you want to go. Another reason why we also recommend provisional applications is because a lot of times you think you might not get investors, but you'd be surprised at who is coming forward to really back you up about your invention. If it is commercially viable, there are times when you might also get an investor who wants you to file it in multiple countries. So why close the door? If you file a provisional, you still have up to 12 months to take and the call to file it internationally using a PCT application. The advantage of doing that is you get up to 30 months to gather funds to really go ahead and enter the national phase in multiple countries. And it's not the first time I've seen where, unfortunately, the inventor does not have faith in his own invention. He files the specification and realizes 10, 12, 15 months down the line that, oh my God, I had a huge market in the US. This particular person was ready to back me up to take my invention there, and I did not file it. So give yourselves that time and use the tools at your expense. Speak to a lawyer. One key thing that I have realized in my process is, have you heard of minutes of a meeting? Usually a lawyer sends you the minutes of a meeting. I feel you shouldn't do that. Make your own minutes of the meeting. You know your invention the best. There are times when you feel, oh, this is just an aspect of the invention, but that's actually a novel part of your invention, which you did not explain to the lawyer well. Write it down. Go back to him. Keep multiple versions of the documents you make. There are so many times when you just hit the backspace thinking, oh, that's not relevant. Don't do that. Please pen everything down, because a lawyer and your mentor sometimes knows more things about your invention that you did not notice. I guess
I just add on this.
Yeah.
What she explained is a technical language and techno-legal language. So when it comes for a techno-legal language, we need a lawyer to write that techno-legal language. As an inventor, we can really think of technical language. We can write a lot of technical language, but the addition of lawyer make sure that you get a patent.
So, sir, just I want to, for my own understanding, and as well as what are different roles. So one is an attorney, then there is a mentor or coach like, and then there could be an agency who can guide. So if you could elaborate a little bit on different roles that play in this whole journey.
Initial role is a innovator who is inventing it. The applicant can be the university, can be the college. Then it comes for a counselor who counsel with you and make you understand, yes, your innovation can get these claims in this gray area. Like sir said, there are 200 patents for safety pin, and I can think of 201, which nobody has claimed on. So what we get patent is for that claim. We can do 10 claims, we can do 20 claims, we can even do one claim. So the claim is where the counselor will help you to make you more understand that what is patentable, what is not patentable. That comes for more of an attorney who really files that document. So he writes all techno-legal language. He is not a technocrat, so don't make him understand what the software is, what the innovation is. But your logbook will help him to create a story of a sequence. On day 1, I visited this. On day 2, I Reiki this. On day 3, this is what, and a claim, what you can do for your patent. So the more chances that you get a patent. And the last but one, you can hire any agencies to commercialize that patent. So monetization is what missed in the whole discussion. So you can think of monetizing your patent through a lot of online agencies, offline agencies. There are many marketplaces, those who can help you to monetize your patent. So these are the 5 terminologies or the areas you should be more aware about making money out of patent.
Yeah, that's nice. No, I just extending this question. How you and Vego as a team, how it's mentoring different startups, or I mean,
so
and how they can reach out to you?
The first thing is a checklist. You can go on vigolibrary.com, click on contacts, you can download that form, and that form will give you around 20 odd questions, which we have discussed here. This will make you prepare to apply for a patent or discuss with anyone. You can call us on our helpline number. We will allocate first the counselor to you who will make your research patentable. Then the counselor will hand over a case to the attorney. The attorney will create the papers for you, and they will file the patent and will sponsor the complete processing fees for you. We will handhold for 3 years with you so that you make sure that you get a patent. So it's a 3 years journey. What we will be with you like as a younger sister, and you have to gift me on every Bhai Beach a single patent.
That's nice. That's the best way to put it. Mr. Khedkar, I just want to moving on to this part. So if we have decided to take up a research subject, and you explained that there is a search required, and there is also we have to differentiate between what is available and what is not available, and what I'm doing today. So how do we match up all these 3?
Okay. For that, we have to have detailed novelty assessment report, which preferably should be done by an expert. We probably may not be able to do it ourselves very well, but that doesn't mean that we should not do it ourselves. We should try to do that at a preliminary level. After having done that, probably we can approach to some professional consultant who can help you to understand and identify the technology gaps which are there. Like today only in the morning, I was discussing with Nilesh sir. We were studying the patents related to e-waste recycling. You may not know, probably there are close to 10,000 plus patents on e-waste recycling alone. Right from how to recycle LCD display, how to recycle an LED display, how to recover the metal, how to recover the plastics. All in the last 30 years, approximately 10,000 patents have already gone into it. But still there are lots of gray areas in between. We have to understand those gray areas and plan our research in those gray areas. That will give us a lead that we will reach to a really patentable technology. Otherwise, if I just try to pick up my mobile and if I try to work on how will I recycle this mobile, probably I may come up with 10 ideas. Out of 10, 9 or probably all 10 are already patented. So we will just end up wasting our efforts. So this is how you can go ahead. And there is a lot of information already available on internet. There are videos, there are research reports available. So please go through that. And I would like to add a little more other than this, especially to all those who are related to academics. Many of my clients, they come to me that we want to file a patent. And then they, after coming to me, they tell ki we have successfully made a prototype and we have published it in so and so journal. By publishing it in any journal, you are ensuring that you will not get the patent. And those technocrats, those even professors tell, no, but it's done by me and it's published by me. Yes, it's done by you, it's published by you, and you have ensured that you will not get the patent. So keeping secrecy of your idea is extremely important. And as Madam has said, if you want to disclose that idea with someone for say prototyping work also, first go and file the provisional application. Then disclose the idea to some people for prototyping or further research work or further guidance, consultancy and all that. Then go for complete your work and then file the complete specifications.
I think sir has suggested some sequence. Monday you file a patent, Tuesday you release in journal, and Thursday you claim everything with you. So it's a sequence. We file Monday journal, and then Tuesday we go to the patent office.
Yeah, and Nilesh sir, you had written a letter to UGC chairman. Why don't you tell that here?
Yes, I was discussing with Jagdish Kumar sir, कि why should a professor have the PhD, and if he has a patent, why don't he get an associate professor or professor qualification? And we requested them that at least the patent owner can be qualified as additional qualification to existing qualification. So maybe we may see more patent owner as an associate professor or professors. They are already working on it. They have they assured me that they can create a committee and evaluate this suggestion.
In other words, holding patents may carry importance as much as maybe doing a PhD.
That's
Thank you, sir.
yeah. I think that's yeah, okay. Recently, I came to know IIT Delhi. They have put forth this as a suggestion to their academic council that even if you don't have a PhD, but you have patents, you can become a professor par excellence. Some designation is there. But that I think IIT Delhi has taken that first step. Okay, but just want to. When we are in the process, are there some other documents with our where the ideas can get executed or produced, like non-disclosure agreements or such things that are also can be useful?
Yeah. NDA will definitely help. In fact, there are a lot of agreements which you need to do before you start. Even after having filed your provisional application, you are still supposed to exercise or you are still supposed to ensure that the information remains confidential, at least till it is complete specifications are filed. So there are many things like non-disclosure agreements you can file. You can have other confidentiality agreements with people. And here I can also touch a little bit about trade secrets part. There is a lot of information which we create during our research, which may not be really patentable, but which may still be relevant to a particular industry, which may still be relevant to successful completion of any business. That information can be protected under trade secrets. We will not discuss much about trade secrets here, but a simple thing like list of students is also an IPR which is worth protecting. Or maybe list of clients, list of patients going to a dentist is also worth protecting. It has got a lot of commercial implications. It doesn't fall under patent. It falls under trade secrets. So try to understand the trade secret law also. As you proceed on your journey of invention, you'll be able to protect your information properly. Thank you, sir.
Is there some kind of a structured course program just to educate, since you are also dealing with UGC, is there any at a university level or?
There are many programs. You just Google search, enroll any program in 3 months time, you will know everything in IP. But here we all are startups. We have worked on certain things. Do anyone know how the valuation of startup is done? Have we done any, the course or any discussion on that? So since morning, you have been understanding valuation for startup. Have anyone asked if the patent is added, what kind of valuation extra I will get? Okay, so I will just bring to your notice what the investor is looking for. I'm a serial investor in startups. More than 16 startups I have invested. Amount varies differently. But if I look for a startup, what I look for is a secret sauce. A secret sauce which is valuable. If there is a value in it, how I can protect that secret sauce or that value by a trade secret. So you can look for a trade secret laws and you can file the trade secret under the patent. With patent, what you will really build is the core assets. So you have bundle of assets, the patent will be one more adding asset to it. Secondly, the investor what looks for is a long-term recommend worthy product or maybe prover by a competitive sustainable advantage. So these are the terminologies we hear, but try and understand if my valuation is, let's say 9 crore on an angel. And if I invest, let's say 3 crore in that company, in 2 years time, they have a runway. And if they can get the patent for their research or for their product, what I'm going to get at Series A, I may look for 30 crore valuation and that additional 10 crore come from the patent itself. So you will create a value for an investor by going for a patent and patenting your technologies, products, and your applications.
Yes. So all the soft knowledge and goodwill that plays a very significant part of the valuation. And, yes.
And very importantly, your client base, your databases, your data analytics, data learning, your ML can be protected under the trade secret laws. So think of it and exploit more of a valuation.
Yes, and you are right. Actually, the trade secret or a secret sauce, that is one. Customer database, because the kind of customers you work with, the kind of machine learning or any work that you do inside, all these are very important assets. Yes, sir, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, you had asked about the courses related to IP. Please go on the website of WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization. There are hundreds of courses, and out of that, many of them are free of cost. And for students, whichever courses are there, paid courses, they are also at very cheap rate for students. So there are courses starting from maybe 3 hours to 6 months also. So you will learn a lot through those courses. Plus, there are many online PG diploma courses also, like Nalsar University, Indira Gandhi National Open University. Many universities have got 12 months diploma courses, PG diploma courses. You can go for those courses also. Thank you, sir.
Coming back to Ashna, now, how a researcher can decide when to file multiple patents?
So, as I pointed out earlier, that sometimes as an inventor, you don't really understand that your invention probably has multiple patents to it. The rule is one novelty, one invention. So probably unknowingly, you have invented more than a single invention. A couple of times that we've noticed is that lawyers themselves are able to identify that there are multiple inventions here. And depending on whether you wish to really work on the other aspects or what your monetary valuation of that invention is, we would advise that you file the most novel feature and then keep building on it to get multiple patents. Several times it also happens that you filed it, the application goes to examination, and you are slapped with an objection saying you have more than one invention, which sometimes works out very well because you get to file another patent right there and then as a divisional. You get time till this patent has finished prosecuting, which might be 1-2 years. So you have the time to think about it, get some money to back you up, and then file it. And you don't lose your priority date. So you're still blocking a lot of other competitors from, really blocking your invention out. So there are two major aspects you have to consider. One is whether you have the monetary value right now to file it right away. And two is where do you find yourself standing in terms of how well is that other aspect developed and whether it is ready to be put out. So divisionals are always a very good tool to rely on to not lose that date of priority and still keep getting multiple patents for that same invention.
I think Parag sir can explain you real life experience. He has filed multiple patents with single innovation.
Okay. Yes, said it rightly. As I had told something related to prior art, when I was working with an MNC, we have an IPR cell, and I used to send my patent application to them. They used to first evaluate, and after evaluation, if they find, then they used to approach to an attorney like ma'am, and then we used to file. Whenever I used to send an application, as I have said earlier, 99.9% of the time the application used to get rejected by them, by our own internal IPR cell. But while rejecting those patents, they used to say, those patentable ideas, they used to say, there are this patent here which is covering this part of your invention. There is another, this patent which is covering this much part of your innovation. In other words, I'll say if I have got 10 claims, they'll give me 100 patents, and at least one claim is there in some of those patents, telling me that even if you go ahead to file the patent, you are unlikely to get the patent. This is where the real work of an innovator or an inventor starts. When everything is blocked, now there is no way out. That is where we start working. And in fact, what I should say, my body gets adrenaline dose the moment I see now you cannot get the patent. What I do is I study all those patents, and then I find certain gaps out of those patents, and I build over those gaps. Initially, I had sent one patent application which got rejected, saying that this is not possible. I have refined my invention after studying all those patents. And then my IP cell used to say, यार यहाँ तो 3-4 patent हो जाएंगे अब.
मिले भी है, sir.
This is how my invention, which was earlier at this level, used to grow like this. And that is how I got multiple number of patents. So please study those patents, and then you can get multiple patents.
I'm going to share Parag sir's number. You can keep bothering him.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. So I think thank you for so now I think all three have shared their expertise and experiences. I would like to request the audience to, if there are any questions to take. Yes, madam. Just introduce yourself and address the question to someone. So if you want to, yeah.
We'll take as many as questions.
I'm Dr. Pratibha Reddy. I'm assistant professor at GH Raisoni, Pune campus. So before going to ask my query, I just want to say proudly that I have 104 copyrights in my account. We 4 faculties have filed, and we received the grant of 99, and one day only we have filed 101 copyrights last year on the literary work, whatever we have done. We 4 professors included in that, and we have set a world record as well, like filing continuously.
Great. Congratulations.
Yeah, even my colleague Sarika ma'am, she is also one of the author in that literary work. So as sir said, even I have more love about patents, and like I want to do many things in the innovation and incubation related things. So sir, I just have a query. I have 5 patents in my account, but only one is granted and remaining under the different stages. So I'm more confused about design patents actually. So design patents, as ma'am said and you said, like even in the safety pin you can do 200 plus patents are there, we can think of 201, but still if we are doing literature survey about the design patents, so many confusions are there, like especially in the clothing industry and all. So can you make more elaborate
effectively, means I need clarity in that, like design patents exactly.
You want to understand the difference between utility patent and a design patent, right?
Product based and all, we have clear system and process, we are clear about it, but like more confusion about design patents. And I thought like it is like in daily life we are thinking more and more thoughts we have in the design patents, but we are not sure like can we go for patenting or not, and how much even we are studying related to that, but still I don't have much clarity about it.
Okay. Shall I answer, sir? Yeah. See, design patent is actually a word which is used in USA. In India, we only say design registration. And in USA, they have something called design patent and utility patent. In India, for utility patent, we only use the word patent. And for design patent, we use the word design registration. Now, utility patent is given for a product where you have added some novel functional feature, which has started giving some more added value. Whereas a design registration happens purely on the aesthetics or ergonomic part of it. Like you might have seen different bottles of mineral water. All bottles do the same purpose of containing the water in it. But they are of different shapes, there are different colors. So these variations in these bottles, most of the time will fall under design registration. But if you have made a bottle which maybe is little bit more durable, which even if it dropped from a particular height and it will not puncture or it will not spill over, then probably that bottle may fall under a design, under a utility patent. So another example I can give, we all have got mobiles. But each and every mobile looks little different. It has got different surfaces. Cameras are positioned at different location. So all these features are design features. They are not utility patent features. But if you have a camera which is giving you something additional, maybe there was one invention where there used to be a pop-up camera. That could fall under utility patent. But otherwise, all these changes in these mobiles are mostly, they file under design registration. Another example, we see a lot of cars on the roads. All car has got one engine, one steering, 4 wheels, and maybe 4 seats and all that. But their shapes are different. Their colors are different. And probably their aerodynamics is also different. So as far as shapes and colors are concerned, it will all fall under design part. But if the aerodynamics is different and that changed aerodynamics gives you little more mileage, then it may fall under utility patent. I hope I have answered the question. And sir, would you like to add?
I think if you can do more of a prior art, try and find out close match to your innovation. If you can find 10 patents which are close to your match, then you can identify what you need to get patented, maybe utility or maybe design. Okay. More research needed.
Good afternoon, sir. It was nice listening to you. I'm Dr. Sunita Panikar from DYP College, Pimpri. I'm a microbiologist and I would like to know whether we can patent a microorganism. Like if I have isolated a microorganism giving a very good enzyme, then can I patent that organism, or I'll have to go for patenting the enzyme itself?
I think it is a too technical question. You may need a domain expert. I will introduce you to the domain expert, so who will be able to answer you on this. We can take this separately, but you can find on stem cell bank. Lot of stem cell startups have come up and they have filed the patent. And I think you can also find patent first hand. I can answer yes, but let's have the opinion of a more domain expert in microbiology.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Gaurav from GH Raisoni campus. Basically, we are in a prototype stage. So I want to know whether we can
patent our idea or not? Because as you said, nowadays the first patent will be taken, not the first invention. So whether the idea can be patent or not.
Yeah. Now, this has got two answers. Yes and no both. Because the patent office doesn't want you to submit a prototype there. But what patent office wants is that your patent document should be so much in detail that anybody else should be able to practice that idea. Okay. In other words, he should be able to make a full-fledged working model of that your invention. Now, most of the time at idea stage, we are not very clear what we are doing until and unless we make maybe 2, 3, 4, or 10 prototypes. Our idea doesn't freeze up. So ideally, I'll suggest you make the prototype first. Now, if you're running out of time, you file a provisional application for the idea. But then you have got only 365 days left to complete submit the complete specifications. Otherwise, you may lose the idea. So you have to take a judicious call. If you know that you will be able to complete that in 12 months time, then only you file it. Otherwise, keep it under carpet, work in a closed laboratory, complete your prototype. After that, you bring it to platform. Now, many a times, people prefer to submit on idea itself. And I have seen people we are good at creating the documents. I can create literally a very good document, which will give an idea that I have made a prototype. But 99% of the time, that document may not be the perfect document. I may still get a patent. But then is my aim to get only a patent, or is my aim to protect a very good invention? Depends on that. I'll decide whether to go for the prototype or I'll go purely on paper.
Sorry, sharing hack.
I would like to add a point to that. So usually most times when someone comes to you at the prototype stage, where they're not really clear how it's going to work on paper, like Sir said, you can file a provisional, but that's not the end of it. If you've not finished your work in 12 months, file another provisional and claim priority to this one. A lot of times as lawyers, we tell you to just create a chain of priority, build on it, keep building. Because what a priority does is it lets you hold on to that invention, but you can also say, I started from here and I added this. So build that chain, keep working on it. It's cheap to file a provisional application because you're only describing it, you're not claiming anything. So there's no claims. So you can have multiple provisional applications. So get that chain started. Don't be scared of getting it out there. As long as it makes logically sense on paper, put it in paper and speak to a lawyer.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think we will take just last question before
Sir, my question is that if I have a product which is assembly of products available in the market, so we can say it that if I have a product with 5 products which are already patented, and I am doing the assembly of that product and making it a new product, so can I go for patent of that?
Am I audible?
You can ask everyone and you can answer all of them together. 2 more questions. You please give your questions fast, so if they can answer all of them together.
Yeah.
Actually, what question I wanted to ask is, you told about 2 different aspects, right? Like in India, we call it design report.
Design registration.
Yes, sorry. Design registration. But in USA, we call it design patent.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to ask you one thing based upon this. If someone has filed a patent in USA, can I file it in India or not?
You can.
Okay.
In fact, you can file in all 200 countries also.
Okay. So everything.
But then there is a
right?
time frame within which you have to do it. You can't take 10 years. There is, I think, about 12 months
there is
time
agency
period
in China doing this. Once you file the patent in India, in 3 months' time, they file the same patent in China.
Yeah.
So some great hacks.
But ideally, it should not get granted. that patent will not get granted ideally.
How will you challenge the Chinese government?
Well, a lot of times, if it's falling under the period of within 12 months, you do have the right to take an early entry into other countries and file an application by claiming priority to it. So I think I'm being a little technical, but if you have a year and you've realized that it's been filed today, speak to a lawyer. They'll be able to help you file in multiple countries.
I think what we will do is 5-6 people have questions. Maybe we will finish the session and you could answer them one-on-one. That would be helpful.
Yes, I'll answer in 1 minute his last question.
Yeah.
See, when you are saying you are assembling the parts together, see, by assembling, if you can make 1 + 1 equal to more than 2, you have a patent. If 1 + 1 equal to becomes 2, you do not have a patent.
Wow.
I hope I have answered your question.
Great.
So I think that was a very interesting reply. So I must thank Nilesh sir, Khedkar sir, and Ashna for your valuable insights. Actually, the patent word is please act today, not tomorrow. So whatever you want to do, start today. I mean, don't even wait for tomorrow. So with these words, I think we'll close this session. In case there are any questions, please talk to us, reach out to us. Research Park Foundation has the contact details, and we'll be happy to connect again.
I just want to thank.
So just want to share that Vigo Foundation, we have signed up an agreement with them. They're our partners. So anybody who has come here since yesterday, they're all our partners. C4I4 is our partner. Vigo Foundation is our partner. So wherever you need help, support, they are always available. It's not that they're one-time speakers that they've come and they will disappear. The whole idea of getting them here is an introduction of them to you. And I'm sure I would like to take all of you one day to C4I4 to see the facility there. And you'll be really happy. Today it may not be possible because the numbers are really high. They are not able to take more than 20 people. One more small thing that I wanted to share on the patent side. Of course, the fees has now gone down. But as university, we are able to provide you with 80% of funding to your fees. So which also includes the attorney fee. So everything we give here. But there is only one rider there, which is where I and Nilesh had a discussion, a heated discussion, that we are looking at only commercialization of the proposals. That is the biggest rider, because we're really looking at commercialization and not really looking at faculty members coming only for a tick mark exercise on the CV. So that is not what we really want. We need the IP protection for commercialization and utility or tech transfer, whatever is essential, because it has to go somewhere. You protect an IP because it's important to protect the IP, but it is also important to use it somewhere, which is very meaningful, is what is our objective. But we are open to all great ideas that have come. And unless we think in this direction, the way it has been projected today, I think it was an excellent way of presenting, where we say that we look at 100,000 and a lack of patents to come by, where India has to come on the map, really. So that becomes very essential. And I know you're very anxious to speak to them. I will definitely allow you some 10-15 minutes for you to speak to them individually. But I would like to thank all of you with a small token from my end.
I just want to add one thing. You have to think of monetizing your patent, and we are there to help you out to monetize your patent.
To Pune University, Nilesh sir, Nalgundar sir, and Apoorva madam. Thanks a lot.
Break for lunch, and we back here at 15 minutes past 2 for the next panel and the other programs. And the floor is yours. We'll do that. We'll do that. Thank you. Welcome back after the lunch, the most difficult session, as we said yesterday also. आणि थोडीशी संख्या कमी झाल्यासारखी वाटते मला परत, आणि मला वाटतं 4 वाजता परत सगळे पळत येतील इथे. आय एम व्हेरी शुअर अबाउट इट, बट दॅट्स ओके. दॅट्स अ पार्ट ऑफ द गेम. सो लेट्स गेट स्टार्टेड to discuss a very, very important topic. I think this is a topic that every startup wants to know everything on. So which is the term sheet. So you heard Sudhir Kadam and Alanka Joshi speak to you about the investment opportunities. Yesterday, today, you have already got an investment. Now I am talking to you, how do you write a term sheet? So you reached a level where we're almost going to learn everything possible under the sun on the aspect of term sheet and investors' perspective versus the startup's expectations. So there are expectations that you may have. You would have heard the speaker speak in the morning on the valuation. You have had speakers speak about the fact that how much equity to be diluted. So it is all written on a term sheet at the end of the day. And the term sheet, when it comes to you from the investor company, so there are certain expectations that you have and there are certain expectations that investor has. So this is what we're going to be discussing. And as always, we have another partner here. We have Vivek Sadare, who is been helping the university. He's from a company called Liga Logic. Liga Logic and SPPU Research Park Foundation, we have a agreement, and again in that agreement, it was before the agreement also he has been helping us, but there's a formal agreement. Just for the benefit of everyone, since yesterday all the speakers that you've met are from the ecosystem of our partners, and our partners are helping us reach out to the right kind of people. So I will request Vivek to kindly accompany the other panelists on the stage. Today we have Suhas is there and Manish is there. So Manish, we've been trying to call him for very many years. First year when we did the first program, I remember in 2019, February, we did the first program, where because of some reasons, Manish was not able to join us. Suhas, you have come for the first time, welcome. And of course, the fourth panelist that we have is another integral part of our Incubation Center, and Kunal Sarpal, who has been helping us in mentorship and other things. So can I request all the panelists to please take your seats on the stage? I hear all the deals that happen in Pune are routed through Liga Logic a lot of times, though I know. So I will not get into further introductions. I will leave it to Vivek to please introduce the panel and take this discussion forward. I think there are 4 mics.
Thank you so much. Hello. I think the post-lunch session is what I love, because most of the time the idea is to provoke, and this panel is going to provoke all of you to think differently. And I mean, I can guarantee you 2 or 3 things now that we are going to be here for next 60 to 75 minutes. The diverse experience that the panel brings on table is huge. And I'm lucky to work very closely with both Suhas and Manish. And I know Kunal obviously for a while now. So it is a great pleasure, and thank you to all of you to have come here. I know it's very hot and you have come out of your good offices. So really appreciate it, first of all, that you are spending time with all the budding entrepreneurs. And it is also important to just absorb the journey that they have. Of course, you know, we are going to talk about the term sheets and everything else.
though that becomes very technical to a certain extent. What I intend to do is to bring the experience that Suhas, Manish have, and obviously Kunal in terms of how he approaches from a technical perspective. The idea here is to learn from their experience. The idea is to absorb, and the idea is to understand that how someone reaches what they have. My first on my left is Manish Bhandari, who is a serial entrepreneur, if I can say that. He used to run a company called Sena. And he does not remember. I do remember while I was at Persistent, I first met with him. And I distinctly remember, because our banker had introduced us to Manish. And when we started Legal Logic, we got reconnected and have been since very closely working on something or the other. The good part about Manish is that he is not just an entrepreneur looking at the mirror all the time. He is also extremely big giver, and he's been contributing to the ecosystem. He used to run a program from IIM Ahmedabad and very successfully run that program. And now he is running a company called GrowthPal, which is into investment banking, and more obviously Manish will talk. Manish, thank you again. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Vivek. And Purva, I'm so glad to be finally here. I had been feeling guilty of not making it. And I think we just spoke a couple of days back, and I think timing also just worked out. In fact, he knows, and I'll say it publicly. So I myself dealing with a term sheet. Hopefully I'll be getting one next week. So, so it's not just, talking from the investors or the banker side, also as an entrepreneur, I myself dealing with that too. So thanks, Vivek. And so I'm actually very fortunate that I was an entrepreneur for about 12 years, and then sold my company, and then was very actively investing in startups for almost 10 years. And last 2 years, I'm now back as an entrepreneur. And this time we're trying to disrupt the way investment banking industry works, which is kind of a crossroads between entrepreneurs, investors, and the corporate world. So yeah, that's so I'm really happy to be here.
Thanks, Manish. And we will talk to Manish and get more out of him. And to his left is Suhas Bakshi. And he's been CEO for a number of years before he launched himself into a very successful company now called Biofuel. And this company effectively started in COVID times. And it will be great to hear from Suhas in terms of his journey, moving from an industry where he had a, it's easy to say comfortable life, but relatively comfortable life than what he today has. But he has in short time created a venture. He of course has run through term sheets as Biofuel, and is actively pursuing this venture after having spent, as I said, CEOs of marquee companies, including Pennar Group, Triple Point, where he was a director. He is an independent director at Praj. So he is a multifaceted personality. So Suhas, thank you again for coming here. I really appreciate it.
Absolute pleasure to be here, and thank you for inviting. This is it's always a pleasure to speak with people post lunch. It gives you an opportunity to probably wake them up and keep yourself awake. While before we get started with the actual topic, for me, entrepreneurship is relatively recent, but not so recent, because when you run corporations, you are an intrapreneur. You're probably taking risk on somebody else's money, but you're still taking risk. And once you turn yourself into an entrepreneur, certain perspectives change. And for me, they have changed. Prior to starting my journey in 2020 as founder promoter for Biofuel Circle, for 17 years, I was CEO of 4 different companies running their businesses in Asia Pacific. Fairly large portfolios, we acquired companies, we got acquired ourselves. So term sheet is not new. What do you look at a term sheet for as a buyer and as a seller, as an investor, is something which probably has provided me with different dimensions of experience. Would love to talk about it during the course of next 1 hour. One of the things which I have probably learned, while running businesses in whichever role, is to look at the what is good for your business as the primary purpose for whatever you do with that business. And term sheet is the manifestation of that, because you sign term sheet for your business, whether you're acquiring one or whether you're getting acquired or whether you are getting invested into or investing into one. And I think looking at things from the health of that business is the primary objective. A lot of times individuals look at it from a point of view of what is in it for me. And I think that's the differentiation that I would love to explore while we talk over the next 1 hour. Thank you.
No, amazing. I think, these are golden words, and believe you me, we'll have a great discussion. And on my right hand is Kunal. Many of you possibly know him. He is company secretary and a teacher, Kunal, if I can say so. And, he is all over the place talking and, he's built quite formidable reputation in the short period of time. He's been practicing for more than 7 years now. And Kunal, thank you for coming, and hope to learn from you as we speak today.
Yeah, this is special for me in terms of when I was, at your age, at 20, I had visited Mr. Vivek at his office at Persistent for career guidance. And today, sitting next to him, I really feel accomplished in a very small way. And second is, I think I bring 3 perspectives to this discussion from a term sheet perspective. One is, I have been acting as an angel investor since 3 years, and looking at a term sheet from an investor is completely different when you're approaching a term sheet in terms of advising a client, or when you're looking at a term sheet from advising an investor. So I've been on both sides of the table and an investor myself, and I'll try to bring in those experiences, because what I've seen typically happens is founders come from very technical backgrounds, and whenever they see tag along, drag along, any technical legalese, they immediately just push it to me, absolve themselves of responsibility. So today, language should not be a barrier, or the legalese should not be a barrier. You're trying to make it as easy, as simplified for all of you. So yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kunal. And what we are going to do is, obviously, this is going to be interactive all through. We will leave some time open for you to ask questions. And as Kunal said, language is not a barrier in a literal sense as well. My all panelists understand Hindi, Marathi, and English. These 3 languages, and I'm sure they may have more languages too, but I won't understand, so I would restrict it to Marathi, Hindi, and English. So feel free to ask questions. This is a great opportunity as well as we look at. Let me start with Manish first. With so much diverse experience, Manish, and now that you are a banker, it's a full circle for you essentially. How do you look at a startup who's just on the verge of getting investment? They've started the process. The term sheet is just awaited. What happens this time, right? I mean, this is the most exciting, but it's very anxious moments, right? You about to get the term sheet and you don't know if it's an IC meeting, what's happening, and just run us through that.
Sure. So I think, you should be very proud if you are a first-time entrepreneur and you are raising the money for the first time. If you reach the stage of pitching to a few investors. So when you said IC, then I'm assuming that you're pitching to VCs, the institutional investors. If it's angels, then generally, there's no IC involved. It's just that individual who kind of buys into your vision and your credibility and is willing to go ahead. But yeah, there is a lot of excitement, obviously, that At the same time, I would say that now that I've been in those shoes few times, I also look at it as a liability that, okay, now I'll be taking somebody else's money and I have to kind of obviously do justice to it. And it's no longer just me doing what I want to do, right? So what I mean to say is that, we need to take it with a bit of responsibility and it's not like, okay, I'm going to get money and now I'm just going to rule the world, right? So, and I think it's also time to probably reflect and start figuring out what things you would do maybe differently, right? Like, for example, since whenever I've taken investment from investors, a good practice is to start, giving them updates every month, right? Now, today, when you have not raised money, you don't have to give updates to anybody, right? And for that matter, you don't even need to necessarily look at your numbers, on the first of the next month that, okay, what happened last month? Sometimes you may look at it a month later, right? So I think just reflecting on some of those things is also a good thing to do, and not taking away all the excitement, but I don't know if Suhas, or you want to add anything?
Suhas, any thoughts on this?
I fully agree with what Manish said. Money is not the end. Money is the means to the end. And you cannot lose sight of what's the end that you're working on. So getting money is, having the tools in hand. They need to be, it needs to be used effectively. Second, it's extremely important to get digressed the moment you have money. So responsibility becomes extremely important. And
do you do furniture first, or do you do business development
yeah,
first?
absolutely yes, absolutely yes. And even in business development, do I do advertisement first, or do I acquire customer first? Right. So a lot of these things do matter.
No, so Suhas, staying with you, you have effectively again completed the circle. So it must have been very easy for you to raise money. Any thoughts?
My gray hair is a disadvantage. If I have to pose as an entrepreneur running a startup, because normally it is expected that somebody who has a startup is a young 20-year-old or a 25-year-old who has a lot of enthusiasm, and it is assumed that people in their 50s do not have enthusiasm. So I think there is almost every age at which you get into the startup world, you do have to counter certain what I would call as certain expectation biases. And so I still have to take care of some of these biases.
To do what I did, I took two co-founders who are 18 years younger to me. So
unfortunately or fortunately for me, my co-founders are also in their 40s. So
right. So let me turn to Kunal, and Kunal, can you explain to everyone what was the comment that Manish made, that the investment is actually a liability? Why is that so? And why is Suhas saying that this comes with so much of responsibility? Can you just decipher that in a non-legal manner for our friends?
One of the key reasons all of us have chosen the path of entrepreneurship, even I chose, was the variety it brings in terms of the number of customers you can solve, problems you can solve, customers you can meet, and the freedom with which you can operate, the flexibility part of it. We'll all love it as entrepreneurs. The moment you raise funding, or even before you raise, there are certain fundamental shifts mentally you need to make. Number one is, I can honestly say today, handling these companies, some of the companies which are private unlisted companies, normal private limited companies which have raised funds, they are MIS. So they submit, like Manish ji said, they submit a report to the investor, because the investor sets milestones whenever you raise investment, right? For each tranche that you receive, there is a milestone. So if it's a technology company, number of app downloads, turnover in revenue, new colleges onboarded, something like that. And every entrepreneur I sit with, when that MIS is prepared, the presentation is prepared, it's a very stressful atmosphere. And so I think the first pre-term sheet mindset is, are you ready to be that responsible? Are you ready to measure all these important metrics? And are you ready to become a little more organized? Because I've seen a lot of entrepreneurs running large companies, not knowing, say, the basic metrics which are key to their business. So I think this is the first mindset. And second is, I think the first comment that came was beautiful. It's really not about you anymore. That is the second change that happens. The company has to run through a process. It has to run through a team. And once the term sheet is effective, right, it's not a binding document unless an SHA or something is executed. But the moment you have some third party on board, your business, you need to be redundant to your business. So are you okay with doing that also? Because I've seen most entrepreneurs are the horses themselves rather than a jockey on top of a horse. So I think these are the two fundamental shifts. You need to get clarity before you approach a term sheet.
Can I add something?
Please, Suhas.
So I think the point that you make is a very, very interesting point, because look, in the end, what is business? And is business as an entity independent of you? Yes. Now, somewhere down the line, because I came from running businesses for more than 30 years, me being independent of business is a view that was inherent to the companies that I started. I think getting this fundamentally ingrained in you, that company is an independent legal entity with an ability to grow without, during, and after you, is the mindset that you need to bring in. And once you do that, then you create systems and processes which run that organization. And MIS is a fundamental process. It's a little bit like you going to the doctor every month or every 3 months and checking, what are your health indicators? So health indicators for business are important in good times and in bad times, because they give you a direction for the future.
So I have slightly different take on this. So I agree that one has to, you have to start building processes, and you have to start reducing dependencies on yourself. At the same time, I believe in the early stages of business, and perhaps at least the 2-3 rounds of funding, if you get to that stage, that you'll end up taking, you'll still be seen as the horse, right? And the reason I want to say this is that I've seen entrepreneurs where they start thinking that, oh, I can't do sales, so I'm going to hire somebody to do sales. I can't do marketing, I'll hire somebody to do that, right? I'll hire this, I'll hire that. Doesn't work like that, right? You have to be that one person, or as a founding team, who's going to run the show, right? And just because you've gotten money doesn't mean you just hire a bunch of people and now you are just an advisor to the business, right? You have, for the next 3, 4, 5 years, whether you like it or not, you will have to be that horse which is driving the rest of the bandwagon, right? But I get the point that you have to start building things and delegating and getting other people to come up to speed and start taking on more responsibilities and kind of, to an extent, slowly start becoming redundant on kind of certain functions. But
no, I completely agree with you. But I don't think I would ever say that abandon in the process of so I'll give you a quick example. What do I mean by building systems and processes? Almost every organization needs customers. Now, is my customer relationship driven by information and data that I use out of the business that I do with these customers, so that I give better services to the customers, or through my gut feeling as the numero uno of what I am doing? Now, this is where you start differentiating and making sure that for building scale, it's extremely important that you build processes.
Yep. Absolutely.
Okay, very interesting. Let me turn to Manish and ask him as to what does investor look at when they put a term sheet? What are the top 5 things that they would look at putting in a term sheet? And from a founder's perspective, therefore what he should be careful about. So can you play both because you've been on both sides, how does an investor look at, and as Kunal said, is drastically different, and how does a founder look at when you have a term sheet?
So I'll give my perspective, but I think the top 5, you and Kunal probably are, better suited to
technical,
list.
but I'm saying that, as a psyche, when you have a term sheet,
correct,
when you as an investor are giving and when you as a founder are receiving, what's the psyche? What are the things that bother you? Is this the cap table? Is this dilution? Is this valuation? Leave the terms aside for a minute, but just those aspects.
So I'll start with a very basic kind of theme behind it, right? So most good investors, there are always some investors who have very different perspective, but most reasonable and good investors, their perspective is, if you are doing well, if the business is doing reasonably well, they don't want to come in the way. They want to let you keep going, right? And therefore and these things reflect in the terms, right? But in the event that you're not doing well, right? And it could be for multiple reasons, that the business is just in certain market conditions, etc., that is not doing well. It could be that you as a team are not executing well. It could be you as a founding team are having too many conflicts and things are going haywire, right? But for whatever reasons, if business is not doing well, then they want to have enough controls in place through the term sheet that they can maneuver things, right? So I think this is a very fundamental thing that you all need to understand, that why do investors put certain things in the term sheet, right? It's not that they're just being very greedy and they don't want to take any risk, and therefore they're putting like everything as per what's in their favor, right? It's really what is in the business's favor. And to that extent, you as an entrepreneur are also shareholder of the same business, right? So you have to really look at it from that perspective, that investors probably have a lot more experience, and the term sheet is sort of reflecting that. Now, this applies to, let's say, if you're 3 co-founders and one of you start behaving in a very bad way, right? Now, whatever happens is going to impact 2 of you as well, right? So if the investors have pushed for certain terms, which allows them to take certain actions, then it's in everybody's interest, right? So that's not to decipher the term sheet, but I felt that this is a very important thing that most first-time entrepreneurs, especially in the first time they're raising funds, they kind of miss out, and they really start thinking, oh, we are 2 sides of the table and we are really like the kind of the opposites of each other, and what they're going to ask is not in my favor, what I'm going to ask is not in their favor. That's not the case, right? Most terms are, I think, generally reasonable. Any comments on this before I continue on the thread?
No, keep going.
Okay. So the second point I would make is that most of the time we entrepreneurs get stuck up on the valuation, right? Because we think that that's the, if we get the, the highest valuation, ho gaya hamara kaam, right? Rest of the things are okay. And that's not the case. Everything is in a kind of a package, right? And the valuation obviously depends on lots of different factors, and just somehow trying to get the highest valuation is not necessarily also in your interest. Like, I'll tell you a few examples. A lot of times, not a lot of times, I think one of the clause that every term sheet is going to have is liquidity preference, right? And let's say the valuation you've gotten somehow is the investor is putting in $1 million and you've gotten $5 million post money, so 20% stake you're diluting, right? And let's say the investor was offering more 3 million and you somehow got them to do 5 million, right? They'll still put a lot of maybe more aggressive terms in the, say, liquidity preference, or they may put very high return expectation and IRR. I'm sure Kunal and Vivek will decipher those terms for you. And sometimes they will put such rigid terms that will make it a lot more difficult for you to raise the next round, right? And that next round they'll put has to be at least 3x of that valuation. Otherwise, you have to give me more equity, etc., right? So just valuation as a one metric to pursue is also not advisable. You have to really look at the entire set of terms and see, what investors would probably feel comfortable with, right? And what kind of growth and market that you can achieve. And I personally always look at whether it's for my own company or when I'm investing in a company as an angel, I always look at how is the next round going to happen. And I'm going with the assumption that the company is going to require at least one more round of funding, right? And for that round to happen, what are the set of milestones which are expected? And is this money and this team going to be able to deliver that or not, right? If not, then that's a big challenge to face right away, right? And if you are going to be able to meet that milestone, what is the likelihood of based on the market multiples of that valuation, right? And if I'm already pushing my current round valuation close to that, then it's unlikely that I'll be able to get that, investors excited for the next round, right? So, so valuation has lots of other kind of issues attached with it, challenges associated with it, and that's where the other terms come into play too. I'll just take a pause and
let me reflect on what Manish just said with an example. Of course, can't take names here, but this is an IoT company in Pune which took money at a serious valuation. Today they are at a point where because of the cap table issues and the valuation as the biggest, the focus on valuation versus focus on value were something where there was a big mismatch. And today the company is in a situation where because of those legacy valuations, they're not able to break, which otherwise possibly, again, it's all in the hindsight, you can make a judgment, but possibly they would have been far better if they had not chased valuation in the beginning. Now, what are the ways and means of breaking that? One is you have now convertible note, which is coming out. And I'm going to ask Kunal to talk a little more on that in a minute. But let me just first go to Suhas and ask Suhas, do you want to say more, anything more? Okay. Let me ask Suhas. Suhas, you have now recently looked at a term sheet. When the term sheet comes, what should founder look at? What should he do when he receives the term sheet? And I'm sure you understand all of that, but even to get term sheet, there's a lot of work that goes on. There's a lot of work that goes on to get the term sheet. Term sheet is just the start, but you have run really, really fast. And then when you see a term sheet which is loaded with some language which you or someone in your team is not familiar with, it can get daunting. In that event, having done so well to reach a stage where you now have a term sheet, which you all looked at, what do you do, Suhas, as a founder?
So I think, and I will probably qualify my response to be for an early stage company, right? For an early stage company, it's extremely important that investment comes from investors who are investing on account of the trust that they have in the founding team as well as the business model. And it may not be trust; it may be hope in the idea. It could be belief in the team or whatever. I think some of these are fundamental drivers to the success of your business. And if the term sheet reflects that, I would take that as being right for the future of the company. But if somewhere down the line, the term sheet has clauses which may impact the business strategy in a negative way, the business ability to take right decisions for the business in a fundamental way, then I would look at that as a point of discussion to understand whether it comes from a position of extreme mistrust or it comes from a position of having doubts, and how do we discuss those and come to common understanding on that. I think that would be fundamental for me. For me, valuation, value, a lot of these things are important. But the first and foremost is, why is somebody investing? And is that investment going to be good for taking this combined idea forward? Because they become a stakeholders in your idea from the day you take their investment. So you're together from there. So that would be fundamental for me.
I could just continue on that. Yeah, I think that's a very, very good point. That kind of couple of things here. One is that most term sheets have clause on the various controls, right? And if somebody is putting such tight controls that you'll not be able to run, right? For every small thing you have to go to investor and ask for permission, then that shows they don't really trust in the team, right? And that is a big negative. And what I said earlier, that controls are put for the right reasons, then they need to be reasonable, right? That if somebody is doing mischief, they're doing fraud things, those are generally enough legal language to cover those. But if it goes way beyond that and somebody is trying to chain you with every possible thing, then that's a big negative, right? Yeah, I would agree with that.
So Kunal, as a professional, how do you prepare a founder when he receives a term sheet, or he's just about to receive a term sheet? How do you prepare? Because that preparation is an important element in terms of how you actually play the real match, right? I think the training, the preparation. So can you just give a glimpse of what preparations you as a professional would do with your founder?
Okay. I'll just share my 2 cents on the earlier question and then go to this. I have raised about 44 funding assignments for my clients. The lowest one was 10 lakhs and the highest one was about $24 million, about 215 crores. What I've realized is investors, what they look into a startup is very contextual. There are certain investors who are playing the spray and pray policy. They will invest small sums of money in multiple startups, and there they are just liking the founder or liking the business model, don't really go into depth, and they're just expecting a decently good performance. The milestones are also relaxed. But the moment it gets into a VC or an institutional fund, what they start looking becomes very objective. All the liking part, all the subjectivity part, abstract part completely goes out. So in all these deals that I've done, I've seen 4 common elements that investors becomes a deal breaker, yes or no kind of a thing. Number 1 is always, are you yourself invested in the company as a founder? Invested as in not money wise, but effort wise, survey wise, market research wise, experimentation wise. Are you actually maxed out, right? From your intellectual and family and friends capacity. So they really look at that. So if you're yourself slacking, investor won't come in front. Second is, have you achieved some sort of an MVP, basic minimum viable product, some critical mass, or are you a talker? So a lot of my time is wasted these days, and I don't know how to deal with it, because I really love listening to pitches that people are all projection talks, right? Numbers are also projection. So investors really, have given me this comment so many times that, Kunal, legal due diligence is one thing. We really need to do a actual, work due diligence also, whether they have the requisite thing to even sit across the table. The third thing, and I think this is the most important, what investors look at, are you a cultural fit with the investor? So certain investors who have made a lot of money and are retired now, basically just want people to hear their advice. They want to be on the boards. They want to be important to the startup. And if the founder is not a person who listens a lot, even though the money comes through the company, the cultural issue will cause a lot of issues. And there have been cases where the founder had to buy back the shares from the investor because the marriage was not working out. It is a marriage, right? You spend so much time with your investors. And I think these are the top 3 ones, what an investor looks. Coming to now, how do I prepare founders? So I usually do a simulation exercise where I, along with some of my professional colleagues, we sit as a panel and we grill the investor from a very third party perspective on basically to ascertain just one thing, because this is the 4th point which I missed sharing, which I'll share now. Investors are always looking for an answer to this question, that is money really going to solve your problem of scaling up or wherever you are, or is it going to be something else? So as long as you can tell the investor, as long as the founder is ready to give an answer that, yes, I have figured the business model out, my product market fit is good, basically the business is running and I'm getting too many orders, and I now need money either to R&D and come out with a better product or take the product to more people, the investors really won't get convinced. So as long as we as professionals and get convinced on these 3-4 metrics, we are good. We also always say that a term sheet typically is not a binding document. Nobody is going to hold you against it. It will just serve as a reference piece for a larger, more detailed document later. So lot of people, because I think the social validation you get from funding is so beautiful and it looks great on social media, they don't look at clauses. Or there have been cases where I have put comments, this is a deal breaker, don't sign the sheet. But yeah, the founder signs it. So not knowing, we say in our legal field, ignorantia non excusa. So you can't plead ignorance. You can't say that I didn't know what this meant. Or
so how do you prepare? Meaning, you as a professional obviously know that there are pitfalls. So how do you prepare someone who is expecting a term sheet?
Once, I think the mindset shift that I spoke about in the first answer, is he really ready for it? I do talk to him about a lot of things that he will have to now do in addition to what he was already doing. I will take him through all the clauses and tell him that just because you receive a term sheet from a lead investor does not mean it is a sacrosanct, unchangeable document. So I think I create a mindset of the entrepreneur where he's going in expecting a win-win rather than, I just get the check kind of a thing.
Sure. No, that's an excellent one. I think this win-win is important. It's not just looking at the mirror and, the social media validation, as Kunal said. And also very important is the fact that funding is not the end of your journey, right? It's actually a start of it. It's a liability. Why is that called liability? Because it sits on the balance sheet and you're responsible for it. It doesn't come in your asset. The cash comes in your asset, but the real entry is on your capital account. So and I see quite young faces here, those who will start or they're about to start. Remember that, if you approach your business only from a funding perspective, most of the times we see that, people don't get to that particular stage because you're so overly dependent. If you're dependent on money and if you don't get it, then your venture is going to not even go the distance. So therefore, it is important to understand as to why this money business is become such a big, social situation. But can you live without that? And if you cannot, you must make sure that you have at least 4 or 5 sources before you actually launch yourself. Otherwise, there are expectations mismatch, and we're going to talk about that expectation mismatch after Manish makes his comment.
I was just going to make a quick one that one of the things that I personally do a lot is doing a lot of modeling that, okay, if I'm taking X amount of money, then what am I going to do with it, right? And what kind of milestones am I going to be able to hit with that, right? And I'm not going to look at hitting 10 different diverse milestones. I'm going to focus on, if I had choice of only one, what is that one thing I'm going to crack with this money, right? And then maybe the second thing I would crack with this money, right? So am I going to be able to hit the product market fit, right? Am I going to be able to fix the team issue that I have, right? That the people are expecting a certain kind of team and I need a certain kind of team to be able to do certain things. So I'm going to pick a couple of things and then do that modeling and see how this money is going to help. And because I think like one of the gentlemen here said that you are going to, as part of any fundraise, you're going to agree upon certain milestones with the investors, right? And having too many vague milestones is not going to cut it, because you're going to run into a lot of surprises. There, a lot of things you can't predict. So it's better to be very focused on what is that 1 or 2 things I'm really going to change with this money, right? And doing enough numbers kind of modeling with that is what I would prepare before I get the term sheet.
This is excellent. This is excellent, Manish. Thank you so much. Let me ask Suhas, from your perspective as a founder, when you receive a term sheet, what are non-negotiable? Again, I hate this word non-negotiable. That's more a lawyer word. But from your perspective, right? So integrity is non-negotiable, as we call that. The question is more from that standpoint. What are some things which are non-negotiable from a founder's perspective? That, of course, money is important, but it has to be on even terms. And therefore, these things are a non-negotiable from a founder's standpoint. And again, you could give a general answer, you could give an answer which is specific to you.
So, I'll before I give you my own perspective on what is non-negotiable, I'll give you a real life example that I faced while I was not an entrepreneur. I used to run a German engineering company called DMAG, and DMAG is founded in 1819, and so it's a 203-year-old company. And they've gone through the Industrial Revolution, and they've gone through 2 world wars, and they've gone through the Nazification of Germany, and everything that came along with it. So very, very long history. And I was responsible for setting up business in Asia Pacific, and part of it was to set up a factory in India, and also part of it was to acquire one large Asian company. Okay. 2 things happened during the process of doing these 2 important or achieving these 2 important milestones, which have stayed with me forever as experience. One is, in India, when you build a factory, almost everybody buys land. Okay, so if you go and tell an Indian entrepreneur who's setting up a manufacturing company, saying, you can't buy land, he'll look at you and he'll say, what the hell are you telling me? Land is an ever-growing asset, and you have to buy land and construct a building. Yeah, even IT companies did that, right? So I was in my own world thinking that this is a given and it will be approved by the board. My first proposal to the board was rejected. My second proposal to the board was rejected. And I said, what the hell? This is what we agreed, right? So why is the board rejecting the proposal? And the third time I spoke to the group CFO, I said, what the hell is happening? And he said, Suhas, we are at 200, at the time we were not 200, we were 190-year-old. So we are 190-year-old company. And one thing which we have learned through all of this is we will never invest in bricks and stones anywhere in the world. Okay, now for me, this was a shocker. But the question is, this was to me a definition of red line. In a way, the company in India was a subsidiary company. I was taking investment from the parent company, and the parent company had drawn a red line and clearly said, everything is fine. We want to do this. This is our strategy, but we're not going to invest if it is going to be in bricks and stones. If you're going to create IP, if we are going to be running businesses, if we are going to set up manufacturing technology-based assets, yes, we are investing, not in making a building and buying land. So I think this is one lesson that I have carried in terms of saying what is the value and ethics that I bring to the table as an entrepreneur, as a businessman, as an investor, whatever, and what is it that I would not agree for, and what is it that my business would not agree for. The same company DMAG, we were acquiring a Bombay-based company. This was, in 2007, when you were spending 500 crores to acquire a manufacturing company, it was big money. Okay, and as a part of routine, as due diligence, one due diligence was environmental due diligence, and the environmental due diligence resulted in. So this company that we were acquiring was next to factory of a tire company. The tire company used to historically put in the effluent in the Nalla, which was next to the factory. And thus the water had seeped into the water table, and the water table under the land where the factory was adulterated water table, right? For a German company, this would have meant millions or billions in damages if their shareholders or rights groups around the world would come to know as to what you've done. For an Indian company, acquiring this asset would have been a great leap forward. This was one reason why we did not acquire that company. So to me, the definition of what is red line and what is non-negotiable has been permanently etched based on what is my value system. And if there is something which is which is asking me to negotiate with my value system, I think that would be non-negotiable. Everything else, I think I'm willing to negotiate.
This is an amazing answer. And, I wanted that answer, Suhas. I think one thing that I have learned is everything in life is negotiable when it comes to commerce, right? When it's a commercial dialogue, business dialogue. But what is non-negotiable is what Suhas just mentioned. Thank you so much, Suhas. That's an amazing answer. And, I come from a company, I learned my whole thing from Persistent Systems. And that's one of the most ethical companies that I have seen. And I can completely relate to what Suhas is saying as to what is non-negotiable. So that's great. Kunal, coming to you, what are the best practices while you review a term sheet for your client?
So once the client is okay in certain aspects where he is negotiable, is okay, and there are certain places where he's put a hard stop. I think negotiation starts from there, because you spoke about expectation management, and I have been lucky that way, that in some cases I've represented both. So a client of mine invested in another client of mine. So in this case, is what I've usually realized is everybody wants a win-win kind of a proposal, and term sheets also are nothing other than the understanding that they both have put on paper. There have been cases where, because of too many people involvement or too many professionals advising, things have taken a long time. The due diligence has taken a long time. But more or less, once the founder and the investor is clear as to what they want out of it, the term sheet gets through very fast. And that's why I often struggle with first-timers, first-time founders and first-time investors, because everything is seen with a cloud of doubt. Whereas the people who are doing it routinely know exactly where to see, what to see. Founders know exactly which clauses to give away, which clauses to stay on. So I think, again, just like I said, what the investor looks and what a founder wants from a particular term sheet is very contextual. But overall, these 3-4 things.
And, Kunal, one thing that I do is to request my client, you can only do request, is to not Google and come to me. Because that completely dilutes, because the context,
learning from doctors,
and it is not advisable. Of course, Google helps you, no doubt about that. But then when you make a hard opinion because you read something somewhere, that context is completely different. When you come to someone like us, you need to make sure that you have an open mind. One of the most critical aspect of learning is open mind. And while if you're doing it first time on the term sheet or these investments, remember that the investor is possibly a professional one. The person who has money has a little better experience than the others, is what is the usual wisdom. And when that person is doing that for his living and he is expecting a return, and nothing wrong with that expectation, you have to guard yourself with an open mind to make sure that you are not faulting in the first place itself by making a hard stand and taking a hard stand that no, this is not something that I'm going to agree to, or this is okay to agree to. Both those things, that I'm not going to do it or I'm going to do it in this manner. Then how you look at a person like Kunal or me who's advising, you of course are paying. Remember that you're paying us, but you don't get the value that you are actually looking at. So there's an art. And Suhas, I admire him because we work with him. His ability to extract the best out of a professional is something that it comes obviously with an experience, and it comes with a lot of time to be spent. And there's a reason why he has gray hair. You have to make sure that you ask relevant questions and then make your mind, rather than make your mind and then ask questions. I think if you take this from today's session, I'll be, that'll be an awesome thing to do for all of you.
I can add one point here. I remember there was this graduate from Harvard, he'd done his master's in law from Harvard, and he had created a AI-based database for tracking civil cases and all of that. And he was raising his first round. When he came to us for consultancy, I was pretty overwhelmed, right? Looking at his CV, and he was 18 years into the profession, like double of my experience. And what he told me stays with me. We were in Mumbai at the hotel, and just before the investor could come in, and I genuinely asked him that, you have raised money in your previous company. You seem to be definitely more qualified, more experienced than me. What is it that, you want me to add? Because I will definitely try my best. And his answer was very good. And I think this applies to all founders. He said, whenever it's your own company, there is a emotional involvement and a, bias towards your own company. And you cannot look at it from a vantage point which any third party can give. So in our case, I think, especially when we deal as firms, right, not as employees of the company, our actual motive is to get you the best deal and not really any, ulterior motive, ulterior interest. And in that deal also, I think a couple of points that we could suggest to him really helped him in the deal and how it's moving forward. So I think that third party neutral vantage point advice becomes very critical. And just like Mr. Sarle said, we are there to help. So that becomes critical.
Sure. We're just touching our time. Let me, Manish, please. No, please. No, please go ahead.
Just wanted to, that value system that Suhas, you talked about. And I was just trying to think that, okay, how do you put that in action? Right. And so one advice I would give is that when you're talking to, especially when you're talking to an institutional investor, and when we talk about term sheet, generally means that you're getting it from an institutional investor. It's very important to understand who is that person, who is that individual who's going to sit on your board, right? Because it's not that VC firm that you are taking money from. It's that individual who's going to sit on your board is going to largely influence how you run your business and how flexible they are, or what is the value system and all of that, right? And you can't, it's difficult to measure value system of a firm, right? It's far easier to measure value system of an individual, right? Unless the firms are well established, 20, 30, 40 years, and you can, do that. So always find out that a lot of times you would talk to an associate level person, you'll have 4, 5, 6 calls, and then finally you get to pitch to the partner. And then ultimately it's that partner who's going to sit on your board, or maybe somebody else, right? So finding that out, who that person is, making sure you connect with that person, you align on the value system, and they are, that person is comfortable with you. That is very important.
So question to you, Manish, my last question, and then we'll open up, is when there is a gap in terms of the valuation, the expectation from an investor, he's said X, and the founders ask is 1.5x. How do you bridge that gap?
I think that's an easy one. So one side of it is that do you have multiple investors lined up, right? And so which means that you have something really great going, and there are enough people interested in investing in you, right? If you have that, if you have enough interest, then you can negotiate better, right? If all you have is one investor who is willing to give you a term sheet, then, but that doesn't mean that you give up, right? So there, what you can do is, if let's say, investor is, I'm just going to pull big numbers, right? Investor is giving you $3 million valuation and you are asking for 4.5, right? Then one way to do it is you agree upon, there is a this legal term called clawback. So let's say they, so there are 3 million, let's say you are ending up giving 15% of the company, and at 4.5 million, it would have been 10%. The math probably won't match. I'm just picking up numbers, right? Then there is a way to negotiate that if I hit certain milestone could be in the form of revenue, or it could be in the form of next round funding, right? The next round funding, meaning that if it's at a 3x or 4x valuation of today's funding, right? A lot of investors will be willing to allow clawback, which means today you, Mr. or Mrs. Miss Investor, take 15%. But if I hit these milestones, you give me back 3% or 5%, right? And I think a lot of investors are willing to do that.
All right. So
rather than getting stuck up and just kind of keep negotiating, because a lot of times when you negotiate too hard, it's not giving a good, vibes to the other side. Right.
Right.
So,
right. Let me open this up for questions. Feel free to ask questions, and you must ask questions. No, meaning, this is your time. I mean, I never got an opportunity while I was, a student. Not that all of you are students, but I'm just saying to ask questions. But there's a great opportunity. Please go ahead.
I see one hand there. Yeah.
Go ahead. Yes, you are. Suhas, do you want to take that?
The way I understand his question is that activities associated with the business that you're running are critical, and how do I make sure that I give my time towards that? I mean, that's what you're asking, right? Okay, good. I would say that's your fundamental job. The raising investment is a toolkit that you're creating. Your fundamental business is the value that you're creating for the market and for the customer. And there is a milestone based project that you have set out. That's extremely important. And as a founder, as a founding team member, everybody should be focused on that. If you achieve that, then what Manish said, there need not be then one investor. There would be more than one investor willing to look at you. So I would say 90% of my time would go in making sure that I am planning, I am taking a feedback from what has happened, and I am creating a plan which is going to work. Not a plan which is just a dream, but a plan which is going to work. That is where I'll put my maximum focus. In any business, whether it is a startup business, whether it is a matured business, that is what you have to do. And if you do that well, investors will come, your stock prices will rise.
And one just quick addition, I'm an entrepreneur myself as well, is that I think the consistency makes a lot of difference. What I have seen is, of course, my business, luckily, Touchwood doesn't need investment. But I think anyone who's looking at a third party looks at, when my client look at me, do I come to office at 8 a.m.? Do I come to office on a regular basis, or I'm at Vaishali at 9 a.m. when the client expects me to be in office? I think all of this matters a lot. Absolutely, they matter a lot in terms of how someone looks at you, be it investor or anyone else.
I'll actually add to that. The most institutional investors would watch you for at least 3 months, if not more, before they will actually give you term sheet. And whatever you said in your first set of meetings that, next quarter, I'm going to do this, next month, I'm going to do this, they're actually going to watch that, did you deliver, right? And that consistency of doing that month after month is very, very important. This is not a, don't think of it as I'm going to dress up, pitch, and I'll get a verdict. It doesn't work like that.
I have a question on their behalf. When they don't ask question, I have questions on their behalf. So one question that I have is for the early stage investors, where there's a mistake that happens in the first deal, because as Kunal was saying that you are doing it for the first time, and there is a mistake that happens in terms of the term sheet. So the angel is there, and the company is there. And then you get to the next level where there is a serious business that really happens from the investment perspective. How can that correction really happen? Because that mistake has happened in terms of, diluting a lot of stakes to somebody who's an angel. And then you want to kind of retract and get back into the normal business. And this is where the gyan comes to you. Oh, I've made a big mistake now. How does this really happen in reality?
I've seen cases where I was an investor.
I am actually asking from the experience that I have.
This happens. And so it really is that if the investor is reasonable, they are going to agree to correction. And a lot of times it gets forced by the next investor. Right. So the new incoming investor is going to see the cap table and saying like, why is this person holding 40% of the company at this stage? Right.
Yeah, right.
And they'll tell the founders that you take half of it back or I'm not coming in. Right. Now, if that angel or whoever that is going to play very hard ball, ultimately founder will have to tell him or her that if you are not willing to do it, then I can't raise money. Then I'm going to shut down.
Sure,
right.
Sure.
Ultimately, it's all negotiation. But most, so as a group of angels, I would recall at least maybe 3 times that we had to cut our holding because the founders ended up raising multiple rounds, and then in the eventual round, the founder was holding 2 less in equity, and the incoming investor said, "I'll come in only if the existing investors take a haircut." So the term for it is haircut. Right?
Absolutely.
And
absolutely.
so, yeah, but then the thing is that it all depends on how your relationship is with that investor, right?
The first one.
The first one, right? For any investor, actually, for that
Yeah.
matter, right? You should always build that relationship. It's not paisa aa gaya now, fine. Or looking at it as, you're sitting on the other side of the table. No, right? For that legal agreement, maybe you're sitting on the other side, but otherwise you're on the same side. Both of you are holding equity.
Right.
So
Sure.
I can add to this. So I typically work in early stage and Series A. And what happens that initially it's a friend or family or a trust-based investment. Even in the valuation question that was earlier asked, when a lot of my deals couldn't go through, the valuation because of the valuation issue, I understood 2 main problems that used to happen. One is, because it's all projection, it's very negotiable. So I think getting some numbers on the books and make it at least half data, half projection really takes the valuation forward. Second is, I think becoming conservative on your growth percentages and very optimistic on your expenses will give you a better bargaining power because the investor can't say anything then, right? You've already taken care of that. That being said, I think first, why people go wrong in their first investment is it's not really a structured investment. It's more of a negotiated investment. And this automatically gets corrected in the next round, because if it's a VC firm or any other, the kind of professionals they hire in the due diligence itself, we make sure that either a new company is formed altogether as an SPV and everything is done in the new company, leaving the old aside, or we get everything done from scratch. So I think the people who are the basic, I think solution to this is, even if it is your friend, even if it is somebody you know who's supporting you, try to take the investment through a systematic, objective, a professional, advice-driven approach, and not as a negotiation approach. So if you do that and keep it objective, it will be okay.
Actually, I want to highlight something Suhas had said earlier, that make sure that the incoming investor is bought into your vision and has that high hopes in this business, right? It is extremely key. And I want to highlight it, especially when you're taking the first initial investment, including from friends, family, or people who are not professional investors, right? The investors who are coming in because they really believe that this idea and what you're doing has a very, very high potential. At the same time, they're very, very willing to lose that money, right? They are going to invest in 20 companies, and they know that 5, 6, 10 out of these may die, right? So they're prepared to lose that money. There are other class of investors who are more conventional investors, right? So I'll give an example. People who are generally have invested in land, right? So they see, okay, I buy this land and every year I get 20, 30% increase, right? That mindset is going to run into lots of issues, right? Now, if such a person, you ended up giving 40%, God help you from getting even an inch back, right? Because they are just not that kind of investor, right?
Absolutely. I agree with you. That is the problem in the market today, because they want returns the way you get it in a real estate market. That's not how
So
startups
the
really
due
work.
diligence should not just be done by the investor, should be done by the founder also. And you may not be in a frame of mind in an early stage. You welcome all kind of money which is coming
Absolutely,
in.
because this push to
But
wall, there's no money there, and
yeah,
that
I
is
think
where
it's
you miss mistakes.
it's important to and I know that giving this advice is easy. Actually implementing it is always difficult, but you should still give that advice.
Absolutely agree with you. Great, fantastic. I think it was a great interaction. Any question? Someone? Yeah, there. Aniruddha has a question. He's a startup with us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a basic question regarding the funding and the very early stage startups, the students who are sitting here, have their ideas and everything, and the Shark Tank is going on reality show, which is so every person who is having idea and they're feeling like that that they are real sharks, they will eat your business and they will grab everything and they will run away. So how come this mindset needs to get changed, that person, the marriage which Kunal says that it needs to be in a win-win situation needs to be there. That is my question. Thank you.
So I think that's a brilliant question, because if there is an investor who is who's posing as a know-all, who's posing as somebody who is always going to be looking over your shoulders and telling you what is a right thing to do, what is a better thing to do, the question that you will ask is he the friend that I want to have? And I think that's an important part of your own due diligence. I think, even if I'm a 20-year-old, 21-year-old, fresh graduate out of university, I have seen my professors, I have seen students, I have seen people who take advantage of me and people with whom I get along well. So the question to be asked is this the right chemistry? And so who was your project partner in the last year of your college? Who worked well with you? What type of people am I able to do well with? Will this bring out the best in me? Will this bring out the best in, because at that time you are the company. So I think a lot of these things are important. And somebody used the phrase marriage, right? You don't say yes to the first proposal that came your way just because you're all excited about getting married. I think it's there is a process which goes on in your mind. So be yourself. There is no need to get overawed by the type of personality and the type of overtures or barricades that the guy may put in front of you. Be yourself.
Just remember that that's a show, right?
I was going to say absolutely.
Its primary purpose is TRPs. All right, so I don't watch it.
No. I do understand, but my question is, whenever you're looking at the Shark Tank India, Shark Tank US, something like that, it ultimately आपके mind में जाके कुछ ना कुछ, it will start
my
doing some
experience,
chemistry
99%
for the new people as well.
My experience, 99% investors are not like that. They don't behave in that manner. And kind of using the term shark is kind of little far-fetched there or stretched there, but yeah.
I handle 2 startups which have been invested by sharks, the 3, Ashni, 3 of them. And whatever we have worked with them so far, they're really not interested in taking over or even interfering. A call happens every month. They want to know the progress on the milestones each one sets, and that's about it. I think the first answer was pretty good. And the simple solution to that is what you don't want in an investor. If that is clear, I think then the marriage or the cultural fit will work well. What you don't want, I think that clarity should be there.
Thank you.
Great, fantastic. You could
Is
have
that
wondered.
all? And I think, we just on top of the hour, and let me thank all three of my panelists, first for coming, second for sharing, and third for not making you sleep. So all three achieved. Suhas, Manish, Kunal, thank you so much. Sure. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So we break for a tea break, and we gather back here at 4 o'clock. So you have some 20-25 minutes of break now, and we come back here. So the tea will be served in about 5 minutes in the area where you are given the refreshments. Thank you so much.
All set? Yes. Good evening. Hope everyone is back from the tea. Come on, good evening. One more time, good evening. Yes. So in afternoon, we saw the presentations from the I2E competition participants. So now let's see how the competition, those who came out of competition can, move ahead and take their journeys in the startup world. So we have first with us Cogni Element Private Limited. Samudra Gupta will be presenting his idea. Samudra. So you have mic over there.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. So I'm with my co-founder, Akshay Kochikar. We are a prop tech platform helping a lot of developers, real estate developers in India, especially in Mumbai, Pune, and Bangalore, to boost their sales digitally. It's like physical and the digital way. So we have a very small presentation to showcase, which happens to be our pitch deck also, and how we are revolutionizing the whole ecosystem. And essentially, we were in the same position 2 years back from where we started. So right now, I would request if somebody can just show up the presentation, and then we take it forward from there. Yeah, so we accelerate remote sales of reality, and that's how we started. But what excited? Next slide, please. So 63% of the urban users feel process of exploring and buying property is very complicated and tensed. And this came very lively when we did the world's first virtual reality exhibition for the Pune realty market way back in 2019. And incidentally, that was sponsored by ICICI Bank. And that is where we found the understanding of our hypothesis that, yes, this could be one of the problem statement which we can look forward to help it. Next slide, please. And this problem showed up again when we thought of helping a lot of startups. And especially here, we went ahead in the lines where Adhiraj Capital, one of the premium real estate developer in Mumbai, was struggling with the sales post first wave of COVID. And it was then when they approached us, and with our product, Relata.io, they went up selling $25 million of inventory in under 60 days. And this post in LinkedIn actually gives us the boost of our product. Next slide, please. Now, when we talk about the typical journey, be it Mr. Ambani or a blue collar worker, buying home is the most expensive affair in anybody's lifetime. And that's where we thought of helping out people such that they get to know what their dream looks like. Next slide, please. And essentially, in the whole process, we identified that most of the home buyers face a lot of problems. When they need information about the product, they usually get brochures, they usually get some video links, they usually get some telecallings. And at the end of the day, to counter their questions, they do not have any important visualization. And by the time they negotiate, they finalize, and the whole process from the lead to deal ideally takes 90 days. And this is where most of the real estate developers were losing their leads on. And this was the biggest problem, which take this time from 0 to 90 days. Next slide, please. And the reality today is all of these things happen because of there are something called as portal comparisons. We talk about traditional collaterals like brochures, marketing collaterals like banners, hoardings, and many more. In fact, there are online advertising, which you can see in Facebook, LinkedIn, and where you can get more idea about the product, which do not essentially give you the right information. And at the end today, you can see a lot of advertisements coming about the content marketing part also. But this does not solve your problem. So what's next? So our vision is to empower property developers, owners, and brokers to sell their properties faster remotely using advanced technology. And this is where the whole breakthrough was. Next slide, please. Now, what we did is we wanted to change the whole buyer's journey, which we showed in the first slide, to something where the whole execution can be done in a very lesser time frame. So what we showed up in 90 days have come down to somewhere around close to 37.5 days with our solution. So what we do exactly? Next slide, please. So we talk about a platform which is called as Relata.io, helps any real estate developer, brokers, or property owners to look into a amazing dynamics which allow them to sell faster. And how? We have strong engine which talks about insights and analytics. We talk about interactive visualization, and we talk about customer journey. Next slide, please. Now, all of this process is very, very important when it comes to optimizing the customer's journey, because today we are in an advanced world where we talk about elements which can faster up the process. I want to eat food. I open my app. I order from a food delivery app and I get the food. The buyer's journey is very, very important. It needs to get optimized. This was the most haphazard way, and that's where we have a strong platform called this booking engine. To take the advantage of booking in a faster way, we have worked out in a very strong interactive visualization element where we use components like virtual reality. We use components like AI bots, which I would like to show a video in case it plays. But at the end of the day, that gives the futuristic visualization a different look and feel. And last but not the least, sales is all about forecasting. And you cannot forecast at the end of the day if you don't have a rational output. And this is where the insight and the analytics comes into the picture. Next slide, please. Now, what Relata is all about? It starts with a very important component, which is called as virtual sales gallery. So today, if you go to any of the developers like Hiranandani, you go about Runwal, you go about Shade Creators, you talk about Embassy, or you talk about any big developers in India when they are using Relata platform, they are talking about the virtual sales gallery, which is basically a one-stop solution where most of the buyers and the sellers end up coming. The next important thing is where they look about the whole thing with interactive booking solution, which is the most important part, where essentially we have taken the paper out of the journey. We are talking about a lot of digital components which actually expedite the process. The third being where the developers as well as the buyers can talk about their dashboards related to the project, the milestones, and various elements. And last but not the least, if I have to talk about the whole ecosystem, is all about real estate developers and channel partners called as realtors or brokers who drive the whole ecosystem. And you need to have an important component which actually drives it. So this is where the whole Relata stands today. Next slide, please. Now, this is some of our clients who had been using our platform. So what we usually do with our platform between Monday to Thursday, people end up calling the real estate buyers, like who would like to buy homes, who would love to buy commercial properties, and they schedule calls. So if you can see in last 1 year from our platform, near about 20,000 hours, the numbers have gone up right now of virtual demo and virtual site visits had been conducted. And these are some 87 big names who had been using it. And currently, the total amount of inventory onboarded in our platform is more than $3 billion worth of it. Next slide, please. The business model is pretty simple for us. What we do is we charge them a one-time managed services fee, or what we call this one-time setup fee, after which they had to pay us a periodic renewal, which is nothing but the subscription, and pay as you go is a model for people who are into the brokerage industry. So this is how we are doing our business, and we are taking the revenue to the next stage. Next slide, please. Now, India GDP, if I have to talk about real estate, contributes a major portion out of it. Today, the TAM, the target addressable market, only in India, we are talking about $17.1 billion. And knowing that not all of them can be serviced by us, our SAM, which is service addressable market, is close to $6.8 billion. At Cogni Elements with Relata, we are targeting a very small size of market that is $300 million. And that's what we are targeting. Next. Now, this is our growth journey. If you see how we have started. As a startup, we had an hypothesis. We went to ICICI Bank. We went to some developers, and we told that this can revolutionize the whole ecosystem. We were just in time when the pandemic hit, and you can see this graph of sales. So what we started with $41,000 worth of sales, today we stand at $470,000, and the figures is just increasing day by day with a progressive growth in terms of numbers. And till now, if I have to talk about, we have helped developers to sell more than $1 billion of inventory. Next slide, please. We have a stellar team when we talk about. So Akshay, who is my co-founder, leads the product and the innovations. He has been designing the whole core technology with his IIT senior, IIT Guwahati senior Sachin Agraway. They both look after the whole product and the technology side. Well supported by his hostel mates Sukumar and Lokesh. Sukumar takes care of the whole client servicing and the operations, and Lokesh takes care of the marketing. And Chayan looks after the whole research and the administration part of it. I being the senior most in the company, and I take care of the sales and the strategy. Next slide, please. So yeah, that's our pitch deck. There was a video which we could not play, but this is how we had been accelerating remote sales of property. And right now we are in talks with some of the investors, strategic investors, who can look after pumping in some funds to grow our Cogni elements. That's all. Thank you. Yeah. So thanks to ma'am, she proposed us for the first cohort of Garje Marathi, where we ended up joining a bit late, and later on the kind of support we got it from there, the kind of mentoring sessions. And during the demo day, we had been asked to be number one to present our whole proposition to investors on the demo day. And luckily today we have a couple of advisors from Silicon Valley and Singapore, Sudhir Kadam and Alankar Joshi, who are guiding us how to take the startup to the next level. Any questions? If you have, I'm happy to answer it. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Samudra. And we have a second as a Scrapman Private Limited. Onkar Deval will be presenting. Yeah. The one thing about the Scrapman is that it was same. He came from the I2E competition to the startup level. Now he's presenting in front of you. So he's a good inspiration for all of you.
Hello. Presentation. मी ओंकार देवा. मी लास्ट इयर इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजिनिअरिंग पास आउट आहे SSMSCV मधून. मी एक स्टार्टअप सुरू केले पेपर वेस्ट मॅनेजमेंट मध्ये. आता आपण बघतो तर की आपल्या वेस्ट मॅनेजमेंटचा प्रॉब्लेम आहे. तर वेस्ट बद्दल वेस्ट घेऊन त्याच्याबद्दल व्हॅल्यू देण्याबद्दलचा माझा एक स्टार्टअप आहे. तर आता मेन प्रॉब्लेम काय आहे की आता मी टार्गेट कस्टमर्स माझे एज्युकेशनल इन्स्टिट्यूट्स, मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्रीज, हॉस्पिटल्स आणि कॉर्पोरेट ऑफिसेस आहेत. जो स्क्रॅपची जागा घेते ना, तर स्टोरेज प्रॉब्लेम असतो. आणि ही जी स्क्रॅप कलेक्शन आणि वेस्ट कलेक्शनची जी प्रोसेस आहे ती खूप अनइथिकल आणि अनऑर्गनाइज आहे. अनइथिकल म्हणजे की जेव्हा आपण लोकल स्क्रॅप सेंटरला आपण स्क्रॅप विकतो स्वतःचा किंवा पेपर विकतो, तेव्हा तो लोकल त्या वडापावच्या गाडीवर जातो किंवा मग दुसरीकडे कुठे जातो आणि तो डिकम्पोज होतो आणि त्याने मतलब त्याची क्वालिटी डिग्रेड होते, त्याच्यामुळे तो रिसायकलेबल होत राहत नाही. तर आता नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. जर असं पुणे जर कन्सिडर केलं फक्त पेपर वेस्टच्या बाबतीत, तर 230 टन पर्यंतचा पेपर वेस्ट रोज जनरेट होतं. त्यातलं 60 to 65% रिसायकल होतं. त्यातलं मॅक्झिमम जे कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन आहे पेपर वेस्ट जे जनरेट होतं ते एज्युकेशनल इन्स्टिट्यूट्स, मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्रीज मधूनच जनरेट होतं. तर नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. तर मग मी एक इनोव्हेटिव्ह सर्व्हिस डेव्हलप केलेली आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये काय करतोय मी, जे एज्युकेशनल इन्स्टिट्यूट मध्ये जे पेपर वेस्ट जनरेट होतं ते कलेक्ट करतोय आणि त्याच्या बदल्यामध्ये नवीन पेपर प्रोव्हाइड करतोय. सिमिलरली मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्रीज मध्ये जे पेपर वेस्ट जनरेट होतं, जे पेपर कप मॅन्युफॅक्चरर्स आहेत, बॉक्स मॅन्युफॅक्चरर्स आहेत, किंवा मग जे मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्रीमध्ये इन्व्हेंटरीमध्ये बॉक्सेस वगैरे होतात ते कलेक्ट करतोय आणि त्याच्या बदल्यामध्ये त्यांना मी पॅकेजिंग मटेरियल्स वगैरे प्रोव्हाइड करतोय. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. तर कोणत्या टाईपचं पेपर वेस्ट कलेक्ट करतो, जर आपण एज्युकेशनल इन्स्टिट्यूट्स मध्ये कन्सिडर केलं तर न्यूजपेपर, असाइनमेंट, फाईल्स, मॅगझिन्स, जुने पुस्तकं वगैरे हे पण कलेक्ट करतोय. आणि हे जर मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्रीज मध्ये बघितलं, जे प्रिंटिंग मध्ये काम करणारे आहेत किंवा पेपर कप मॅन्युफॅक्चरर्स आहेत, बॉक्स मॅन्युफॅक्चरर्स आहेत, त्यांचे जे शीट्सचे कटिंग्स वगैरे आहे ते सगळं कलेक्ट करतोय. सध्या मी फोकस फक्त पेपर वेस्ट वर आहे. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. की जेव्हा मी तुमच्याकडे येतो तेव्हा मी जे काही पेपर वेस्ट आहे ते सेग्रिगेट करतो आणि त्यानुसार रिस्पेक्टिव्ह रिसायकलर्सला मी ते प्रोव्हाइड करतो. की फॉर एक्झाम्पल सेग्रिगेशन म्हणजे काय, तर ह्याच्यामध्ये जे आपलं नोटबुक्स असतील किंवा मग आपले फाईल्स असतील तर ह्याच्यामधले पेजेस जे असतात व्हाईट कलरचे ते वेगळे रिसायकल होतात आणि त्याचं कव्हर आहे ते वेगळं रिसायकल होतं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. तर ते जे काही पेपर वेस्ट प्रोव्हाइड केलं जाईल, आता ह्याच्यामध्ये कधी कधी काही ऑफिशियल डॉक्युमेंट्स पण असतात आणि हॉस्पिटलमध्ये कन्सिडर करायला गेलं तर काही प्रिस्क्रिप्शन्स असतात किंवा रेकॉर्ड्स असतात, हे पण मी कलेक्ट करतो आणि ह्याच्या बदल्यामध्ये पल्पिंग सर्टिफिकेट वगैरे प्रोव्हाइड करतो. म्हणजे जे पण काय पेपर वेस्ट मी कलेक्ट करतोय ते रिसायकलिंग पर्पज साठीच यूज केलं जातं, ते बाकी कोणत्याच पर्पज साठी केलेलं जात नाही. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. तर ह्याच्या बदल्यात मी सर्व्हिसेस जे प्रोव्हाइड करतो, जे की पॅकेजिंग मटेरियल्स म्हटलं, फोटोकॉपी पेपर्स, डायरीज, एनव्हलप्स, जी काही रिक्वायरमेंट आहे त्यानुसार मी प्रोव्हाइड करतो. आता ह्याच्यातले काही काही माझे ट्रान्झॅक्शन्स आहेत ते काही ढोले पाटील कॉलेज ऑफ इंजिनिअरिंग, लेक्सिकॉन, भारतीय विद्यापीठ, PVG, ASSMS ह्याच्यामध्ये मी केलेले ट्रान्झॅक्शन्स आहे आणि त्याच्यातले अजून मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्रीज मध्ये पण करतोय, ज्यांच्याकडून त्यांना मी वेगवेगळ्या सर्व्हिसेस वगैरे पण प्रोव्हाइड करतोय. आता बेनिफिट्स काय आहेत की फ्लेक्झिबिलिटी आहे, की वन स्टॉप सोल्युशन आहे, की दोन्ही रिक्वायरमेंट जी आहे, स्टोरेजचा जो प्रॉब्लेम आहे स्क्रॅप नाही होतो, प्लस तुमची जी रिक्वायरमेंट आहे जे तुम्हाला रेग्युलर बेसिसवर लागतं. जर मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्रीज असेल तर स्टोरेजचा प्रॉब्लेम खूप जणांना असतो, की लवकर तो स्क्रॅप क्लिअर करायचा असतो आणि त्याच्यामध्ये वेगळी इन्व्हेंटरी पण आपल्याला आणायची असते. तर त्या दोन्ही गोष्टी पण प्रोव्हाइड करतोय, जे की पॅकेजिंग मटेरियल्स असतील किंवा शीट्स असतील किंवा कॉलेज असेल तर त्यांना जी स्टेशनरी लागत असेल तेव्हा सगळ्या गोष्टी प्रोव्हाइड करतोय. आणि ह्याच्यामध्ये की तुमचा एज्युकेशनल इन्स्टिट्यूट्स असेल किंवा मग आपले मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग ह्यांचा एक टाइम सेव्ह होतो, की दरवेळेस दोन गोष्टी वेगवेगळ्या हँडल करण्याचा आणि वर्क स्पेस प्रोडक्टिव्हिटी वाढते. तर हे माझं स्टार्टअप आहे. मला जर कॉन्टॅक्ट करायचा असेल तर माझा कॉन्टॅक्ट नंबर वगैरे आहे आणि काही प्रश्न असेल तर विचारू पण शकता.
Wonderful. Third is what we have is Aniruddha Deshpande from Vivek Indigreen, a very innovative product which they have developed, and let's hear about it. So over to you.
Hello. Shall we? My name is Dr. Aniruddha Deshpande, and I'm here to present our startup, Vivek Indigreen Private Limited. Hey, what are you doing, man? What are you doing here? Why are you sitting on the garbage, man? What is going on? Why? What happened? Why are you taking all these things with you right now? हो जेवलं की
सगळेजण जेवलात यामध्ये इफ आय एम नॉट रॉंग प्लास्टिक राईट
So what you are going to do here right now?
Waste, man. What would I do with this?
So yeah, I do understand, but why you're throwing it here? Why you're throwing it here? You just put it in the dustbin.
That's of no use for me. Why would I keep it?
Okay, that's great. That's great. I'll give you a solution.
Is there any?
Yeah, we have a solution.
Let's see.
Presentation, please. Vivek Indigreen Private Limited presents Biomans. Next slide, please. The challenges, what we are talking about. India generates on daily basis around 3.3 million metric ton of plastic waste. And do you know how much agricultural waste we produce per year? It's around 350 million metric tons. And what we're doing with that? Nothing. In 2018, with the initiative of Modi government, they banned single-use plastic. So we came up with some solution. Biomans, advanced material for single-use plastic products. We are providing raw material for the single-use plastic products. By utilization of agricultural waste, I am repeating it, with the help of utilization of agricultural waste after harvesting of crop. So whatever the material we are using is after harvesting of the crop. Okay, and we are rejuvenating the plastic banned industries, which is an initiative. The ban is not an initiative of the Modi government, but the single-use plastic ban is an initiative of Modi government. So we are giving them a raw material to use the single-use plastic products. So what are the products we are trying to develop? It's a simple chemical conversion of agricultural waste. So look at this. These are the beautiful bags which we have manufactured from our material. Then we have, so I have one question. So you use earbuds to clean your ears? Okay. The stick made up of polypropylene. How you're using? All are educated. I know that everybody will take this one and put it into their ears and they will put it into dustbin. But there are many, they will throw like this out of the window. Okay, and it will remain as it is for more than 200 years into the environment. Okay, the another products which we are developing is in medical field, dental beeps, medical beeps, which you can use it whenever the person is going to the medical to visit dentist, they will put some beep on your chest. Okay, so all these material, and the material which currently they are using is of polypropylene again. So if you throw it, it's a single-use plastic. Microbrushes, swabs. We know the cotton earbud swabs which we are putting it into ear only. We know that application, but there are n number of 1,000 applications into medical field, into performing art industry, and many more. So these are beautiful sheets which we have prepared out of the agricultural waste. Okay, and from basically we are manufacturing those films, and from films you can develop n number of applications out of this. Next slide, please. So what are the USPs of our material? So our material is developed from 100% bio-based agricultural waste. It is 100% cold compostable. Okay, there are many people who knows biodegradable material or bioplastic or something like that. So it's 100% cold compostable. It does not require any type of special environment to degrade. You just throw it into the environment, put it into your plant. If you put it into your dustbin, it will degrade on its own in 30 days. By increasing the soil quality, it will enhance the soil quality. It will cold compostable material. It is 100% recyclable and biodegradable as well. It will have the less carbon footprint, and it will enhance the soil quality as well. So what is the technology? It's a simple chemical conversion So we worked almost for 3 years to develop this material. We did the R&D, and now we are in a pilot scale studies of our material. So market validation, whatever the plastic available plastic packaging material which is required in globally, it is around 150 million metric ton. Plastic packaging is total required, and in India around 50,000 MSMEs are units are consuming the plastic material, single-use plastic material. Okay, around 22 million metric ton plastic raw material they are consuming in India. That is the total available market. The serviceable available market, which is around 4.5 million metric tons recycled and compostable plastic, is required by 2025, and around 20,000 crore plastic raw material is required, okay, annually, and which is the service available market. But I'm not claiming anything that out of this point, not 1% अगर मुझे मिल गया तो मैं बहुत बड़ा हो जाऊंगा. No, I don't have that much capacity right now. So we are targeting 30 tons per annum currently, and for the pilot scale studies and for the commercial scale studies, we are looking forward in 2 years down the line around 250 tons per year. So what is the business model? We cost 40% on our per gram of biomass, which is we are developing. Okay, so 30 tons pilot scale, 250 commercial scale, 50 paisa per gram, okay, which is around 1 crore rupees. Okay, projected revenue for 2020 to 24. Okay, and that is what we are targeting currently. Thank you. Market adoption. So we are having getting connected with many events, Plastic Free World conferences, Expo, and Alan MacArthur Foundation as well, exhibitions and conferences through e-commerce websites, publications, social media, and company collaborations for the bag manufacturing or earbud manufacturing or bib manufacturing. So what is the competitive advantage? So I have put some parameters: material of construction, biodegradability, compostability, recyclability, tensile strength, carbon footprint, elongation strength, and applications. And whatever the material which is available, for various applications in the market, polypropylene, recycled paper, wood, polyethylene, etc. And we are saying that we are good enough to compete them with the current whatever the material which is available in the market. So biomass, we are proposing the material for the different material as a different raw material. So team, myself Aniruddha, founder and CEO of the company. I'm a chemical engineer and I did my PhD from Pune University only, from NCL. And we are working on this particular concept from last 3 years, 2019. My co-founders, Neelam and Samruddhi, those are microbiologists, and my another colleague who is Mr. Hanmant, and he's looking after the business development. And my another colleague right now with me is Manish. He's looking after the R&D. So we started our journey from university only. In 2019, we pitched our first deck here in Abhikalpa. From then, it went to the state, then it went to national, and then it went to the international as well. So my team went to Canada, India Acceleration Program through MHRD, AICT, what you can say collaboration. And my colleague Neelam Bhaire, she also shined in this Woman Shine magazine. And we also runner-up of our ASSOCHAM Indore chapter in 2020.
Next. We all here are the problem. Now let's be a part of the solution. Let's use. We all here are the problem. Now let's be a part of the solution. Let's use biomass to replace single-use plastic products.
Thank you.
Innovative presentation it was. Yes, yes.
So that's the challenge. Whatever you are seeing here in front of you is the challenge. यहाँ पे कितने लोग खाना खाया? कितने लोगों ने खाना खाया?
150.
150, and we have generated 150 plates.
Thank you.
The next one and the last for the day we have is innovation. Many of the I2E competition participants have come from the with the idea of agriculture background. So innovation will be definitely a good guide for you. Over to you.
Thank you.
Chandrakant sir.
Hello. Okay. Thank you. So good afternoon or good evening. Is it good afternoon or good evening? Good evening. Okay. So it's winter or summer? In between. Okay. So basically what we are solving a problem of water scarcity, and water scarcity is the main issue where we are handling for the agriculture purpose. So we will start with the presentation. Basically, I have my background is electronics, but from last 15-16 years, I work in electronics for different field, basically from defense to railways, and we have solved many problems related to IT, related to electronics, higher end electronics. We design many systems for defense as well for railways. And in 2016, we thought of developing one product which will be scalable and which can be useful for the mass where the need is agriculture. So in agriculture, the most important factor is water. Might be some places like in Maharashtra, some places are very dry places, some places are good in terms of water. But water scarcity and availability of more water, both are the problems for agriculture, for yield as well for the field. So what we have developed is one sensor basically to sense moisture, and on basis of moisture, we are controlling irrigation for the farmer. Next, please. So these are the challenges which we are handling right now: scarcity of water, climate change, and human dependency. So for water irrigation, for every field, there is a dependency on labor, and labor or farmer need to monitor every day for irrigation schedule to their farms according to their requirement, according to their crop. Next. So this is a sensor which we have developed, which is a rugged sensor which will sense moisture from soil, and according to requirement from field, requirement to crop, we are controlling irrigation. So this is a basically rugged sensor which we have developed, and this we can install easily on field using anybody can install on field. Next. So this sensor basically interfaces with gateway, then gateway gives data to wall, which controls wall, and it gives data to mobile and computer. You can see all data in real time, and you can control walls, you can control other machineries. Other machineries means like pump on field using our gateway. So this is all system is wireless, rugged, battery operated, but batteries are long lasting. Power consumptions are very low for our sensors, for our gateways. Next. You understood the system at least somewhat? Okay, so this is the architecture, basically sensor giving data to gateway, and then we are getting data on app. So this is a simple architecture. Product is simple, but it should be user friendly to farmers. So your farmers are right now using this product by their own. There is no requirement of technician on field. Next. So this is how we have our own app, which is in bilingual Marathi, Hindi, and English. And these data we are getting every 15 minutes from field. Next. So impact is basically for water conservation, but soil health. So if you know, you are anybody from agriculture field, how many are from agriculture background? BTech agriculture or BSc, MSc agriculture? Nobody. All are from engineering. But anybody having agriculture farm at their own house? Okay, so they know what is the requirement of like giving water to plant according to their need, not yeah. Great. Next. So the first project we have started, basically our aim is to understand what is the flow of getting product market worthy and how to promote this product in market and business. So I will go directly to market. This we have installed in 2016. This was the first pilot, and that pilot we have proven for 2 years. Next. So this has been seen after the proven of product for 2 years by NABARD. They have recognized our efforts and they recognize the product, and then they have given us some scalable project. Next. So this was the scalable project which we have started in 2018, where we have installed this type of sensor for every plot where different crops are there, different types of soils is there. So what we have done, we have maintained field capacity, which is called as a Vapsa condition, Marathi. So what our job is to maintain field capacity of a field according to their requirement, according to requirement of crop, according to requirement of soil, automatically. So this we have developed, implemented for all plots, different types of plots and different types of crops. And this we have monitored from last 3 season, which we got the good result from field, and depend on this impact, we got next orders. Next. So this project was appreciated by government of Maharashtra, and minister has inaugurated this project from government of Maharashtra Mantralaya, and villagers also given us good response. Next. So this journey is like from first Demis 2018, we joined Pune University, and where we got good support from, especially from Palkar madam from Incubation Center, where we got basically our background is electronics, but we want to promote this product in agriculture. So start from marketing to branding, then promoting it to agriculture field. This field is was new to us in 2018. When we joined Pune University, we got many inputs related to this field. Since ma'am knows many person related to agriculture field, they have introduced us to many concerned person, and we got good inputs in terms of knowledge, in terms of information, and in terms of business. So university and especially madam has given us full support from 2018, and now from 2-3 years we got good market positioning in terms of our business. Next. So we got recognition from chairman of NABARD after getting he himself visited our plots. He has seen the implementation, successful implementation for last 2 years, and he has given us recommendation for the product. Next. Looking at the product success and utilization, we got another order from United Phosphorus Limited for sugarcane product, where more water is a problem. Giving more water is again an issue for the crop. So giving optimum water. The required water is our aim. So that was our target for this project. Next. Next. So we have implement our sensors, flow meter to monitor. They have one product called Zeba, which hold the water in soil. So to test that thing, we have installed sensor. At the same time, we have controlled water according to need of the particular plot. So next. 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 So next. So if you see, there is a flow meter which showing near about 1,45,000 of water, which for the 1 acre of land. So that is the practice which farmer right now doing, where the farmer required near about only 60,000 liters of water per acre for only one farm. So if you look at it, the utilization of drinking water for 1 acre for sugarcane, it is near about 90,000 is we are utilizing more per irrigation, means every 3 days. So that is the more water we are utilizing where we don't require that much of water. At the same time, using more water, degrading your soil fertility. So this tool will help farmer and overall community to utilize water optimum way. At the same giving productivity and soil fertility for long time. Next. So because of these all works and support from university, we got one award recently from Z Media. This was award given for the excellence in technology. Next. Next. We have registered startup, and from the journey from starting a new product, from registering our startup as a for government DPIIT department to this level, all the support given by the university, and I'm thankful to ma'am and Incubation Center to give us all the inputs and support from university free of cost. So next. These are our esteemed client. Next. 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 Yeah. So any questions? It depends. Like in sugar can be confirmed near about 20 to 30% increase in yield for the progressive farmer. Say suppose progressive farmer, and if you consider the area like Kolhapur and this area where farmers are already doing some good practices, they there also we have seen the increase of yield in near about 30 to 40%. This sensor is tested all soils in India, available soils in India. Sandy soil, loamy soil, black cotton soil, you name the soil, we have tested the sensor. And the accuracy of sensor, which we achieve, is near about 1 to 2% tolerance for every soil. So this is basically capacitive sensor, and we have tested with the gravimetric method. Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, has given us the certification for the testing. Yeah. Any other thing? Have you liked idea or you have seen the idea? Might be you have heard this idea many times, but getting product to product level, so that is the journey. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
So we come to the valedictory session today. We're honored to have amongst us Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, sir. May I request Karmarkar, sir, and Umrani, sir, to please come on the stage. May I also request Bharat Phatak, sir, to please come on the stage. So welcome everyone once again to this valedictory session. The grand finale, the last 1 hour, the excitement that I can see in everyone's face. The hall is full today at 5 o'clock in the evening. Sir, we started today at 8:30 in the morning, and the hall is full with wannabe startups. So these are the set of people who participated in Innovation to Enterprise competition this year. So there were close to 399 teams who participated in the competition, of which we selected the top 100. And from top 100, we brought them back to 38 teams. There is a representation of 65 colleges in this group that we are seeing here. There are some faculty mentors also who joined here today with us. The valedictory session that we're going to be having is where we would be announcing the prizes for this I2E competitors. Along with that, we also have Bharat Phatak sir here for the CDX awards. So Content Delivery Express is an initiative of Savitribai Phule Pune University under Sir's able leadership. During the pandemic, there was an LMS which got created, and CDX was a novel concept because we're talking of innovation today. This is one company which has been incubated by SPPU Research Park Foundation, which is IME Education, and they were able to help support close to 2,000 faculty members and close to 200 colleges. So this year again, this competition was held, and we had more than 500 plus videos that we received this year also for the competition. There were 150 faculty entries that we received, and we had close to around 20 institute level, that is college level entries that we received today. So we have all gathered here today for a grand finale. And of course, the theme of the program that we've decided today is emerging startup cities, building Pune as a startup destination. Since yesterday, we've had close to around 28 speakers who spoke on various topics. Of course, at the cost of repetition to the audience, most of the speakers who came in were all our partners. For example, Garze Marathi brought in 3 speakers from the ecosystem. Then we had a session on patenting. Again, we had the partners, Vego Library that we just signed up from Nasik. That is the company with whom we have signed up, and the group had come today. Then we had PosiView today, with whom we are also signed up with SPPU Research Park Foundation. Legal Logic, with whom we have signed up an agreement. So on this particular theme, Vice Chancellor Sir, today we have come out with a small report for the city of Pune. And we would like you to release the report on what is the investment that happened in Pune in last 1 year. Pune saw close to $560 million investment that happened. And there are certain emerging sectors where there has been growth, and emerging sectors, health, where you have been talking a lot about health. Health is one area where we've had close to 8 deals. So I'll request Vineet Dev also to come on the stage, where sir can actually release the report of the investments in Pune city. Can we have the report? On this occasion, may I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir to speak a few words and advise the wannabe startups, investors, faculty members from colleges, the Startup Innovation Cell heads from colleges who are present, and close to around 300 to 350 people who are online. May I request you, sir, to please advise everyone and speak a few words.
Good afternoon. On the dais, I have with me my colleague and Pro-Vice Umrani sir, the Director Innovation Incubation, Dr. Apoorva Palkar sir, and Dean for Faculty of Management and Commerce, Dr. Apoorva Palkar. Many of the people who are here in the hall been engaged since morning. And this is a sort of a gala event that every year we conduct. But because of the COVID, obviously, we had limitations last year and last year. I'm so happy that in a physical mode, we all are meeting today. Startup basically very close to the hearts of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the journey, in fact, in which we have scaled up, we have reached to, I think, perhaps the 3rd largest country with respect to the startup innovation incubation sort of a number. On the campus of the University of Pune, obviously, this activity began almost just after I took over in 2017. In 2018, perhaps, we thought of creating a special purpose vehicle that's called as the SPPU Research Park Foundation, a sectionate company. And the intention and idea was basically under the RUSA, Rashtriya Uchchatra Shikshana Abhiyan, create an ecosystem to promote entrepreneurship on the campus of the University of Pune. And with discussion and deliberation, in fact, we decided to focus on 5 verticals. The 5 verticals, of which 3 of them are very near and dear to every one of us, which include agriculture, which include water, which include healthcare, and the 2 which are the areas wherein there's quite a demand, that is electrical mobility and AI, artificial intelligence. And similar like today, we had a couple of such sort of a INNOFEST or perhaps hackathons, ideation camps, boot camps, through which we in fact shortlisted many, and 40 of the startups are presently incubated under the SPPU Research Park Foundations. They're presently basically working in the ecosystem. And the ecosystem basically provides ideation and mentoring, to a great extent, even financial support, the space that gets allocated. Along with that, after 1.5 to 2 years time, after the idea gets translated into a product, we also look into basically scaling it up further by industry handholding, through industry handholding. So there's a good connect that we could be able to establish with industry in last 2.5, 3 years time. In fact, you all know that even for like university ranking, there is a ranking even for the startup ecosystem that's called the Atal ranking, and in which we participated recently. First 2 years we did not. We thought we are too young to actually participate. We are not matured enough. But I'm happy that this last year's participation, in fact, fetched us a number in the first 10 universities in India. And that was a wonderful achievement. The reason being, basically, if you look at the list, rest all 9 universities are all technical universities. We're the only traditional university which has appeared or figured in the first 10 sort of ecosystem that are created in this particular country as such. So I'm so happy that we are moving in the right direction under the leadership of obviously Apoorva Palkar, as well as we have a CEO, internal CEO, Dr. Shaligram. And presently there are 40 startups. Along with that, in fact, we decided to even provide co-location to some of the industries, which include basically the Center for Innovation and Incubation, especially in the area of machine learning. It's called as a C4I4 Center for Industry 4.0. The idea was basically when the industry is becoming smart, obviously the student need to understand, need to in fact acquire the knowledge that is required in the areas of AI, in the areas of machine learning, in the areas of blockchain technology, quantum computing, and so on and so forth. And that has provided basically a space, ecosystem for many of the students, not necessarily belonging only to the technology sort of a faculty, but even science faculty. And I'm so happy that in last 2 years, we've been able to convert 5 MSMI, small, medium-sized industries into smart industries. Medium size is where industry generally has a turnover of the order of 50 crores. And those companies been basically made smart, and they the function took place in the month of January, on 18th of January, I believe. Then on in the month of February, in the month of March again, we had actually had an exhibition from industry people, especially about various different components that are making industry smart, especially the sensors. And 10 of the best industries in the world, including from Germany and from Japan and from other places, Korea. So they displayed their products, they displayed their ideas. which to an extent was very amazing, and perhaps many of the students got actually benefited immensely, as these technologies are making industry basically very smart, not necessarily only with respect to the efficiency, but even the quality of the product that gets delivered as such. So many activities are happening, and under which so many young entrepreneurs are to a great extent getting created. The idea is basically, but they do not find basically a platform to display their ideas. And the SPPU Research Park Foundation, or the Innovation Incubation Center, in fact, takes care of this through this particular platform. In fact, every year through competition, through this kind of INNOFEST, we actually invite ideas on which the mentoring that happens, as has been seen that some of the best mentors we could able to get connected with, coming from different parts of the globe, including from Silicon Valley, like the Garje Marathi, with whom we have a joint venture basically, which was signed last year. And they have a presence in 27 odd countries globally, including basically the Silicon Valley. So this is perhaps the best opportunity. And the online system basically provides the opportunity that they needn't come physically over here. They can mentor you through online mode. The other thing that she spoke of basically during the COVID, we all know the education sector virtually came to standstill. And although everybody was talking about technology, online education, but it was a very challenging task even for the SPPUs. Although we had an IT cell, a very vibrant and dynamic one. But of course, we were also fumbling initially. And after creation of the LMS learning management system, you all know that teachers also were finding it very difficult. The pedagogy is altogether different. You got to basically keep the student engaged. It has to be an enriching experience. And therefore, the teachers were mentored. And we, in fact, had one of the perhaps a very different kind of a activity wherein, in fact, we involved people even from the cinema industry. In fact, Srirangji Gudubule is sitting in front of you. He, in fact, was one of the mentors, how to face the camera, how do we deliver the talk, how do you talk to the student, how do you make it very engaging and enriching experience as such. And although COVID was a very bad sort of a patch in everyone's life, but with respect to technology and the advancement of technology, perhaps SPP had the great time, I would call it, like the creation of LMS, then creation of various different sort of modules. In fact, during this very time, we signed up an agreement with the ICCR, Indian Council for Cultural Relations, and through which there is a creation of content, what is called as a UTEX, Universalization of Traditional Indian Knowledge System, wherein there are modules being created on various different ethos of India or Indian culture, which includes heritage, which include culinary, which include cuisine, Indian cuisine, which include different dance styles of India, which include basically temple architecture, the heritage building, and so on and so forth. So 25 such modules are ready, and which would be uploaded very soon on the ICCR website. The idea is basically, especially for the foreign student, and generally on the campus of the University of Pune, we have the largest footprint of foreign students, mostly supported through the fellowship of ICCR. Roughly around 107 different countries get represented. So those students must understand about India. What is India? So what is basically the diversity that you get to see with respect to food, with respect to the dances, with respect to the different cultures, and so on and so forth. Then along with that, in fact, the other activity that we created, and perhaps in fact today Godboleji was engaged. Perhaps he's giving the final touches to yoga, basically. That is another thing, science behind yoga. That is another series that is getting created. The ancient thought leaders of India. We are making use of the LMS that we have created. Through the LMS, in fact, this whole thing would get disseminated to the larger sort of a student community, not necessarily only belonging to the University of Pune, but generally at the national and international level as such. So yoga is something, basically there are 25 such episodes that through which we are trying to in fact teach people about yoga, but it is just not about posturing, but what is the science basically that is involved. If you do a particular yoga, basically a posture, what kind of effect it has on your body, on your mind, on your physiology, and so on and so forth. So all those things, in fact, we are trying to project through this particular sort of a series. So a lot many good things that we have created. In fact, CDX, through which the delivery content express, through which in fact the best of the content that got created by the college community, especially the teachers from colleges, and for which the award was to a great extent established through the efforts of Pathak sir and Sardesai, as well as Gudbole sir. And last year we had function in the other hall, in the Shivaji hall, wherein it was mostly in a limited number, sort of presence of people were limited in number. Today, in fact, in this very beautiful hall, which again got renovated during my time. I'm so happy that finally it has come to use and you are able to actually come together. So in front of you, this prizes would be distributed to the best of the content that got created. The other activity that recently we have launched is a program called Degree Plus. So the Degree Plus is the idea wherein we are trying to actually promote the courses which are otherwise not part and parcel of your curriculum. The advancement basically in every sector is happening so thick and fast that our syllabus is not all that dynamic, that whatever that has happened yesterday gets reflected into your syllabuses. So through this Degree Plus program, in fact, we are under one single umbrella. We are trying to provide the best of the courses in entrepreneurship, in finance. In fact, some of the best partners that we have chosen, it is the Harvard Business School, MIT, Simply Learn, Amazon, edX, all those best courses actually under one umbrella with a very, I would call it like reasonable pricing sort of, because I am pretty aware that ours is a public state university and the student generally coming for their graduation comes from economically weaker section. So it's affordable even to them. And the idea is after doing those certificates or certification sort of, it would to a great extent enhance your opportunities, especially in the employment sector. The employability automatically will get enhanced. So all these actually is happening through the SPPU Research Park Foundation and the Center for Innovation and Incubation. And Pune, in fact, has been figuring as perhaps the number one or number two cities in promoting this kind of a ecosystem, and wherein we are actually figuring in this particular sort of arena. The SPPU, in fact,